freedom, romance, and adventure, all brought together in the best virtual reality fantasy game, Chronolive. Yet at that very moment, there was someone being rejected by practically everyone around him. Unfriendly people, others who might have been kind, even the little children, to be honest. He was just another unfortunate guy, wearing terrible quality equipment. That man was already completely fed up with Chronolife. Those nearby began wondering what was wrong with him. After all, he was shouting at his own sword. He complained that no one appreciated good things. That weapon was excellent. After all, he had spent a fortune buying it. Just then, a very beautiful girl carrying a heart-shaped staff appeared in front of him. She approached him and asked if he would like to form a party with her. At that moment, he thought about how amazing Chronolife could be. To impress her, he said that he had bought a beginner's package for 55,001 and obtained that double-edged knight's sword. He also made sure to point out that the double-edged sword belonged to a knight. She continued praising him, saying that he was really cool and looked like a true fairy tale hero. As he listened to her, he had already begun imagining the two of them living together. But in the end, he was just another naive fool lured into the middle of a forest where she caught him by surprise. He even asked if she had done it because she wanted his weapon. She replied that, naturally, she had no need for such a useless item. She had led him to that isolated place in the middle of the forest solely to eliminate him with no other intention. In the end, everything had been a lie. There was no reason whatsoever to form a party with him, since she considered him nothing more than a loser. In her eyes, he was probably a failure in real life too, someone who could not even hold a conversation with her outside the game. If he could not control the equipment, then he should at least invest in improving it. The least he could do was have decent equipment, but judging by what he had bought, a beginner warrior set, his parents probably had no money at all. And just as he stood up to try to attack, she quickly defeated him. With that, she fulfilled the condition required for her hidden class advancement quest. After defeating 1,000 people, she finally transformed into a goddess of life. She then simply moved on to complete the final stage of her quest. That day, he discovered a truth about the game. What really mattered was the law of the jungle. When a character died, they would respawn in a safe area, but lose a considerable amount of experience. The character came back to life, but was deeply shaken by everything he had been through. He was completely furious with that game, so he picked up the enhancement hammer, which could increase an item's level, and decided to use it. With the hammer in hand, he began striking his own sword to try to enhance it. After all, the fastest way to become stronger was to improve his own equipment. But in the process, his sword ended up being destroyed. He then tried enhancing the iron blood leather gloves, but they could not withstand it either. He did the same with all his other equipment and ended up losing everything. In the end, he was left completely without equipment. He just wanted to forget that game once and for all. However, at that moment, a strange NPC appeared and threw a stick in his direction. It was a basic beginner weapon, extremely weak. The NPC had a peculiar face, almost as if he had stepped out of a cartoon, and he communicated using emoticons and apparently wanted to say that the stick was a good weapon. It seemed that the noob had felt sorry for him after seeing all his equipment destroyed. He struck the stick with the enhancement hammer and, to his surprise, it worked. And it did not work just once, but twice in a row. He could not believe it had worked with such a terrible item. What an absurd situation. Even so, he kept using the hammer until the stick reached 64 additional damage points. The damage increase grew exponentially, but he knew that the higher the enhancement level, the greater the risk of failure. Even so, he kept hammering the stick nonstop until the end of that day. In the end, he reached the maximum enhancement level and was left with an impressive plus 99 stick. He wondered what the point of all that was. After all, after 10 enhancements, the chance of getting another success was less than 5%. Then, when the stick slipped from his hand, he retrieved it by striking it against the ground, without imagining what would happen next. The impact caused a massive explosion, powerful enough to reach that continent, creating an impact powerful enough to split the planet in two. Everyone panicked, believing that it could only have been caused by a dragon. Save the people first, the continent has been split in two. That day, his feet entered the Guinness World Records. The event was recorded in the history of virtual reality gaming. The guy with nothing but a simple stick had defeated several players, and his fame grew at an astonishing rate. In total, 617 players suffered game over from a single move. And of course, he was furious with that wretched woman. In Chronolife, he had learned an important truth. Only the law of the jungle mattered. Now that he possessed a level 99 stick, it was time to teach those people a lesson. And that man holding the stick, who until then did not even have a name, was nothing more than an ordinary nobody, with a completely average appearance and height. He had never stood out in his studies, nor did he have any talent for sports. Inside the game, he was merely a bronze 4. But now, wearing only a cape and his plus 99 stick, while still in nothing but his underwear, he ended up bumping into a huge man. The giant asked the newcomer if he was trying to get himself killed by bumping into him. Except that, in that place, that man was no longer the same as before. He told the pig to shut up. When the bald man tried to retaliate with more insults and became even angrier, he received a powerful blow from the stick to the head and was simply erased from human history. In that game, he felt far more powerful. For the first time, it seemed like he was the protagonist. However, the system warned him that the weapon's durability was low, as the stick had only 5 durability points. That was when he finally realized there was a major problem. Deeply worried about his stick, he headed into an alley. That beginner weapon had extremely low durability and would break after only a few blows, just 5 in total. He had already used 2. It was as if only 3 more attacks remained. He was screwed. Especially when he wanted to teach a lesson to those who had always looked down on him. He wanted revenge against that girl. With only 3 attacks left, he would make every one of them count. So he headed straight for the Valley of the Dead, walking along a path covered in skulls. There, he summoned the creature that inhabited the place, the most powerful boss in all of Chronolife, a 2-headed dragon. Eurus delivered his speech, saying that he would become a crossroads. It was the point where life and death met, as he called the mortal a fool. Then Eurus took a blow from the stick and fell. One of his heads was torn off. With 3 attacks still available, he realized he could defeat the creature. Thus, he decided to face the most powerful monster. The second head, however, asked to talk. But the owner of the stick asked if he had not just called him a dead fool. The dragon explained that it was part of the program's script and that he had no choice. Then, he asked who the hell he was. He replied that he did not even know and told the dragon to just die already. Then, he struck it again with the stick and caused the dragon's body to disintegrate. But the creature had still not disappeared, and he had only 1 more attack with the stick. He remarked that if durability were not a problem, everything would be much easier. Eurus then said he could help him if durability really was a problem. The system appeared before him and informed him that he could form a contract with the 2-headed dragon, Zuros, who wished to offer his own soul. Then it asked if he knew about the ego sword. It was difficult to explain, but in simple terms, the weapon would merge with his soul. From then on, his weapon would possess an ego and evolve into an ego sword. Its durability would become infinite, making the ego sword the most powerful weapon in Chronolife. Of course, he loved the proposal. At that rate, the plot could change completely. He was already giving up on his revenge, but it seemed the heavens wanted him to sell himself. Auro was consumed by fear. Even so, the player agreed to make the contract. Eurus's body disappeared. His soul ended up merging with the weapon. The +99 stick now possessed an ego rank, and it had infinite durability. When Eurus died, it was programmed that his subjects would attack the one who had defeated him, seeking revenge. Eurus's army was completely wiped out with a single strike from the stick. At that moment, shocking news began spreading throughout the game's capital, an SSS rank bounty. The person shown on the poster had defeated 800,000 people in a single day. It was the longest player elimination streak ever recorded. The posters were distributed across 12 kingdoms and 3 continents around the world, and the bounty for capturing him reached 1 billion gold coins. The Royal Guard armies began to mobilize. Sintre, master of the Holy Guild, also set out on the mission. Suho, master of the Cross Bloodline Guild, Abracadabra, the powerful sorceress of the royal family, and the master of the Holy Land Guild were also summoned. Even Hong, master of the Robin Hood Guild, decided to join the hunt. And among them was the most noble of all, Falcon, king of Arden Castle and master of the Justice Guild. The 5 greatest guilds had gathered in one place, forming the first alliance between the world's leading guilds. As the leader of the World Union Guild, Falcon declared war on the terrifying player killer. Meanwhile, Edion, the player killer who carried that absurdly durable stick, infinite skill, was quite pleased. Suddenly, however, Eurus's head emerged from the stick. As he had explained before, his soul was now bound to the weapon. Simply put, this was a classic trait of ego rank weapons, and only the wielder could hear its voice. He said he understood now, but asked where the other head was, since Eurus was supposed to have 2. Eurus also began wondering where his other head had gone. He simply had no idea. Just then, a wanted poster bearing his image fell from the sky. And it was not just one, a veritable rain of posters covered the area. He was being hunted while also becoming famous. Eurus commented that it was exactly what he expected from him, defeating 800,000 people with a single strike, and, besides, if the bounty reached 1 billion gold, then he must be worth a fortune in the real world. That was impressive. But he wondered whether using words that did not belong to that world would violate the game's rules. Eurus did not seem to care in the slightest. After all, he was already out of that situation anyway. But on second thought, he asked what the wielder would do with such a bounty. Players from all over the world would start hunting him. With that, he could simply eliminate all those troublesome humans. He remembered the strike he had delivered against the ground and realized that the feeling was not bad at all. It seemed he had become a celebrity, so he would have to keep pretending to be a loser while hiding his true strength. But Eurus asked why he would do that. If the humans ignored him because they thought he was weak, there would be no problem. He replied that this was exactly the point. For him, it would be fun. In the eyes of others, he looked like nothing more than a weakling, but in truth, he was the protagonist. He found that very interesting. But at At that moment, an arrow fired by Falcon struck him. The Justice Guild's army then surrounded the wielder of the stick. Falcon ordered them to capture the man accused of defeating 800,000 people. Eurus asked if he was all right and warned him that he needed to get up, since those seemingly weak humans were about to capture him. He then stood up, and when everyone charged at him, at that moment he changed his mind and decided that he only wanted to live quietly, like a true loser. But they were the ones who chose to provoke him. Another strike from the stick caused a gigantic explosion, knocking everyone nearby down. Not only the people, but also the entire city itself was destroyed. The capital of the First Kingdom vanished completely. After that, the man with the stick walked straight toward Falcon. Falcon then used a summoning crystal. The item allowed him to summon as many players as necessary. He used it to bring the other guilds through mass teleportation. Before long, everyone had gathered under the command of the World Union Guild. Approximately 3 million people were summoned for that confrontation. Everyone charged toward the wielder of the stick at the same time. Yet in an instant, they were all completely defeated. Eurus was utterly terrified by what was happening. After all, common sense dictated that even the wielder of the stick would struggle in such a situation. No matter how powerful Eurus was, no one expected him to handle thousands of people at once. The World Union Guild was no ordinary opponent. It brought together players from different parts of the world. Eurus would probably lose even if he gathered every available force in his army. But the boy with the stick continued defeating everyone who appeared before him. Abracadabra and her sorceresses cast a massive disintegration spell over the wielder's head. The name of the magic was truly impressive. So he decided that he also needed to give his own attack a name. Thus, he called his technique Upward Rise. With an attack directed upward, he completely destroyed the ancient magic. The sorcerers would still try to cast the spell one more time. That is, of course, if the stick had not interrupted them and quickly defeated them. 1 against 3 million people. The result was more than surprising. It was a complete defeat for that enormous group. The World Union was completely defeated. Falcon could barely believe what had just happened. The situation left him deeply shaken, and the stick guy claimed that he had not killed him on purpose. Because of him, controlling his own strength had become difficult. And the only reason he had not finished him off earlier was because he had hit him with an arrow, right? After that, he landed only 1 blow on Falcon. He did the same with disintegrating as well. This caught the attention not only of Chrono Life players, but also of users from other games. Even people who had no interest in games at all ended up being affected by what happened. There was still one last person he recognized immediately upon seeing her, the girl who was the goddess of life. It all happened on that field bathed in the light of the setting sun. 3 million people had been defeated there. At last, the two met again. The scene was quite dramatic. At that moment, he remembered all the humiliation he had suffered. The goddess of life asked how he had been doing. Perhaps it was fate, since she had not expected to meet him again either. He replied that she must have come there on purpose to finish him off. Even though he wanted to defeat her once and for all, there was still something they needed to discuss. He asked if she had dyed her hair. She was pleased that he had noticed. After he killed her, she changed classes, and now she possessed the secret goddess of life class, which was why the color of her hair had changed. Then he said that her name should be goddess of death. She replied that it was indeed funny. He tried to hit her, but she managed to dodge the first blow. He wanted to make her story even funnier by punishing her with a barrage of attacks. The next attack would be powerful enough to sweep away any army, but she dodged again and said that she only wanted to talk. He kept attacking until he finally struck her with an arc of power. Even so, she remained unharmed. She admitted that he had become much stronger, but he still could not defeat her. Eurus asked how she was still alive. She simply kept staring at the dragon. Apparently, she could see him. The stick-bearer remarked that it was truly strange. Had his attack actually worked? She replied that she was the goddess of life. A mere human could never defeat a god. He charged forward even more furiously, delivering a direct blow at her. His attacks made the entire planet tremble and began destroying it, but she remained unharmed. It was useless. She said that he had probably only become so excited because he thought about her every day, always wanting to defeat her. However, no matter how much time passed or how much stronger he became, he would never be able to defeat her. When she approached, he turned around and began stretching out his arm, wanting to find out how much force he could put into a blow capable of splitting something in half. The goddess of life warned him that it would not work. He would not be able to defeat her, but he intended to split the planet in half. If he could not defeat her, he would destroy the planet, causing her to die in the explosion or be hurled into space by the impact. When he fought that day, he still had not used all his strength. She explained that if he destroyed the planet, he would die along with her. It would be a suicide attack, not revenge. But he laughed at that game and everything he had experienced, saying that people like her could never understand. A suicide attack. If that made him satisfied, then it hardly mattered. When someone has nothing left to lose, to hell with it. She tried to stop him, but at the last moment, he unleashed a blow using all the strength he possessed. The ground of that planet was struck head-on. It did not merely split into 2 pieces. The entire planet was completely obliterated. He did not destroy only the game world, but also the game's source code. In the virtual reality capsule room where people rented equipment excitement to play, everyone was suddenly expelled from Chrono Life, as if a game failure had occurred. People tried to blame the owner of that capsule gaming lounge, but he explained that the circuit breaker was still on and that nothing had happened there. Shortly afterward, an official announcement appeared on the Chrono Life website, stating that the server was undergoing emergency maintenance. They apologized for the inconvenience and said they would announce the server's reopening once everything had been resolved. The most addicted players were devastated, and everyone was expelled from the game, except for one specific player. He had been synchronized with the main system of version 1.7 of Chrono Life, and there was only one user connected, who was him, the player ST389, according to the entity that was present within the game system. She informed him that all those codes represented the planet he had just destroyed. It was a planet known for its beauty and considered his mother's favorite place, and standing before him was God. The stick bearer said that it was none of his concern and asked if God had seen a woman with black hair. God replied that there were only the two of them there. The current number of users in the game was only one, himself. Since he had been the one who eliminated everyone else, that should have been obvious. No one could have survived that explosion. Every form of life had been wiped out. Then he was extremely pleased. His revenge was complete. That was exactly why he loved playing online games. He asked Eurus to come out of the stick, but no response came. God explained that only the two of them were there, so there was no reason for that child of his to be present in that place. The wielder of the stick asked if he was an NPC or an administrator, but God replied that he belonged to neither category. When he tried to explain further, something interfered with the conversation and prevented him from continuing. Even so, he said it had been very nice meeting him and asked him to say hello to Palu. Suddenly, an intense light appeared and made the two of them disappear before his eyes. Shortly afterward, he was finally disconnected from the game. He left the capsule furious, unable to understand why God had appeared if he was not going to reveal anything important. However, there was another man standing before her, someone who knew every detail about that player. His name was Li Ji-woo. He was 21 years old, and he had been playing Chrono Life for 3 months. His chosen weapon was a +99 stick. Ji-woo then wondered if that man was the furry one. The man confirmed that he had guessed correctly, but then asked who Ji-woo was. The man replied that he was precisely the person who intended to steal Li Ji-woo's +99 stick. And that young man really was named Li Ji-woo, an ordinary university student who enjoyed playing Chrono Life. Until recently, he had been nothing more than a beginner. Then he bought a package, suffered a great humiliation, and eventually obtained a +99 stick. With it, he managed to take revenge on that woman and even ended up causing the destruction of the game's planet. On top of that, he had gone so far as to stand face to face with God himself. After all that, the man took him to a restaurant because he wanted to talk to him. The restaurant had been closed especially to receive them, such was the man's importance, and they were surrounded by several company employees. The man told Li Ji-woo to try the food, praising the culinary skills of the lady who ran the establishment. Ji-woo replied respectfully and, after tasting the dish, continued trying to understand the situation. That man had been coming to the restaurant since before he had any money. It had already been 15 years. That was because his company had begun to grow during the early stages of Chronolife's development. So Li Ji-woo asked if that was really the man everyone had been talking about. He confirmed it. That was Choi Delkibai, the president of Chronolife. Li Ji-woo was confused, as he had thought the man was a gang leader, and then wanted to know who the people around them were. They were company employees, including a character modeler, a soundtrack planning director, and a marketing leader. None of them were bodyguards. Li Ji-woo was greatly startled and realized that he had imagined a much worse situation than reality. He then asked directly what the president wanted to discuss with him. Choi Delkibai had already made everything clear. He wanted the +99 stick. For a gaming company, it was normal to try to recover items that appeared to have some kind of problem. Li Ji-woo asked if the item was bugged, remembering that he himself had enhanced it. Choi Delkibai explained that, officially, the chance of success after 10 enhancements was only 3%. And after that, the probability decreased even further, something Li Ji-woo already knew very well. If it was not a bug, the possibility of it happening that way would be practically insignificant. From that moment on, Li Ji-woo's +99 stick would remain under the company's responsibility. Sometime later, near the border city, a group of players was fighting a Garo. It was a level 21 monster that charged forward with the strength of a bull. The fire mage launched a powerful flame missile at the creature. The attack struck the monster directly, but even so, it managed to remain standing. The female warrior specialized in close combat tried to advance with her fists, but she ended up being knocked down and thrown toward the mage. Meanwhile, Sidwo remained calmly seated in a tree. He simply watched the situation from a distance, trying to decide what he should do at that moment. Eurus also wanted to find out what would happen, but remained calm in the face of the situation. When director Choi Delkibai said he would keep the stick, he explained that this was the position the company expected him to take, but personally, he did not consider it fair. fair. He had investigated the case himself and discovered that Li Jiwoo's stick had no kind of bug. Because of that, he made a final decision: he would no longer interfere with that user, regardless of whether he defeated the most powerful boss in the game or millions of people. As a player, Li Jiwoo would be free to do whatever he wanted. Then he offered more food, saying that from then on, everything would be up to him. However, when he tried to mix the side dishes to put the meal together, the restaurant owner slapped Choi Delkabai on the head and complained that food was not supposed to be mixed that way. Apparently, that lady was still going to drive him completely crazy one of these days. He looked dejected after being scolded, not knowing how to react. Even Li Jiwoo felt embarrassed by the scene. While he was thinking about that, the group that had fought earlier began driving away the girl who had fallen onto the mage. They said she was a useless player, incapable of holding her position, and that in the end, she was only good for being replaced. That was when Jewel remembered the only request director Choi Delkabai had made of him. Chrono Life really was a great game, and he had reasons to say so. There was freedom, romance, adventure, and a fantasy world larger than any other. The only request made to Li Jiwoo was that he avoid destroying that world, allowing everyone to continue enjoying the game. But when Li Jiwoo saw that girl being expelled from the group for being considered useless, he became increasingly disappointed with that world. He then declared that adventure and romance were nothing but nonsense, because to him, the people in that game were simply horrible. As expected under the law of the jungle, he decided to enjoy the game in his own way, and before moving on, he was already thinking about ending everything with his stick. He heard a scream and realized it was Kayontuka, furious and complaining that the game was garbage. Those bastards could not see a thing. She had bought excellent equipment and spent a fortune on it. That situation made Li Jiwoo relate to her and feel a certain sense of empathy. When Kayontuka went hunting alone, she ended up surrounded by a huge horde of Garos. On her own, she had no chance of fighting so many monsters gathered together like a herd. She was about to be completely overwhelmed, but Li Jiwoo decided to intervene. He went over to save her, launching a direct attack at the monsters. The blow disintegrated all the creatures and even tore through the sky. He did not believe he had gone to her out of solidarity or pity. In the end, he concluded that he had done it because it seemed fun, despite the complicated and chaotic situation. And that was how the prologue of that story came to an end. He approached Kayontuka and asked if they could hunt together. But at that moment, she told him to leave, saying she would not hunt with a noob, and simply walked away. Indeed, the beginning of his story was far from peaceful. While everything continued normally throughout the world, a problem began to attract everyone's attention. People began calling the event Judgment Day, the end of the world of Chrono Life. The news quickly spread throughout the worldwide gaming community. Everyone was talking about the player who had killed 800,000 players inside Chrono Life. Some said he was the most powerful, while others believed he was merely a hacker or a bug abuser. 1 against 3 million made no sense, and many demanded a response. They said justice had to be served, expelling that player and putting an end to the supposed hacker. Because of that, everyone eagerly awaited an official response from Chrono Life. Finally, the game announced that it would release an official statement clarifying the entire situation. Regarding the player responsible for so many game overs, it was confirmed that he was just an ordinary user. According to the investigation, he was neither a hacker nor a bug abuser. He had simply followed the game's rules and regulations. With that, the controversy came to an end. Everyone discussed the news, astonished by the player who had defeated so many others and destroyed the continent. In the end, he was simply far too powerful. Now, everyone wanted to know what he looked like in real life. There was no way to know for sure since he was wearing a hood in the photo. Meanwhile, Yu was still following Kayontuka, and she was definitely not happy about his presence. Even so, all he wanted was to form a hunting group. She replied that she would not hunt in a group with someone as poor and indecent as him. After all, he was wearing nothing but underwear and did not have time to fool around. Li Jiwoo did not understand that woman and complained about her calling him indecent since he had just saved her life. But Eurus explained that when he saved her, her eyes had been closed and she had not seen what happened. In other words, she still had no idea that he was actually powerful. That meant he could continue hiding his true strength. So Li Jiwoo ran after the young lady and asked her to carry him. In fact, he was new to the game and barely understood anything, so he asked her to carry him as her disciple. Kayontuka was pleased and felt important when she heard someone call her master. Eurus immediately understood his plan to hide his own power. It was a clever strategy. Then Kayontuka remarked that it was far too shameful. Normally, a master was supposed to help noobs, so she decided to invite Li Jiwoo to her group. Kayontuka, also known by the nickname Lovely, was a level 24 martial artist. Later, the two reached the outskirts of the border city at the beginning of Madang near the cave. Even while facing rabbit bears, level 4 creatures, Kayontuka continued fighting. Her movements were precise, and she displayed excellent technique. Li Jiwoo was being carried in the background and warned that she could be in danger if she became surrounded. Eurus, however, told him not to worry since she had excellent equipment. Her weapon alone cost around 10 million gold coins, while all her equipment was probably worth nearly 100 million. She was simply a pay-to-win player, someone who spent money to gain an advantage in the game. Lee Ji-woo realized that when she said she had spent a lot on the game, she really had invested an enormous amount. Then Kyeontuka approached the little underwear-clad guy and said that even though he was being carried, he should not just sit around doing nothing. After all, he could also attack with his own stick. When a rabbit bear charged at them, he immediately reacted with a strike from his stick. The creature was disintegrated on the spot. However, Kyeontuka had her back turned and did not see what had happened. He thought he was screwed. Hiding his power would be difficult, since any attack he made simply obliterated the creatures. Then, suddenly, she received a message from outside the game. The message said that she had an appointment and needed to leave. Kyeontuka warned that it would take about 30 minutes to log out and asked him to keep practicing hunting against the mobs. Lee Ji-woo commented that she only showed up when she felt like it and wondered what she did in real life, considering she had spent 100 million on the game. Urus imagined that she might have been born into a very wealthy family. Afterwards, she logged out of the game and returned to her comfortable bed. All of this inside her enormous mansion. She remembered that boy who had managed to irritate her right from the beginning. Even though she was happy with the situation, her agent opened the bedroom door and asked what that crazy girl was doing sitting there with that thing. Then she told her to hurry since there were only 10 minutes left. And to top it all off, she had put her glasses back on. Her agent had already warned her to take them off before putting on the headset, or they would leave a mark on her nose. She explained that she became anxious whenever she was without her glasses, something only her agent knew. Then she simply asked her to sit down so they could start her makeup. If it weren't for the money, I would have gotten rid of this girl and then myself already. So she took off her glasses and began applying makeup to her star. Later, the final musical performance of the most famous festival in that city took place. She appeared on stage as number 1, a position she had held for 13 consecutive weeks. Hence Sarang, the most popular idol of the moment. The moment she stepped onto the stage, she sent the audience into a frenzy. Besides being an idol, she was also a singer and songwriter. The public did not know that her hobby was playing online games. She had always been truly addicted to them. Meanwhile, inside Chronolife, Lee Ji-woo was actually training with those creatures, despite being extremely powerful. This time, however, he was practicing how to hide his true strength. He was also training to land his attacks without defeating the creature in a single blow. However, sometime later, his attacks were already causing explosions that reached all the way into space. As he watched that, the god of the game commented to his mother that it looked quite fun. Meanwhile, Han Sarang was on stage. At 18 years old, she was still a high school student. She had entered the music world very young, endured a difficult beginning, and remained unknown for quite a long time. Now, however, she had established herself as a major singer and songwriter, holding the number 1 spot for 13 consecutive weeks. Later, during an interview on a talk show, the host said he could hardly believe what she had accomplished. He also asked how she managed to write such emotional lyrics for her songs. She replied that she liked staying home alone and sometimes read poetry books or even fairy tales to find inspiration. A little embarrassed, she admitted that reading fairy tales was a rather childish hobby. Everyone was captivated by her beauty, men, women, children, and the elderly. No one seemed immune to her charm. Her agent commented that she was deceiving the entire country with how clever she was. A fairy tale. A lie. The real hobby she kept hidden from the public was gaming. The host recalled that Han Sarang was also successful as an actress, in addition to her music career. She had played a memorable role in that drama as a rather rude high school student. She said she had gone through difficult moments because of that role, since she had never even sworn once in her life. But when she returned to the game, she was showing Lee Ji-woo the middle finger. She kept provoking and insulting him, while her boss had ordered him to continue training. Lee Ji-woo then asked when she had become his boss. She replied that it started right then. Sarang was the type of person who relieved the stress of everyday life by gaming. Urus commented that he could simply get rid of that incredibly rude girl, but he explained that he was hiding his true strength. He needed to keep pretending that he was weak. Meanwhile, she kept insisting that he call her Cappy. Urus thought that, in the end, his plan was working. Lee Ji-woo really did look like a weakling. As they made their way through the cave, she asked whether he had trained enough by hunting monsters. He replied that it required tremendous patience, since his journey was still far from over. Urus commented that it was pointless to attack without defeating the creature. Sarang said she was eager to see it. She still did not even know his name and asked what his character was called, Kyukwinha. Before he could even answer, she decided she would rather keep calling him Kyuwinha. Meanwhile, another group was advancing through the cave, specifically hunting Hansaran. The leader of that group ordered all the guild members to gather in that dungeon. That day, they would deliver justice. Later, they ended up facing a level 22 rabbit bear. Sarang ordered Kyukwinha to move forward and attack it. Before he could even reach the rabbit, he stumbled and made an awkward movement with the stick. Even so, he managed to control his strength and advance with the stick as slowly as possible. In the end, he merely touched one of the creature's hairs. The rabbit appeared to be defeated, but in reality, it was still at just 1 hit point. Lee Ji-woo had actually managed to strike it without defeating it. Sarang commented that Kyukwinha was getting very strong, while the creature seemed to be begging someone to finish it off already. Suddenly, someone threw a knife in their direction. Instead of thinking about herself, she worried about Lee Ji-woo and knocked the knife away with a kick. The assassin, who was also the leader leader of that group, said that she was incredible. In fact, he thought her equipment also deserved some of the credit. And that was Kim, the leader of the Halasam Guild. Of course, she recognized the group as soon as they introduced themselves. When they advanced, she warned Kuquinha that it would be dangerous and decided to face them all alone. Her martial arts strikes were incredibly powerful, thanks to the extremely expensive equipment she was wearing. She was completely dominating all of her opponents. Li Ji-woo did not understand what was happening, but remained alert, watching the battle. Even without knowing everything, he could understand the situation from what he was seeing. The people from the Halassa Guild had already clashed with Han Sarang several times, but they always ended up being defeated by her. Even so, the leader of that group did not know when to give up and kept coming back for revenge. That was probably it. On top of that, they were quite weak. A group of men around level 20 was being easily overwhelmed by her. Kim, however, said that everything was going according to plan. She should have been distracted at that moment. That was when another player, a girl from the assassin class, charged at Hera. She used her special stealing ability. Suddenly, Han Sarang's equipment, including her gauntlets and expensive gear, disappeared. The next moment, everything appeared in the other girl's hands. Eurus explained that it was the thief class ability steal, but found it strange, since it should not have been that powerful. Jimmy was not worried. After all, there was nothing that could be stolen from him. Until he remembered something, the stick could be stolen too. So he grabbed the stick and ran. Even so, Kim did not show the slightest concern about him. When the thief saw Li Ji-woo's underwear, however, she made a rather provocative expression. Then, she handed the equipment to Kim, saying that stealing from someone who had nothing to protect was much more fun. She then deliberately blocked Li Ji-woo's path, trying to steal the stuff. The moment he tried to attack her, she managed to snatch the stick from his hands. That was a major problem. The thief said she would now steal his hood. But suddenly, she felt Eurus's power as he became enraged at that arrogant mortal for wielding the stick without even knowing who he was. The impact caused her to collapse immediately. The system informed them that Eurus's soul refused to acknowledge anyone else. Eurus could not believe that the little thief had tried to take the stick like that. No one could use it except his great friend. She had clearly underestimated him, and Li Ji-woo was so pleased that, for the first time, he patted Eurus on the head. The thief, on the other hand, was completely terrified. She had never experienced anything like it. A ghost was speaking inside her head while Kim asked what had happened, assuming she had forgotten the job. She denied it and said she would continue doing her job. After all, she was there for the money. At that moment, she was nearly hit by Han Sarang's kick as she tried to recover her gauntlets. However, the weapons were already in the hands of the leader, Kim. Before she could react, Li Ji-woo struck her with the stick. He activated his special ability, hit without killing. The thief asked what he was doing since they were supposed to be on the same side. He replied that he was simply hiding his true strength. The next attack was enough to drive her entire guild away. The thief then asked if he was the one who had done that. Shortly afterward, she received another blow to the back of her head. He would never let her be left with only one health point, using hit without killing again. Woodward acknowledged that he had become much stronger mentally after everything he had been forced to endure. Even so, that situation had nearly given him a heart attack. Then he finished neutralizing the thief. Later, Han Sarang woke up beside Kuquinha. He was sitting peacefully beneath a tree while eating a huge piece of meat. She asked if the guild had left and what had happened, since she had suddenly fainted. She was worried about everything, but relaxed when she realized that her gauntlets had returned. Li Ji-woo asked what kind of work the Halasam Guild did and why they were after her. She blushed and replied that he did not need to be so kind. As they continued along the path, she promised to tell him the whole story. Han Sarang was a pay-to-win player, someone who paid to gain advantages. Eurus had already explained what that meant after researching it on Wikipedia. Han Sarang explained that, simply put, they were players who spent billions inside games, all to obtain better equipment and gain an advantage over other players. A few months earlier, she had bought that equipment at an auction. Soon afterward, the Halasan Guild began pursuing her, trying to take the item. But they were just old-fashioned thugs, and they also had terrible control in the game. That was why she had managed to defeat them every time. Then she asked how Li Ji-woo, who looked like a robot, had managed to return the equipment to her. He replied that they had already left and had probably forgotten. She did not seem very convinced. She did not know what had happened, but she was certain they would come back looking for her. Li Ji-woo found that strange. Why were they so determined to take her weapon? She explained that it was obvious, since the weapon cost 10 million gold. He replied that this was exactly what made no sense. Those old men spent billions and were obsessed with a 10 million gold weapon. There had to be something behind it. Later, at the Halal Guild hideout, Kim was being punished by his true master. The blonde man declared that they were completely useless and could not waste any more time. From that moment on, he would entrust the mission to the 4 heavenly kings, and they were already gathered, prepared to carry out the mission. The second heavenly king possessed 1.7 billion worth of in-game items. The third had accumulated around 1.4 billion. Meanwhile, the first heavenly king had 2.0 billion, all in the form of in-game item assets. The second king said that Kim's strategy had been pathetic. According to him, Kim had failed because he hired that mercenary. But the first king told them to leave it to him. In 12 hours, he would obtain the silencing fist. The true master of the Halassan Guild, the king, possessed assets worth 12 billion. He ordered everyone to learn the true terror of the Ralaka Guild. However, as they prepared to begin what promised to be a major confrontation, they still had no idea what was coming. Li Jiwu was there calmly provoking the four kings, calling them brats and idiots. Four heavenly kings, it sounded ridiculous. The king then asked who the hell he was. He simply replied by throwing the little snot onto the ground. He said it would be very difficult to keep hiding his powers if they continued bothering his captain. In other words, he had only been pretending to be weak. Without wasting any more time, he would end the situation once and for all. The king simply called him a damn lunatic. Everyone advanced to face him, but naturally, he answered by using the stick strike. The first opponent was defeated instantly. The first heavenly king took a direct hit to the stomach and could not withstand it. Shortly afterward, the entire guild headquarters began to collapse. Even without her hidden class, the girl, the goddess of life, immediately realized what was happening. The entire Halassan guild was mobilized to confront Li Jiwu, but he warned that it would take at least 3 million people to defeat him, and even then, success would not be guaranteed. He responded with precise, concentrated strikes. They did not destroy the entire continent, but they were enough to defeat everyone within seconds. Even Kim warned his king to flee, otherwise he would end up being defeated as well. The king could not understand how that seemingly weak man was defeating everyone so easily. After all, every player in his guild used paid equipment and resources. Then he began to suspect that perhaps this was the boy from the stories circulating around. The same one who had defeated 800,000 people, the underwear-clad man who wielded a stick. The king had started playing when he was still in the 2nd grade of elementary school. Back then, games had nothing like the extravagance they had today. Leveling up was also much more difficult. There were no quests or raids to make progression easier, but young Wang found that enjoyable, and one day he would become the king. His parents used to scold him for secretly playing at night, but he fondly remembered the 1,000 hours he spent leveling up with his friends on weekends. As the years passed, he matured, became consumed by responsibilities, and eventually had no time to play again. He became the president of a company and suddenly realized that he was already in his 40s. In the end, he decided that he deserved to give himself a special gift. After working harder than anyone else, he finally managed to reclaim something that belonged to the past. He and a coworker started playing online again, and his heart raced just like in the old days. It was just like back then, he still loved that feeling. But he was not the only one transformed by the changes brought by time. He realized that games these days were becoming increasingly focused on money, and at that moment he watched his own guild being defeated by the man with the stick. After defeating everyone, Ju said that only 2 remained, Wang, the king, and Chief Kim. He remarked that it was sad to see the end of players who relied on money to win. Then he asked why they needed to steal other players' equipment. It was time for that old man to learn a lesson. Wang made huge payments in games without hesitation. After all, he was extremely wealthy. Because of that, he felt no particular emotion. He had never needed to work hard to become strong. With just a few clicks and some money, he could become powerful. Pay to win had become the reality of online games. Even so, he continued trying various games, but they all seemed the same, until he found a title highly praised by critics, Chrono Life. He wanted to find something he had forgotten long ago, that feeling that belonged to those days. But at that moment, he was struck in the head by the hit without killing ability and ended up falling. Li Jiwu declared that, from that day onward, the Halassan Guild was finished. It was becoming a nuisance, so he asked them to stop going after him and his captain. When he left the old man behind, Wang asked if that man was really the player responsible for defeating the 5 largest guilds not long ago, and who had also defeated 3 million people. Wang asked how much money he had invested in the game, imagining that such power must have cost a fortune. But before long, he would also discover that reaching that level was not fun at all. He replied that he had spent a considerable amount. Wang then tried to imagine the figure. It must have been tens of billions, perhaps even hundreds of billions. DUS revealed that he had spent only 55,000 won on a starter warrior pack. Wang was left behind, completely stunned by that answer. He began remembering his childhood and all the games he had played over the years. Those memories left him genuinely emotional. After that classic game, they had gone on to try around 8 other titles. That was when he remarked that Chrono Life was finally a truly fun game. Meanwhile, the girl, the goddess of life, approached the Ralasau Guild and said that it definitely had to be done. She commented on how beautiful the night was and admitted that the hideout was a little rundown. Then she asked about what she had come there to retrieve. Wang explained that the preparations were progressing well, but that he was out. Their cooperation agreement would end there. She responded by attacking the king and leaving him completely defeated. She admitted that she should have asked beforehand, but made it clear that she was not in a good mood. After that, she defeated Kim as well. After defeating the Ralasau Guild, Daewoo reached the game's maximum level, an astonishing level 999. He opened his status window and confirmed that he had indeed reached level 999, with 4,960 attribute points available to distribute. Chrono Life led the world in active users, total subscribers, sales, and ratings, making it the largest virtual reality game in existence. Even so, a professional Chrono Life player claimed that reaching the maximum level was practically impossible. Even with players from all over the world dedicating themselves day and night, no one had managed to reach it. Even the highest ranked players would need decades. But Li Jiwoo had done it. Urus could hardly believe that he had become the world's first master. As expected, Urus was extremely proud of him. Li Jiwoo, however, was puzzled. He was certain that when he bought the starter pack, he had only been level 7. The explanation was simple. After all, on the first day he obtained the stick, he defeated 800,000 players. On top of that, countless monsters and dungeons had appeared throughout his journey and had also been overcome. Adding the experience gained from Urus, his army, the 3 million opponents he defeated, and even the destruction of the planet, everything contributed to making him the first player to reach the maximum level. Meanwhile, Han Sarang was becoming extremely bored. She asked where Kukunha was. He had asked her to wait a little while, but the sun had already set and he still had not returned. She realized that she was worrying about him too much. Since she was a kind master, she decided to wait a little longer for him. As soon as he reached level 999, he was carried up into the heavens. Then he arrived at a temple located on a floating island. A voice declared that he was truly extraordinary for reaching that level in such a short time. It was the guide of Transcendence who welcomed him there. He was also the god of the game's classes and found it even more impressive that Li Jiwoo had become a master while retaining the novice class. Urus asked if he had never changed classes. Li Jiwoo replied that he had not. Then the system announced that all conditions had been fulfilled and began the transition to a secret class. He was immediately surrounded by the runes of Transcendence. The essences of the sword, shield, bow, wand, fists, and spear. All of them entered his body, transforming him into a master of the novice class. His points were tripled, and that was not limited to his attributes. The points available for distribution were also multiplied. Now, he had 14,985 points to spend. Even Urus could not understand it. Normally, a player receives only 5 points upon leveling up, but Li Jiwoo had received 15 points per level. Even if there were another player at the maximum level, his attributes would be 3 times higher than his. It was simply absurd. Jiwoo was very pleased, since he would no longer need to rely solely on the stick. He began distributing his status points and decided to put everything into a single attribute. After all, he did not need to invest in any of the others. Urus said that he had ruined everything and called him a loser again. Meanwhile, the director of Chronolife was enjoying one of his favorite foods. One of the employees then informed him that a problem had arisen involving that user and that he needed to check the situation personally. In the monitoring room, the director realized that he had finally reached the maximum level. The problem was his point distribution, as he had put everything into a single attribute. The director remarked that the player really loved the game and was making the most of his own playstyle. The employee tried to warn him that this was not a joke and that the character would end up being terrible, but the director had already explained the same thing several times. The company responsible for the game had no right whatsoever to interfere with the choices made by the player, but the employee wanted to take action, while Choi Delkabai himself seemed not to care in the slightest. He could not believe that the boy had invested all his points into that attribute and still managed to achieve such a result. What a sweet newbie master. In the history of virtual reality games, the most terrifying and powerful character of all had just emerged. Meanwhile, the Transcendent Guide had reached the final stage of his guidance. Wu would have to make a choice, deciding which of the transcendent weapons he wielded he would receive. Dewey commented that since it was free, there was no reason to refuse, as all the options seemed excellent. So he told the guide to hand everything over at once. The guide refused his request, since such excessive greed could only provoke unnecessary anger. Li Jiwoo asked whether he was going to hand over that piece of junk or whether he would have to force him. Even Urus was surprised and blurted out, "Holy shit." Even the director was left speechless by the situation. The Transcendental Guide became completely furious. So he launched an attack at Li Jiwoo with all his strength, but the stick wielder was ready to face him. When the Transcendental Guide struck with his axe, the attack split the island in half and caused massive destruction. Even so, he got back up and launched a counterattack. With a strike of the stick, he hit the guide in the face and destroyed part of him. Even so, Li Jiwoo remained completely unharmed. He had invested all 14,990 of his points into Constitution, achieving the highest amount of health in the entire game. Urus had considered that choice a fatal mistake, but now he realized that Li Jiwoo had become a completely different character. All Chronolife equipment has a certain carrying weight. Therefore, a minimum amount of strength is required to equip them, which prevented Li Jiwoo from using almost any equipment. The only exception was the stick. He explained that he only needed that weapon, and that very choice ended up causing a major change. By following this path, he unlocked a hidden ability. He needed to reach master level and have 14,000 points in Constitution. With the ability active, the damage he received was limited to a certain value. He had also acquired a powerful healing factor, causing all the damage. He received to be immediately converted into recovery. In addition, he had complete immunity to negative effects such as poison, disease, and paralysis. And after just 1 second, his health had already returned to full. Then he asked Urus who the piece of shit character was now. The guide fired a powerful laser at that insignificant mortal. The beam pierced Li Jiwoo's heart. Even so, he completely regenerated regenerated in just 1 second. He continued taking attacks, but recovered instantly every time. Li Jiwu thanked the guide for the benefits he had received. Then he ordered him to hand over all the weapons at once. The guide warned that such endless greed would eventually consume Li Jiwu someday. But Li Jiwu simply replied, "To hell with it." Then he expelled the god of classes. With that, he made him disappear completely, while the transcendent space began to fall apart. He was forced to return to the original world and fell with tremendous impact, taking with him all the existing transcendent equipment. Everything was sent into subspace, and he was extremely pleased with the result. Han Sarang, on the other hand, was furious because Kukuna had made her wait all that time. As soon as he appeared, she punched him in the face, even without taking any damage. He explained that he had hoped to return earlier, but a few things had ended up delaying him. She then said she was leaving and would log out of the game. The two were supposed to meet the next day at 7:30 in the evening when she finished work. If he arrived late, she would never meet him again. Despite that, she seemed quite happy that he had shown up. Eurus, meanwhile, was quite interested in that possible romantic development. Li Jiwu also decided to log out, since it was already past midnight. He left the cyber cafe satisfied, saying that it had been a great day. On the way, he stopped by a restaurant. However, he realized that he barely had any money in his wallet. After all, he was poor. Then he had an idea. Such expensive equipment was sold in a huge global marketplace within the game. If he sold the transcendent items, he could finally become rich. All the experienced players of that game already knew about a forbidden place in Chronolife, the intersection between life and death. It was the grave of all mortals, the Valley of the Dead, home of Eurus. When Li Jiwu arrived, Eurus welcomed him and greeted him at his home. He said yes and left everything in Eurus's care. So focused on revenge, he had not even thought about collecting the items, simply leaving everything there. Then Eurus apologized to his own group. But Li Jiwu had returned with a different goal, to wipe out the army of the Valley of the Dead. He wanted to make a great deal of money from it. Finally, he would become rich. Faced with the army of the most terrifying creatures in Chronolife, Li Jiwu simply defeated them with just 2 attacks. He even obtained the most valuable items available in that world. The items began raining from the sky like a true shower of rewards. Eurus said it had all ended in an instant, and that, at least, his creatures would no longer have to suffer. But Li Jiwu replied that this was only the beginning and decided to wait for the next respawn. Shortly afterward, all those creatures came back to life. Eurus was shaken when he thought about all the suffering they had endured. Meanwhile, Li Jiwu continued using those creatures to increase his earnings. In the past, there was a very interesting lecture at Harvard featuring Bill Gates, who at the time was considered the richest man in the world. During the lecture, he explained that even if he found $100 on his way to work, he would not waste time picking it up. After all, it would take a few seconds, while he could earn much more during that same period. That was because Bill Gates earned at least $150 every second. In other words, stopping to pick up those $100 would mean giving up around $200 in earnings. It was an interesting lecture, accompanied by a simple joke that was quite fitting for illustrating the idea. But that logic did not apply to Li Jiwu. Even considering the cooldown, it would take approximately 1 hour to farm 100 respawns. By the end, the total value of the items left on the ground reached an impressive 15 billion gold. Following the logic of that lecture, Bill Gates would have earned approximately 500 million per hour. But Li Jiwu managed to surpass that amount. In just 1 hour, he exceeded the income the richest man in the world could earn during the same period. Later, he walked out of a Gucci store. He was wearing the most expensive outfit he could afford, along with various accessories. He was also driving a luxury car, clearly ready to enjoy all that wealth. However, as soon as he got into the Lamborghini, he ended up crashing into a pole. The next second, he simply bought another one and continued as if nothing had happened. Later, an employee presented director Choi Delkibai with a report. In short, the company was in a difficult situation and needed to find a way out. Choi asked if there was any way to block that player's transactions. The employee explained that it was impossible at that moment, since real money transactions within the game had only recently been legalized. Just then, Choi received a call from Li Jiwu, who was enjoying his newfound fortune without a care in the world. During the conversation, Li Jiwu did not hold back his complaints and ended up taking all his frustration out on him. However, Li Jiwu had forgotten something extremely important. He still needed to buy himself a luxury apartment. Now that was done. And as tradition dictated when moving into a new place, he bought some delicious food and went to the neighbor's door to pay a visit. In Korea, it is customary for people who have just moved in to give their new neighbors rice cakes as a gesture of friendship and a way to start a good relationship. And the person who opened the door was a beautiful girl wearing glasses. It was none other than Han Sarang. For Diogo, that turned out to be the best moment of the day. Meanwhile, back in the game, something was happening in the Valley of the Dead. The army was being defeated once again, but this time, the culprit was not another Jokado. It was a creature that had taken on a humanoid form. The three most powerful warriors in Urus's army could no longer return, as they had been absorbed by that creature. It was Huracan, Urus's lost head, an existence created to spread terror among humans. This was the first time the two had met in the real world. Inside the game, she used to be extremely rude to him. However, in real life, her personality was completely different, and she was very kind. Li Ji-woo did not recognize her at first, as her appearance was completely different from the one he knew in the game. Even so, he was surprised to discover that he was Han Sarang's neighbor. When Sarang entered and handed the cake to the neighbors, he had the feeling that he had seen that person somewhere before. However, she did not recognize him either, as her only memory of him was connected to that embarrassing situation. Her agent asked her to hurry and change clothes, since it was almost time to start filming. Sarang replied that she had arrived from school less than 30 minutes ago, but even so, she needed to hurry and get ready. She had arranged to play at 7:30, so she quickly went to change clothes. While eating the cake, the agent commented that Sarang had probably met someone special in the game, perhaps a very lucky guy who had won her heart. Unaware of any of this, Li Ji-woo returned to the Valley of the Dead in search of the monsters. He asked Urus if something had happened, but Urus replied that it made no sense, since the monsters were programmed to act in that area according to specific behaviors. According to Urus, they could not simply flee or disappear unless there was some kind of system error. Even so, all the creatures had vanished without leaving any trace. Li Ji-woo was not too concerned about it. After all, he could simply look for another place to continue farming. A place. But Urus remained deep in thought, because the situation seemed far too strange. He could sense the presence of something familiar yet threatening in that place. Meanwhile, another extremely powerful boss, a level 190 giant snow serpent, was being completely defeated by Huracan, who continued absorbing its power. Even with all that power, it still was not enough. He needed to eliminate that human at any cost. The goddess of life remarked that he had come a long way, exactly what she had expected from her adorable child. Huracan tried to absorb the goddess of life's own power for himself, and he succeeded, causing her to lose all her energy. She collapsed to the ground, looking completely drained. However, the absorption failed, and she reappeared right behind Huracan. She said she could not believe he had tried to do that to his own mother. Apparently, he was going through a rebellious phase. Rukao remarked that she seemed to be the only thing in that place he could not consume. Then he asked what she really was, since her scent seemed strangely familiar to him. The goddess of life then pointed toward the continent, where the humans had gathered. There was plenty of food there, and he could consume as much as he wanted. With saliva dripping from his mouth, he rushed toward that meal. Huracan had only one goal: to wipe out humanity. He shot toward that city like a meteor. Everything around him was destroyed during his descent. At the same time, he absorbed the player's power. He caused absolute devastation, absorbing the levels and attributes of everyone he encountered. To Huracan, all the players had become food. It was a place where beginners and veterans often worked side by side. The entire starting village mobilized to try to stop Yura. However, any player who confronted him and was defeated ended up having their character deleted. Once again, the employee went to the director's office to report that the situation was out of control, with a huge number of complaints from users. The support desk received calls nonstop, all kinds of reports were coming in, and even YouTube live streams were discussing the problem. The support and inquiries department was completely overwhelmed, while the staff tried to verify everything that was happening. The players said it was outrageous. Characters were disappearing, Chrono Life seemed to have gone insane, and many people were already starting to abandon the game. But Choi Delkibai found Huracan's appearance quite interesting. He ordered the entire team to focus their monitoring on only two characters, Huracan and that player. Meanwhile, Huracan had already completely devastated the starting village. The divine goddess remarked that she never would have imagined he would consume everything like that. Yes, but that still was not enough for him. Huracan continued craving more food. Then the goddess of life said she knew of some particularly delicious food that might please him. Meanwhile, Han Sarang was already at the meeting point, exactly at 7:34. But Li Ji-woo had still not appeared. Hearing someone approaching from behind, she assumed it was finally him. But it was Huracan, level 999, standing before her, while she was only level 24. Before all of this happened, back in the starting village, there was the Eye of the Falcon, the former supreme commander of the Five Great Guilds Alliance, now completely ruined. He was still a top ranker in Chronolife, a man who belonged to an era considered unparalleled. However, after Judgment Day, the alliance was dissolved. The former supreme commander fell from grace after taking all the blame for what had happened. He was the Eye of the Falcon, with guilds from around the world under his command. Now, however, he was completely finished. Suddenly, the village was attacked. That day, he witnessed several players being deleted by Huracan right before his eyes. He followed the forum and received the warning that he would also be deleted, so he decided not to interfere. The goddess of life realized that he was there. But instead of choosing him, she pointed out the location of someone far more interesting. Then the two headed toward a place far away. The Eye of the Falcon was relieved and happy to have been spared. Perhaps that situation would still give him a chance to recover the power he had lost. Sarang realized that this did not seem like an ordinary player. After all, a monster of that level should never have appeared on the beginner's hill. The goddess of life explained that she was the lovely captain. She asked if the goddess knew Kukuina. He was the only one who called her that. Sarang realized it was a trap because Li Ji-woo had deliberately given his character a frightening appearance appearance to scare her. The goddess then asked if she was close to the man with Kuinha. She replied that she only wanted to play with him for a while. Even though she did not like him at all, she answered while maintaining a cold gaze. Then she remembered that Li Ji-woo had caused that commotion in the guild because of his lovely captain. She remarked that the girl was extremely annoying. Because of that, she had Huracan chase her down and consume her. After she was deleted, Huracan absorbed an enormous amount of power and remarked that it was delicious. The goddess replied that it was a true divine delicacy. That was why it tasted so good, but that did not matter now. After stepping on what remained of Han Sarang and her scarf, she said they could leave. At that moment, Li Ji-woo himself appeared and asked what had happened there. The goddess was overjoyed to see him again after such a long time. He told her to be quiet and warned that she had better take that dirty foot off her equipment if she did not want trouble. The goddess had stepped on the equipment without realizing it. Li Ji-woo then warned the tentacled man that he would start with him. The blow was quite powerful, but this time, it did not destroy any continents. He told that little cockroach he would let her escape this time, but the goddess replied that a cockroach as beautiful as her could never exist. He did not need to pretend to be strong, because he would not be able to defeat her either. The right thing would be to end this once and for all. After all, the enemy was still alive, and he was precisely his own son. Huracan returned to the battle and struck Li Ji-woo head-on. Even so, he remained practically unscathed. There was only a scratch on his chest. The scratch extended down to his stomach, but disappeared completely in just 1 second. Huracan was also surprised, but believed he could still simply dodge Li Ji-woo's attacks. He replied that, for the next blow, he would swing the stick with much greater force, since his attacks so far had only been ordinary. Then he focused on delivering a truly powerful attack, using a unique ability called Master Novice Swordsman Spirit. He warned Junior Cockroach that, for the first time up to that point, he would use a real ability. The blow would leave his opponent badly injured, so it would be better for him to dodge. Then he unleashed his new ability, Continuous Slash. He was so irritated by the situation, and the attack was so powerful that it ended up destroying another planet in that universe. Huracan was completely defeated. The Continuous Slash ability executed a cut that could not be interrupted. Meanwhile, Falcon started a live broadcast. The comments were tearing Falcon apart, treating him like a complete laughingstock. Even so, he activated his streamer mode, a game feature that allowed players to broadcast their matches. Any Chronolife player could use this feature, but during Judgment Day, World Guild Union had not used the function, so as not to compromise the operation's success. Because of that, the identity of the wanted player remained unknown until then. Falcon got straight to the point. Everyone believed it was impossible for a single person to defeat 3 million players. Many claimed that he was a hacker or someone exploiting glitches in the game. To the company responsible for the game, however, all those players were treated as nothing more than numbers. So he asked everyone to look at the complaint board. Characters were being deleted, and the affected players were supposed to join his live broadcast. He was following the trail of the real monster. However, Li Ji-woo's next attack had no effect. Huracan was still standing. Li Ji-woo could not believe he was still alive despite being so badly wounded, and asked where that creature had come from. Huracan then introduced himself, revealing that his sole objective was to eliminate humanity. He was the lost head of Eurus. Eurus himself recognized that familiar presence and realized that it was a part of himself. Eurus warned Li Ji-woo to be very careful, as Huracan could be the reason the monsters in the valley had disappeared. The captain who had died earlier, and who had been so beloved, had probably also been deleted. Huracan realized that Li Ji-woo was completely ignoring him and charged at him, trying to defeat him. But Li Ji-woo asked if her character had really been deleted. Then he blocked Huracan's attack with his non-lethal technique, Hit Without Killing. The demon was knocked down, and Li Ji-woo began striking him deliberately without allowing him to recover. He was facing the most powerful boss and used a version of Continuous Slash without killing. The attack kept pressing the demon without giving him any room to react. And when Falcon finally arrived at the scene, everyone watching the broadcast recognized the person responsible for Judgment Day. It was that very man. Falcon tried to hit him with his arrow. He wanted revenge against Li Ji-woo because he believed he had lost everything because of him. However, when the demon Huracan was finally defeated, all the players managed to recover their characters. The souls that had been stolen returned to their respective owners. Huracan's level was reduced, and his abilities also lost some of their power. He eventually returned to level 723. Li Ji-woo asked what was happening, wondering if he was getting slower. Eurus explained that the absorbed energy had returned to its original owners. The company's employees finally understood the players' data had not been erased but transferred to Huracan's horns. Choi Delkubai called the team idiots since he already knew everything. One of them replied that he was the head of the design team, sir. Choi Delkubai simply said that, as far as he was concerned, it was all the same. Li Ji-woo commented that things had gotten interesting. If he kept hitting Huracan with enough force, perhaps the lovable captain could return as well. Huracan wanted to finish off Li Ji-woo, whom he considered insignificant prey, but ended up taking so many blows that he lost his levels one after another. Falcon's stream was packed with people saying that the Doomsday Man was saving the game. Even Falcon lowered his bow and stopped to watch. Sarang was watching everything from home. She watched Li Ji-woo face and overcome the most powerful creature in the game. At that moment, she remembered that he had pretended to be weak just so he could stay by her side. Huracan was already on his knees, injured, exhausted, and reduced to level 100. Urus explained that he had lost all his power and returned to his original form. Li Ji-woo realized he was at his limit and said they could end it there. Even so, Hurricane still refused to give up. He pierced Li Ji-woo's chest in an attempt to absorb his soul. And this time, the plan actually worked. With that, he recovered his power once again. By absorbing the target's level and strength, Hurricane, the lost head of Urus, managed to recover level 900. Urus was completely shaken as his master had disappeared. However, the healing factor activated and all the damaged parts began regenerating. Li Ji-woo managed to regenerate inside Hurricane's own body. Then he broke into a huge, frightening smile. Even Choi Delkubai could not keep watching, finding the situation repulsive. Some people even left the stream. Once again, the goddess of life was impressed by his performance. Li Ji-woo said that this would be fun. For a moment, he felt like a worm. Hurricane was a creature created solely to annihilate humanity, and he seemed determined to fulfill that purpose. But that was not what happened. Li Ji-woo began absorbing all the nutrients within his body, until Hurricane was eventually reduced to something resembling a dried-up worm. When the healing factor activates, all absorbed cells are restored and returned to their original owner. However, most of those cells had already completely fused with Hurricane's body. Therefore, when reclaiming what was his, Li Ji-woo ended up absorbing Hurricane into himself. Thus, he acquired the hidden ability Gluttony, which could absorb a target's level and attributes by devouring it. The goddess of life declared that everything was over. It was not the ending she had expected, but she had enjoyed herself. Ellen asked if the little cockroach had died. She would then be the mother cockroach. She did not like being called a cockroach, it was merely a metaphor. After all, she would never have given birth to someone like that. Besides, she was only 21 years old, exactly the same age as him. Vivo was intrigued and asked how that woman knew his age. In response, she simply summoned her scepter and cut through reality itself, creating an opening in space. A demonic being emerged and took her back to another dimension. Before leaving, she said they would see each other around, calling him Mr. Loser. Choi Delkubai put out his cigar and ordered the team to take care of everything, publishing an announcement and preparing the event with rewards. In addition, they were to continue monitoring what he had previously ordered. Among those orders was to continue watching the goddess of life, Luna. When Li Ji-woo returned to the starting village, he was already being treated like a hero. People called him handsome and hot. Everyone welcomed him as the true hero of that game. Finally, he had revealed his true strength, so the mission to hide his power was over. Falcon's stream reached a peak of 234,582 viewers, and several clips were shared across different communities. However, one of the players claimed they could not call that bastard a hero. To him, Li Ji-woo was a mass murderer, responsible for eliminating 3.8 million people shortly before. Falcon asked if he really thought Li Ji-woo's PK was equivalent to deleting a character. He said that guy should stop talking nonsense. After that, the player approached Li Ji-woo and began trying to curry favor with him. He said he could become part of Li Ji-woo's guild, but several other guild masters were also trying to win Li Ji-woo's attention. And all that fame was exactly what he did not want, with a bunch of men chasing after him. When he tried to escape, he ended up running straight into a statue, a gigantic version of himself made entirely of gold. Even the little underwear had been reproduced down to the finest detail. Wang from the Hallison Guild was responsible for it, and he and the other celestial kings wore nothing but underwear and capes in front of the tribute. It was practically as if they had created a cult in Ji-woo's honor. At that moment, he remembered Wang, the guild member he had defeated before. Wang explained that he had been so impressed since that day that he decided to build the statue in his honor. Then Li Ji-woo asked how many of his items had been used in its construction. They replied that all his items had been used in the statue, whose cost had exceeded 20 billion. When they announced that they had found a hero, immediately, everyone started chasing after Li Ji-woo again. Meanwhile, Sarang remained deep in thought at home, trying to understand what was happening. To her, everything seemed obvious, especially the disappearance of the monsters and the moment she opened her eyes after being saved, when she saw the rabbit bear being defeated with a single blow. Even the fist that had been stolen eventually returned to her. She could not understand why he had done that, nor why he had hidden the truth from her. After all, Sarang hated it when someone tried to deceive her. After the breakdown she had suffered, she even put her glasses back on. Later, Li Ji-woo walked through the crowd as people finally began to calm down. He was discovering what life was like for someone famous, and realized it was not nearly as fun as he had imagined. When Sarang finally returned to the game, Li Ji-woo approached her to speak, calling her captain. Everyone around them was surprised, since no one usually saw her that way, although her face seemed strangely familiar. Li Ji-woo then returned the scarf and put it back around her neck. He explained that after defeating Hurricane, he had finally managed to recover the scarf. However, Sarang was still angry because of the lies he had told her. Then she asked if he was the same man who had brought a rice cake to her house. Li Ji-woo had no idea what she was talking about, until he began connecting the events and realized that the two situations really did seem to match. Sarang revealed that she was Han Sarang. Her agent panicked since she could not simply reveal her identity in front of so many people. The news exploded across the internet, and she became the hottest topic of discussion. She had customized her character to have exactly the same appearance she had in real life. Character customization allows players to alter their appearance, but in virtual reality, the government requires players to enter certain games using their real appearance. Her agent commented that she could at least have changed her hairstyle and considered it a true miracle that her identity had only been discovered at that moment. But Sarang had never intended to hide who she was. To her, there was nothing wrong with playing video games since she only did it for fun. Her agent explained that she was afraid Sarang's true personality would be exposed along with her identity. Sarang replied that she had never wanted to pretend to be someone else. It was her own team that had forced her to act that way, and she hated deceiving her fans. Her agent simply commented that she was far too stubborn. To clear her head, Sarang returned to the game, as she always did whenever she needed to forget her problems. Ever since she was little, she had already captivated people with her voice. At the age of 5, her talent was already obvious and drew everyone's attention. And then, her debut was more spectacular than anyone else's, but shortly afterward, a great tragedy occurred. Sarang was like a flower destined to bloom, but she ended up being crushed by the pressure of adults driven by corporate interests. And those very people were her parents, the ones who should have been the first to protect her. The reason was simple: money. It was a common problem, especially within the entertainment industry. She seemed to be living the role of a tragic drama character, but for Sarang, it was not fiction, it was her own reality. Sarang endured a brutal routine, marked by excessive work. There were countless music shows, interviews, recordings, and advertising campaigns. What was most impressive was that she could endure such a grueling schedule, one that even many adults would have struggled to keep up with. Ironically, all of this happened because of her own parents, who pressured her to work nonstop for money. Even so, she continued putting a smile on her face. But her body soon reached its limit after spending so long under extreme pressure. At the end of a performance, she had a breakdown and could not continue. Instead of helping her at that moment, her own parents simply turned their backs on her. That was why, on that day, when Lee Ji-woo approached her, Sarang simply told him to leave. Lee Ji-woo did not understand her reaction, and Urus remarked that she seemed furious. According to him, when a woman acted that way, it was never a good sign, although he did not understand women very well either. It was clear that Sarang was angry because he had hidden his true power. In Urus's opinion, all he had to do was apologize, since lying to her had been a mistake. So Lee Ji-woo approached her to apologize. He had never intended to deceive her, he had simply thought about telling her the truth someday, but he had never found the right moment. Sarang, however, was surprised by how easily he apologized and made it clear that it would not resolve everything so easily. It was precisely at that moment that a creature appeared and captured Han Sarang. Urus immediately recognized the creature. It was a griffin that had captured Sarang. His summoner apologized to Mr. Hero, but there were people who wanted to talk to Sarang and asked to stay with her for a while. Lee Ji-woo charged forward with his stick. Urus tried to warn him that he could not simply do that. However, the person riding the griffin activated the reflection ability. As a result, the attack was reflected back at him. It was a powerful strike capable of destroying planets. The impact caused him to lose his left arm. However, his healing factor regenerated the arm in just 1 second. Urus realized at that moment that he was not an ordinary human. He was Habak, an existence equivalent to Uro. As Habak left with Han Sarang, his artifact began to crack. Other than Diwat, only one other person had ever managed to damage that artifact. To Habak, a mere human like him was not worthy of carrying a fragment of God. Later, Sarang was taken to the hidden tower in the western forest, which functioned as a kind of dungeon. Habak explained that he had no other intentions, there were simply people who wanted to talk to her. When those people finally appeared, Sarang was completely stunned. They were her father and mother. It all began on the day she had been practically rejected by her own parents. Paz Sarang decided to abandon her singing career, but there was someone who would never give up on her. Her own parents refused to let her retire and forced her to return to the stage. They said they did it because they loved her. As a result, she spent years living without being able to stop working that way. However, when her income was completely cut off, her parents ended up crossing every line. They no longer deserved to be called parents. They went so far as to hand over their own daughter in exchange for money. She seemed like a true miracle, and escaping that situation had itself been a miracle. Sarang managed to reach the police station and finally found a way out of that hell. The court issued a protective order against her parents. They still tried to appeal the decision, but as expected, they failed. Thanks to the protection of the law, Sarang was finally free from her pee, but deep down, she was already completely shaken and carried that trauma with her. From then on, she barely left her room. At the time, her only way to escape reality was through online games. She spent so much time alone that her eyesight quickly deteriorated, forcing her to start wearing glasses. Because of the memories from that time, taking off her glasses still triggered her anxiety in real life. After a long time, she finally began going out into the world again. Sarang then asked about the protective order. Her father replied that they were inside a game. They had gone there after reading an article saying that she played Chronolive. Even so, she was still difficult to find, so that person decided to help them this time. That person was Habak, who even stepped outside to let them talk in private. Her mother commented that Sarang had grown so much and said it was strange to see her again in a virtual reality, because the world was so cruel. She questioned how the law could separate parents and children in such a way. Sarang asked what they wanted, since she could simply leave the game. Her mother apologized and said she only wanted to say she was sorry. She admitted that she had been far too harsh with her and wanted, if possible, to give her a happy life like in the old days. Meanwhile, Habak and his griffin remained outside, keeping watch over the area. That was when they realized that Li Jiwoo had already arrived. Habak explained that the place had been kept secret, but he had used Urus as a guide to reach it. Li Jiwoo simply told him to shut up. He would fight again and would not be satisfied until he got the revenge he had been waiting for. The rabbi remarked that in that case, there was nothing more to do. Then he began installing the fingers and summoned his griffin to launch an attack. Jimmy was not worried about that shovel-headed man in the slightest. The problem was that he began multiplying. There were not just 2, soon there were 4, then 8, and even more. Habak activated his photocopy ability. Then he unleashed his army of griffins against Jiwoo. A single strike from the stick was enough to disintegrate those creatures. However, Habak began teleporting using his other power. Urus explained that photocopy was Habak's 4th mirror ability, known as 8 visions. Each level, from the 1st to the 8th vision, had a different effect. For example, the ability previously used against Li Jiwoo was reflection, which could return any physical or magical attack. Li Jiwoo complained that it was far too overpowered and asked whether the developers had no intention of balancing the game. Urus simply stared at him, unable to understand how someone like him could talk about balance. Even without any balancing, it made no difference, because the company had never intended to balance the game. Habak was not an ordinary player, but a boss. Li Jiwoo found that amusing and asked if he was saying that a boss was walking around while pretending to be human. At that moment, one of the griffins appeared from behind and launched a surprise attack. The other griffins also charged forward, hurling several fireballs. The attack completely engulfed him, but he quickly recovered thanks to his regeneration. Then he used continuous slash to hold those creatures back. Habak explained that it did not matter how many creatures were defeated, because he could copy as many as he wanted using photocopy. Soon afterward, the creatures were summoned again. Li Jiwoo said he would destroy that mirror once and for all, and continued using continuous slash to defeat every copy that appeared again. He repeated the attack countless times, showing no sign of stopping. Indeed, Habak's mirror began developing numerous cracks. Li Jiwoo approached and asked if the mirror was cracking, calling Habak his buddy. Since he had heard that Habak was similar to Urus, he already assumed he was weak. Habak replied that Li Jiwoo was precisely the abnormal element in that situation. He had never expected him to be so powerful. Li Jiwoo told him to stop smiling like that because it reminded him of a certain cockroach. Then he demanded answers to prevent the situation from getting worse, asking why he had kidnapped Captain Lovely and what that so-called god piece meant. Habak did not know whether he should answer. He only commented that his mirror was almost broken, but he could still use it one more time. That was when Li Jiwoo noticed a copy of himself standing beside Habak, also holding the stick. Even the fake Kuquinha was holding the same stick, and he also used continuous slash. At that moment, Li Jiwoo realized that the situation had become complicated. Impressed by the power of that attack, Habak said it was incredible. If he had known Li Jiwoo was that powerful, he would have made a copy from the beginning. When Urus approached to ask what Rabai's purpose was, Habak replied that the dragon was very cute. The dragon, however, asked why Habak was interfering with Li Jiwoo's path and who had given him that order. Habak then asked if he could pinch his cheek. At that moment, only a mass of Li Jiwoo's body remained at the scene. Even so, Wu began to move, and his healing factor kicked in, causing him to regenerate. He recovered completely, but his appearance became quite strange, frightening Habak enough to make him run away. Li Jiwoo then pointed at him and said that was the fake Kuquinha. Urus commented that the copy looked even stranger and faker than he did himself. The clone charged forward and delivered a powerful downward strike. Li Jiwoo finally finished regenerating and responded with another strike against his own copy. All that force met at the point of impact, and the collision between the two attacks caused massive destruction, along with an even more impressive effect. The two approached each other and began exchanging stick strikes against one another. The mere clash between those weapons was already causing extensive damage to the surrounding environment. Even so, they continued exchanging continuous slash against each other. Then, both landed simultaneous blows to the head. Only 2 damaged forms remained, but both managed to regenerate once again. Habak had not expected Li Jiwoo to be capable of recovering like that. And so, the two remained locked in a seemingly endless confrontation. Urus asked Habak if he did not think it was time to answer already. Habak replied that Urus did not understand the situation and asked him to pay attention to what else was happening. Even that person could not act recklessly in front of him. After all, Urus was known for his pride. As the final boss, he decided to ask the dragon something as well. He wanted to know why he was following that human. Urus asked if it was not obvious and simply pointed toward the battle taking place before them. Habak said that Urus was interpreting too many things incorrectly. He had no interest in the hero either, as his only goal was to obtain the god piece. That human girl could never have been worth so much. Han Sarang was merely the owner of the god piece. Meanwhile, it became clear that her parents had not come merely to apologize. Her mother approached and asked where the silence gauntlets were. Urus asked if the captain's gauntlets were really a god piece and commented that they had cost only 10 million. Rabai explained that the price was not the most important thing, as the item could soon become accessible to ordinary players. Chrono Life items were divided into different categories. The first was the normal rank, considered the most basic. Then came the rare rank, and then there was the third. Third level was the unique rank. Finally, there was the Newman rank. He had also heard of a transcendental rank, but had never personally seen an item of that level. Eurus, on the other hand, had seen one. In fact, he was carrying Eurus's item. Rabai explained that, regardless of strength or rarity, a god piece was something extremely special. Meanwhile, Luna, the goddess of life, watched everything calmly while eating a sandwich, as if she were merely watching a small show. She commented that a man who could not eat in silence had absolutely no charm. And right beside her was the game god himself. He explained that it was nothing new, as everyone already knew about the situation. The goddess of life had also been gathering god fragments for quite some time. He already knew the whole story and even mentioned the case of Huracan, who had nearly managed to absorb a god fragment. Meanwhile, Li Jiwu's battle was still going on, but the original was caught off guard and took the attack head-on. Habak explained that the attributes and controls were identical, but there was one crucial difference, the one separating a player from a bot. Unlike the hero, his copy would not make control errors from exhaustion. It was like a machine, so the situation would probably change from that moment onward. Eurus became worried and turned his attention back to his hero. He was still regenerating, but the healing factor had already fully restored his health. Li Jiwu, on the other hand, was finding the whole thing rather amusing. Until then, defeating enemies with a single blow had been boring. He did not want to simply eliminate the fake Qinghe, he wanted to keep playing with him. Eurus, however, warned that the situation was extremely dangerous. The clone charged at him again, ready to attack once more. Li Jiwu then declared that he had two ways to finish off that bastard. He blocked the first attack, causing another explosion that spread across the world. Even Habak himself was curious to discover what strategy Li Jiwu would use to defeat him. Luna said that he was probably bluffing and would not be able to do it. Compared to the other bosses, Habak was on a completely different level. The 8 Visions ability was far too powerful. Habak was not a boss meant to be defeated alone. Luna seriously doubted that Li Jiwu could defeat him. Even so, Li Jiwu revealed that his first method would be to destroy the planet. Upon hearing that, the gods became somewhat apprehensive. Li Jiwu explained that if he destroyed the planet and ended the game like last time, the captain would return to the starting village. The fake Qinghe would disappear along with everything else, but he did not want to take that path either, so he decided to try something different. Upon hearing that, the gods finally breathed a sigh of relief. Director Choi Delkibai was the one waiting most anxiously for the outcome and could do nothing but beg. He desperately pleaded with Li Jiwu to use the second method. Meanwhile, Sarang's parents continued pressuring their daughter to hand over the gauntlets. They wanted the god fragment. Since they were the ones who had brought her into the world, they believed she could at least do that much for them. But Sarang replied that she had lost the gauntlets some time ago. Her father claimed that she had probably hidden them and scolded her, calling her an ungrateful daughter. To him, all that money had been wasted. That was when Li Jiwu moved on to the second method, using Huracan's ability, Gluttony. Eurus was disgusted when a tentacle emerged from his mouth, finding the sight ridiculous. The tentacle began absorbing the clone's power and vitality. However, it did not work, as the clone responded by using the power of Gluttony itself. Bayek realized that Li Jiwu's strategy had failed. Li Jiwu then equipped the backup battery and used one of Gluttony's tentacles. The attack struck Habak's own body, causing the main body to suffer the consequences. The blow was decisive and caused the clone to disappear. Rabai would have been defeated at that moment if he had not cut the tentacle with his mirror. He had not expected to end up cornered like that. With no other choice, Habak decided to give up the god fragment. The game god asked if the fragment had not been absorbed by Huracan. Habak apparently did not know that detail. Luna confirmed that, in fact, she had never told him. Habak was already preparing to leave. Li Jiwu then asked who had given him permission to leave. Habak replied that a loser should run away with his tail between his legs, and that was exactly what he intended to do. Then he handed the Habak's mirror to the Eurus was completely surprised by that. Habak himself explained that it was a reward for Li Jiwu, having practically soloed the entire raid. Habak believed that handing over the mirror might at least make Li Jiwu spare him, but Li Jiwu saw no point in that, since defeating him would yield even more items. Habak explained that he needed to remain alive for the mirror to work. Therefore, instead of eliminating him, it would be better to leave him alive. After that, he teleported away. With that, ownership of the Rabai's mirror changed, and Li Jiwu became its new owner. Li Jiwu said that made no difference, since his goal from the beginning had been to obtain what he needed. Meanwhile, her father continued scolding Sarang and telling her that she should obey her parents. With no strength left to resist, she ended up collapsing. Since Sarang's parents had already reached that point, they no longer needed God's peace. For them, it was enough to keep making money at her expense. But Sarang could no longer endure that situation. Perhaps she could not escape her own family, but she wanted to break free from that hell. That was when Li Jiwu appeared, asking why she did not simply stop playing. Sarang's parents asked who that man was. Her father immediately recognized him. He was the man from that video, the one who had been leaning against the balcony. Then he was struck and ended up falling from the... Lee Ji-woo replied that although he was normally rude, at least he knew how to respect his elders. But for those two, he would make an exception. Eurus, on the other hand, thought Lee Ji-woo had not shown respect to anyone up to that point. Lee Ji-woo could hardly believe those were Sarang's parents, for God's sake. He thought it was extremely annoying to bring real-life problems into a game. After all, what was the point of playing like that? Then he asked his captain why she was still sitting there after all that. She should fight back after all. Her level was far higher than his. Even so, Sarang insisted that those people were her parents. Lee Ji-woo said it was outrageous. To him, she was bringing far too much realism into the game and she should not do that. He knew they were family, but if she was going to play like a loser, there was no reason to continue. She did not need to remain trapped in that situation either. Sarang then stood up and replied that he had no idea what he was talking about. After all, he did not know everything she had been enduring all that time. Her mother then struck her again, saying that they had also been enduring that situation for a long time. Even though it was only a game, they were still her parents. Dial was outraged when he saw her do that to her own daughter again. She truly seemed to have no sensitivity, but this time, Sarang decided that it would end there. After all, his captain had enough strength to deal with the situation. Sarang then fought back and landed a powerful blow on her mother. To many people, she had crossed the line long ago. After that, Sarang appeared publicly to say that she had been enjoying Chronolife all that time. The interviewer commented that the game was extremely realistic and, judging by her personality, it was hard to imagine Sarang even facing a rabbit. She replied that she could indeed, and that all she had to do was face the monsters without hesitation. To her, it was a way to relieve the stress. After that, Sarang managed to overcome her trauma and began living a much more peaceful life. Even her anxiety disappeared, and she no longer needed to wear glasses. Despite that statement, the public did not turn away because Sarang's charisma continued to win everyone over. She explained that if someone was looking for a realistic experience, then perhaps playing a video game made little sense. Lee Ji-woo felt proud when he heard that. Perhaps it was because of that sincere answer, but she had gained even more fans than before. Many people began supporting her inside the game, and Lee Ji-woo continued cheering for her as a fan as well. Sarang had overcome her trauma and managed to live better in reality. However, when Lee Ji-woo finally entered the game, she started complaining at him again, annoyed because he had arrived late. Lee Ji-woo tried to explain that he had been watching the interview. Hers. Sarang replied that the interview had been recorded beforehand, calling him an idiot. In fact, Sarang never stopped playing even after overcoming her trauma. On the contrary, she reduced her schedule somewhat precisely so she could have more time in the game. The captain then said they should head to the next place, making it clear that she still had not forgiven Lee Ji-woo. Even so, she was happy and decided to make an exception, forgiving him this time. There was only one condition this time: he would have to carry her. In fact, she was still quite inexperienced at the game and asked him to help her. From that moment on, Lee Ji-woo would take on the role of the team's master. Chronolife had an enormous number of players scattered around the world. Because of that, there were also countless guilds, and among them, 5 stood out as the best. Each had its own strength and unique characteristics, which justified the reputation they had earned. However, one of those guilds had followed a completely different path from the others and built an impressive intelligence network. Its information gathering capabilities surpassed even those of a worldwide guild, with operations reaching extremely distant regions. Its reach covered the entire continent, and all its members belonged to the Rogue class. It was the Robin Hood Guild, considered one of the 5 largest and most important guilds in Chronolife. However, it was completely destroyed in a single night, and the culprit did not seem to be who everyone had imagined. The guildmaster, still wearing his mask, crossed those valleys while trying to move forward. But he was found by the assassin responsible for defeating the other members. Hong struck him and left him unable to continue. However, he had realized that it was only an illusion, and soon afterward, he managed to surprise the rogue master from behind. And that man did all of it simply because he found it fun. In addition to mastering assassin techniques, he also managed to copy the mask worn by Hong. The next morning, Lee Ji-woo and the lovely captain were paying for transportation to the next mission, and he was surprised by how quickly the entire process went. The transportation they used was the popular Meow carriage, a service very well known in Chronolife, pulled by a creature called the Evil Cat. The creature lived in the evil world, but it was captured, trained, and brought to the human world, where it eventually learned to pull carriages. Interestingly, the person who founded this service was just an ordinary user who had the tamer profession. The success and growth of the Meow carriage increased his profits so much that he was already earning more than most small business owners. They were heading toward the Rocky Mountain Dungeon, a gigantic location formed by a single stone that rose 1,200 meters above sea level. Numerous dangerous monsters appeared there, and the great variety of creatures made it one of the best hunting grounds for beginner players. According to what people said, it was possible to level up faster there. At least that was what Lee Ji-woo had heard, since he had never been there before. Level 7 had been the limit of his leveling experience, but now he was there for one reason: to accompany his mind. At that moment, she was taking his position as the team's new master much more seriously, and somehow, he had ended up getting involved in the situation. Li Jiwoo even wondered if it would be simpler to return to the Valley of the Dead and help her level up there. However, he realized that she still did not have her gauntlets, so he decided to give them to her. Transcendental gauntlets. She was so happy that she was almost moved to tears, saying it had been a long time since she had received a gift. Li Jiwoo remarked that, as such a famous idol, she must receive plenty of gifts from her fans. But she replied that he and her fans were completely different. She sincerely thanked him for the gift and promised to make good use of it. Then she took the opportunity to ask what his character's name was. Would she keep calling him Underwear Boy? Ah, Jimmy had forgotten to mention that. And just as he was about to answer, the evil cat suddenly stopped, causing everyone to be thrown inside the carriage. She ended up falling on top of him in an extremely embarrassing position, and neither of them knew how to react. Even Urus did not like what he saw. In fact, he was quite uncomfortable with the scene. The evil cat hissed towards something blocking the path, and it was Hong, who was seriously injured. Later, inside the carriage, after receiving help and care from the others, they discovered that he was a man no one had ever heard of. No one knew his level, and even his class remained. The only thing they had discovered was that he could disguise himself. He was also capable of copying items and even other people's appearances. His name was Passive Boy. Aranke had never heard that name before. Urus, meanwhile, did not expect that story to end well. Li Jiwoo then asked who the hell that person was. Han Sarang was surprised that he did not know. Hong was a member of the Robin Hood Guild, one of the 5 greatest guilds, known even by children. Even Urus knew him, and she asked whether Li Jiwoo had forgotten that he had been among the 3 million people he knew. He replied that everyone had their own problems. The guild had been attacked by some random person, but that did not mean he needed to get involved. And it was true, Hong apologized and had barely managed to introduce himself. However, when he removed the mask, it was revealed that Hong was actually a woman. Li Jiwoo replied that he did not need a reason to help a damsel in distress. Even Sarang thought that bastard. Hong assured him that he would not regret it, because that problem was also directly connected to him. Meanwhile, at the Chronolife team building, the team responsible for server support and infrastructure was already being dismissed. The staff began leaving the building and heading home. Su Sung-un, the team leader, commented that he could work overtime if there was still work left to finish. After everyone left, Su Sung-un remarked that those idiots had not noticed anything. To him, young people these days only knew how to play around. According to him, they wasted all their opportunities in life and eventually ended up ruined, condemned to spend the rest of their lives without money. Now that those fools had left, he could finally make some real money. He then entered Chronolife using the Passive Boy character. Next, he copied an Executor's sword, along with 99 other rank 1 swords. The sword was a unique item used by the War King, and he was ready to start his side income. Passive Boy was level 999, with every attribute exceeding 99,000 points. Master level 999 was something even professional players had failed to reach. At master level, it was possible to obtain the highest grade items, known as transcendental rank items. This information had leaked and become a topic among players, but no one had ever managed to see these items in person. But now Sarang was standing before one of them. She said she only wanted to take a closer look at the gauntlets before putting them on, and asked if they really were transcendental rank. He confirmed it and said she could use them as much as she wanted, since he had several of them. As soon as Sarang equipped the transcendental gauntlets, they became permanently bound to her. An intense glow appeared, announcing that she had officially become the owner of the Transcendental Gaunt. But the gauntlet, which already had a rather striking appearance, ended up taking a form similar to the old one she used, because the Transcendental Gauntlets had been sealed. Since Sarang did not possess sufficient qualifications, most of the equipment remained sealed. Even so, the higher her level, the more powerful the equipment would become. Sarang did not know that low-level players could not use transcendental items at their full capacity. Perhaps a unique item would have suited her better at that moment, but this was already good enough. However, when she placed her hand on the stone stool where she was sitting, the place was completely destroyed, precisely because the equipment, even while sealed, still possessed tremendous power. Urus was simply waiting for the moment when she would finally bite into it. Jiwoo agreed with the idea. As for the proposal, the dragon then asked what he would do from then on and whether he would accept Hong's request. Jiwoo replied that he should probably accept, since she had said the matter was related to him. At that moment, Hong realized that the goal of that passive boy was clearly not simply to have fun. He lied and claimed that his only goal was money, copying items and then selling them for profit. According to the information obtained by her guild, Li Jiwoo was also known as a merchant player, having sold various items from the Valley of the Dead on the market. Manipulating the market and causing drops or fluctuations in equipment prices had never been considered illegal, but that passive boy's actions, combined with his abuse of authority, went beyond that limit. That was precisely where Devil came into the picture. If they let that boy act freely, the market economy would collapse and Chronolife itself could end up ruined. Li Jiwoo asked if it would not be enough to report him to support, since having his account blocked would solve everything. Hong replied that he was even more naive than he had imagined, because customer support would not take any action. They would simply send an automated response. Within the game, only Lee Ji-woo could stop him. After all, he had managed to face the World Union alone. To restore some of the balance that had been lost in the game, Lee Ji-woo would have to stop that passive boy. It was an inconvenient situation, but he had no other choice. If they continued ignoring the problem, he would have difficulty selling the next items. Sarang asked if they could not simply gather evidence against him. Lee Ji-woo replied that if there was no way to file a formal complaint, only one solution remained: putting pressure on someone in a higher position. Later, he called President Choi Delkabai and arranged to meet him for a meal at that restaurant. He warned that if Choi did not show up, he would destroy the server again. After that, he hung up without waiting for a response. Then he put away his phone. However, when he was leaving, he happened to run into Han Sarang. She also wanted to go with him and asked him to call her by her real name when they were in the real world. When Choi received Sarang's message, he thought the whole situation was a complete disaster. Choi Delkabai arrived at the restaurant already shouting, asking where the damn Jae-woo was. He called the boy a brat, indignant that he would speak to someone older in such a disrespectful manner. Upon finding the two sitting at the table, Choi tried to grab him by the neck as if imitating a cartoon scene. But Choi Delkabai took the opportunity to ask who the girl was and whether she was his girlfriend. Sarang looked a little embarrassed and admitted that, now that she thought about it, it really did seem that way. But Lee Ji-woo asked him never to say that again. Her fans might curse him for the rest of his life over something like that. Even Sarang grew annoyed and got straight to the point without wasting time beating around the bush. The old man seemed interested. Perhaps that girl really could keep Woo in line. Later, while eating his meal, Choi Delkabai discovered that there was a player capable of copying items. He explained that the government's authorization to legalize cash transactions had not happened without reason. Things were no longer like the old days when a brilliant hacker could bypass national security alone. Lee Ji-woo said there was a witness. The director, however, replied that Hong, or whoever it was probably mistaken. If that were true, it would be impossible. Sarang then asked whether it could be someone on the inside, but Choi Delkabai thought about it more carefully and said that made no sense either. Even if an insider used an administrator account, they would never add an ability to copy items. There would be no use for it. Afterward, he left, saying that he did not want to interrupt their date. Lee Ji-woo thought that old man was trying to get him killed, but later, he ended up surrounded by his own subordinates. The director ordered the team leader to gather 5 men, choosing only the most trustworthy ones. Back in the game, they were once again in Taka Zero, outside the mountain. Lee Ji-woo said that this was really annoying. Whether it was the passive kid or some other idiot, he would deal with the problem his own way. Sarang remarked that he had been getting more and more assertive lately, but out of curiosity, she asked what the passive kid's real objective could be. No matter how much she thought about it, something still felt strange. If it were all about money, he would not have attacked the Robin Hood Guild. If he really could copy items, he could simply duplicate any item and sell it. That way, he would have no reason to attack other guilds for money. Lee Ji-woo looked concerned, but said he did not know the answer. Then he went back to eating. Sarang was not even surprised. After all, he could be quite naive. Just then, a powerful explosion made everything around them tremble. Sarang realized that the intensity of the impact was very similar to the force behind Lee Ji-woo's attacks. That was enough to make him worried and immediately head toward the location. Habak was fighting the passive kid and had already lost his left arm during the confrontation. Habak asked why he was doing this. As the coordinator of that world, he would not allow such behavior and would make him face the consequences. The passive kid, however, grabbed the boss by the neck and called him arrogant. To him, Habak was nothing more than artificial intelligence, merely fragments of data trying to speak as though he were superior. If a unique boss were defeated, there would be no reset. He would be permanently erased. Then he asked where his master was. Of course, Habak revealed nothing. But before the passive kid could finish off the boss, Luna, the goddess of life, also appeared at the scene. The passive kid told her to wait. First, he would deal with Habak, and then she replied that he was completely useless. After gaining access to an administrator account, he had become just like the other wretches. In the end, he was nothing more than another piece of trash. The passive kid set the mirror's owner aside for the moment and moved on to continue his search. Meanwhile, he kept demanding to know where Rabai's master was. There was no need to answer immediately. He could take his time thinking before speaking. After defeating her and leaving her trapped against a tree, he continued acting as though it were nothing serious. They could calmly talk all night, since he was working overtime at the moment. Luna said that at first, she thought he resembled that other man. However, she realized that the two were actually completely different. The next instant, Luna snapped her fingers and a gigantic creature appeared, knocking the administrator down. Luna simply said that he was disgusting. The passive kid, however, remained unharmed and realized that she was the owner of that creature. That was why she was so confident. He might be a nuisance, but that would not be enough to defeat him. The goddess of life promised that next time, he would not be so lucky. In her eyes, someone like him did not deserve to continue existing. But he used his administrator privileges and summoned the administrator zone. It was a special space that could only be created by someone with administrator privileges. This space was used to conduct tests within the game. The passive kid said that she needed to stop treating that game as though it were real life. To him, she was just another foolish woman who had gotten in his way. Sarang ran to catch up with Lee Ji-woo. He said that the explosion had definitely been caused by the passive kid. He also believed that he might be a hacker working for the company. Sarang agreed with the idea. After all, he had destroyed the Robin Hood Guild by himself. To her, it was obvious that he had created an account and was working at that very moment. But she asked whether he could simply run a little faster. After all, he had not invested a single point in agility. When they got closer, they found the administrator zone completely corrupted. Habak was also severely injured. He explained that he had been attacked by the passive kid. In addition, he had dragged Luna into the administrator zone. But Li Ji-woo could not recognize Luna by name. Habak explained that she talked about Li Ji-woo quite often, since he seemed to like her a lot because of her straight black hair and appearance. Then Li Ji-woo finally recognized her. It was the cockroach. But as far as he knew, the two of them did not even know each other. Sarang remarked that she already knew Luna was exactly his type. Li Ji-woo insisted that he had no interest in that woman and never would. Eurus watched Sarang grow all shy and quickly realized that a romance seemed to be blossoming. Then Li Ji-woo noticed that Habak seemed to be on the verge of disappearing. Habak himself asked whether they could help him. The other two merely laughed. There was no reason to save him. After all, he was a boss and would probably drop several items. Habak explained that if he disappeared, the mirror would be lost as well. Because of that, Li Ji-woo decided to help him at any cost, calling him a friend. The young man, however, replied that he was worse than trash. Sarang reminded him that they had no healing potions available. Li Ji-woo then activated his novice master skill, Cleric Spirit, in an attempt to revitalize him. The skill restored only 1 health point per second. Perhaps Diogo should have invested a few more points in intelligence. Li Ji-woo asked what would happen to his arm. Recovering his health would make the scar disappear, but the damaged part would only be restored after logging out and resting at the inn. Habak explained that this only worked for players. Monsters like him could only fully restore their bodies after respawning. Li Ji-woo said he would just give him a quick blow, assuring him that he would not feel a thing. The problem was that Habak was a unique boss. Even if he were defeated, he could not simply respawn. Only a few bosses had this special condition, so it did not affect the entire game. Urus, in fact, was also a unique boss. Because of that, Habak desperately begged Li Ji-woo to save him. Habak also revealed that, besides the two of them, Luna was a unique boss as well. Li Ji-woo then wondered whether that cockroach who kept showing up behind him was also a boss. Meanwhile, inside the administrator zone, the passive boy was trying to defeat her using every bit of power he possessed. His attacks were indeed extremely powerful, but they did not seem to have any effect. After all, she was the goddess of life. A mere human like him would never be capable of defeating a deity. But the passive boy said he had heard that speech before. To him, she was far too childish. He had worked at that company for years and knew all her abilities. Besides, he had watched the fight between her and the stickman. The recordings had been shared with team leaders and other higher-ups in the company. The goddess managed to deceive him by claiming that attacks did not work against her. In truth, her hidden ability was creation. It was not that the attacks were useless. She simply recreated herself at the exact moment she was about to disappear. Even so, the passive boy himself had discovered a way to deal with that ability. The next instant, she recreated herself once again using the creation ability. He remarked that it was an extremely overpowered ability. In fact, it was one of the abilities that received the most complaints during the company's early days. In fact, she was the one who created the abilities of Huracan of gluttony. Because of that, he eventually became known as her son. The goddess complained that he talked too much and quickly defeated him. For him, knowing all those details was pointless if he still could not defeat her. Even after being split in half, he kept talking because he was still alive. After all, he was an administrator. Then he made her staff take the form of the old heart staff. With that, she returned to her original form, no longer the goddess of life. He then struck her directly in the heart and warned her that if she disappeared, Bayek would appear before him again. Later, Songwon was at the bar having a few drinks. He was accompanied by members of the Chrono Life team and several women. After all that effort to defeat Luna, the unique boss, he believed Habak's master would finally appear. Sungwon explained that he had not managed to defeat her completely, but that did not matter, since there were other ways to find the master. A subordinate then asked who this master of Habak was, and why Sungwon was so determined to find him. Su Sungun replied that, basically, he was one of the most important bosses in the game. He was someone connected to Chronolife's main storyline, the greatest merchant, known as the Sin of Sloth. The other man had already heard of Huracan, the one who had caused such a huge commotion. He was known as the Sin of Gluttony. Sangwon explained that Chronolife's main storyline revolved around the 7 deadly sins, a concept widely used in movies, manga, and even games. Pride, greed, envy, wrath, lust, gluttony, and sloth. These sins are considered the roots of all others, and this concept is tied to every boss in the main storyline. Luna represents lust. The employee said he already knew she was a boss. If such a powerful character were merely a player, it would completely destroy the game's balance. Sangwon told him not to jump to conclusions. Luna was a boss, but she was not an NPC. The employee asked whether a player could really become a boss. He replied that the freedom within Chronolife was far greater than the man imagined. Just as a boss can abandon that role and become a merchant, a player can also rise to the position of boss. After hearing that entire explanation, Li Ji-woo looked at Habak and admitted that the situation was far too complicated. So that cockroach approach was some kind of mixture between a player and an NPC. Habak replied that he was not sure. It was something even he did not know, but that passive boy probably knew since he was an administrator. That only gave Jiwoo one more reason to go after that G. But Sarang failed to notice one thing. She wondered why the passive boy wanted to meet with the disaster of sloth. His goal was to make money by selling items. He could simply put the items up for auction. There had also been the attack on Robin Hood, and his actions did not match the theme. But Rabai had some idea of the reason behind all of it. It was probably because of a mythic ranked item, the Peace of God. That was when Hong herself appeared to join the conversation. She apologized for disappearing so suddenly. She had been busy conducting her own investigation and then asked something. She wanted to know if she could form a party with them for a while because she had found the passive boy's hideout. Later, the two of them were at a secluded cabin deep in the mountains. Hong used the judgment skill to check who owned that hideout. It really did belong to the passive boy. However, he was not logged into the game at the time, and she regretted that she could not see what was inside. So DIY simply smashed through the entrance with his stick. When they entered the hideout, they found the place packed with extremely rare items. None of those objects were copies, they were all mythic items. Even at a glance, their total value could be estimated at 5 billion. Hong also recognized several items he had obtained when attacking her guild. He had left them there because his inventory was full. In the end, mythic items really were his target. Li Jiwoo asked if he was doing all of that for money since he could simply farm items just as he himself had done before. Hong explained that he could not make enough money that way. Besides, if he kept repeating that method, the company would eventually realize what was happening. That was exactly what had happened with Uncle. Mythic items belonged to an entirely different category. There was a buyer capable of purchasing all of them without limit, none other than Habak's master, the merchant. Habak had already reached the same conclusion. Hong admitted that the passive boy was far worse than she had imagined. Even so, she acknowledged that the plan was quite efficient. Since the greatest merchant was not an ordinary user, there was no risk of the information leaking. Moreover, he could sell each item separately. That way, the game's economy would not be affected. If someone took screenshots and reported the matter to customer support, action would be taken. Since the administrator had gathered the items in his personal space, that alone served as all the evidence they needed. Hong said Li Jiwoo had done an excellent job and that, thanks to him, they could resolve the case. But Jiwoo asked who had given permission because he had no intention of turning this into some dramatic soap opera. The other option was simply to teach that man a good lesson. So he put on Hong's guild mask and went to meet the passive boy personally, right in the center of the starting village. The administrator became furious the instant he saw the mask on Jiwoo's face. Jiwoo explained that he had borrowed the mask from Hong. Since he was famous, any player would recognize it these days. Meanwhile, the entire Robin Hood guild remained positioned around the center of the village. The administrator appeared exactly as planned, leaving Hong quite anxious. Earlier, however, she had heard Diogo's plan. First, they would take all of that man's items. On top of that, he had asked to borrow the mask, if possible, because she was still wearing the mask. But Sarang became so jealous that she ended up kicking him in the back. When the passive boy returned to the game, he discovered that his cabin had been destroyed, leaving a massive opening. All the items were gone as well, leaving behind only a note signed by the man with the stick. The message said that if he wanted his items back, he had to go to the center of the village at 7 that evening. At night. Damn it, what an idiot. That was why the passive boy showed up there absolutely furious. Li Jiwoo then warned him that he had better not try to come any closer. He took Hank Mithy's Dragonfire dagger from Sarang. Then he warned that if the passive boy took one more step, he would sell the dagger to an NPC shop. The item was worth around 200 million in real money, but selling it to an NPC would yield almost nothing. It would be an enormous waste. Now the passive boy was in a difficult position, while DeWolf emerged as a genuine villain. Even so, Sarang still seemed interested in him. The administrator became so furious that he practically appeared out of nowhere behind Li Jiwoo. Then he activated his administrator zone. From that moment on, the two were alone, facing each other in a duel. The passive boy was determined to teach him the lesson he believed he had deserved for a long time. The next blow certainly struck him head-on, but Li Jiwoo recovered quickly thanks to his healing factor. Even so, he remarked that the man was much worse than he had imagined. The passive boy claimed that people like him and the company employees had forgotten reality, completely immersed in that world. In his eyes, they were so trapped in that game and obsessed with pieces of data that they could no longer see the players as people. After all, it was only a game. Even so, the two continued exchanging increasingly powerful blows. Li Jiwoo called it ridiculous, criticizing him for blaming the players for no reason at all. He even taunted him by saying it sounded like a midlife crisis and kept provoking the man. The next blows came so quickly they were almost impossible to follow. The passive boy merely warned him not to mess with people he should leave alone. To him, all players were the same. No matter how hard the developers worked, all they received in the end were complaints, criticism, and insults. Back then, around 7 years earlier, all of this had begun at Chronolife headquarters. There stood So Sung-un, a developer who who had not yet lost his innocence. But this time, he decided to interrupt So Sung-un's story with a very direct taunt. He made it clear that he would not fall for the villain's sad backstory trick. He was not interested in his past at all, so it was better to end that flashback. However, the passive boy's healing factor also kicked in, leaving him completely unharmed. Besides his resilient constitution, he also possessed a hidden ability tied to his strength stat, Titan Spirit. His power became so absurd that his sheer strength seemed to overflow from within his body, and there were even special effects so impressive that Li Ji-woo felt envious. The only thing missing was a healing factor. Titan Spirit was activated on the passive boy. While the ability remained active, both damage and range would increase by 1000%. As a result, a single swing of his sword carried power equivalent to the attack Li Ji-woo had used to destroy the planet. Even so, Ji-woo managed to recover thanks to his healing factor. The administrator zone was completely destroyed, but the player remained intact. He remarked that this was practically cheating, but he also activated his hidden ability to drain the administrator's vitality. In response, the administrator used his hidden agility ability, charging forward at the speed of light. Su Sung-un knew those battles were decided by calculations and numbers, and in that regard, he had far superior stats. The next blow struck Li Ji-woo and destroyed his body once again. No matter how good Li Ji-woo's control was, the passive boy was a professional at that game. The enormous difference in stats ultimately overwhelmed any amount of control skill. To him, D1 was nothing more than an idiot relying on items that had reached the maximum level. But the player regenerated once again and remarked that hearing the same thing from everyone was getting extremely irritating. After all, in his eyes, the passive boy was nothing more than a despicable thug abusing administrator controls. He replied that if it bothered him so much, he should try becoming an administrator and submit his resume. There was no reason to take the game so seriously. He only had to adjust some data to make his character the strongest. Suddenly, however, Li Ji-woo slammed his forehead straight into his nose. The passive boy could not understand how he had gotten there so quickly when his agility stat was so low. Li Ji-woo simply replied that it was pure game mechanics, you idiot. Once again, the administrator charged forward at the speed of light, certain that he would not be caught this time. But Li Ji-woo suddenly turned his back on the administrator. Then he activated the recoil control option. With his max level stick, he gained such a rapid burst of momentum that he reached the same speed as the administrator. He then landed a clean blow right on the passive boy's face. He asked whether that had felt good. During the attack, he had disabled the recoil control option in the game settings. Su Sung-un, however, insisted that it would not happen again. To him, it had merely been a lucky hit. Li Ji-woo wanted to end that fight once and for all, and he had already found a way to bring everything to an end. He waved goodbye to the passive boy. Though brief, that battle had been quite entertaining. The administrator, however, had no idea what Li Ji-woo intended to do next. Meanwhile, Sarang waited for Li Ji-woo, curious to find out what was happening, even though she knew that he, no matter how strong he was, he still could not defeat an administrator. Hong had not heard the details either. Apparently, even his girlfriend did not know exactly what was going on. Sarang was overjoyed to be called Li Ji-woo's girlfriend. She explained that the only thing Li Ji-woo had told her was that he intended to be deliberately taken into the administrator zone. Hong, however, said there was something bothering her. She wanted to understand why Mr. Underpants had left that note, and also postponed the plan by a day. She believed it was probably connected to the method he intended to use to win. Inside the administrator zone, Li Ji-woo then activated his basic summoning ability. Sang Wang called him an idiot for that. He had expected an impressive ability, but that summoning skill apparently seemed completely useless. But Li Ji-woo summoned Director Choi Delkibai. At that moment, his brain simply froze. He was standing face to face with his own boss. Li Ji-woo remarked that it had been completely worth it and told him to look at that guy's face. The previous night, when Seo Sung-un was already leaving the bar, the other employee accompanying him ended up coming face to face with President Choi Delkibai. After taking a severe beating, he revealed that Sung-wook had devised the plan. He said he intended to leave the country after making a lot of money, and that he had merely followed the orders he was given. Choi Delkibai then ordered them to get rid of that employee. At the corner of that alley, he thanked Li Ji-woo. Thanks to him, he had managed to avoid a massive problem. Ji-woo found it far too frightening. Was that really a gaming company, or did it operate like the mafia? Choi Delkibai said that if he had been summoned unnecessarily one more time, he really would have considered getting rid of Li Ji-woo. But of course, that was only a joke. If he found the passive boy, he would personally take care of the situation. On top of that, they intended to bring in the legal department and sue him in every possible way. So Ji-woo decided to put the plan into action inside the administrator zone. Sang-won tried to log him out, but Ji-woo was still in the middle of a battle, and there was no other way it could have gone. He closed the administrator zone, but immediately afterward, he opened the presidential zone. After all, the administrator zone was clearly inferior to it, and since the passive kid or So Sung-un was going to be fired, even so, he confidently went straight to confront the director. However, his attack could not even leave a scratch. Choi Delkabai took a drag from his cigar and remarked that even rabid dogs think twice before challenging their own masters. After all, Choi Delkabai, the president, possessed an infinite level and equally infinite stats. Then, using his ability, he declared that he was fired. Immediately afterward, he erased Songwon completely from existence. Lee Ji-woo could not believe that man had even pierced through a constitution with maximum healing. That old man was truly terrifying. With that, the problem finally came to an end. All the unique items obtained by the passive kid were returned to their respective owners, and the Robin Hood Guild was not the only one that suffered losses. Several other guilds were affected as well. Lee Ji-woo also learned that sometime later, the passive kid was fired and personally punished by Choi Delkabai. After that, he tried to sue the president for assault. But that decision only made his situation even worse. In response to the accusation, Choi Delkabai furiously proceeded to the second stage of the legal process. In the end, the department in charge completely cleared the president of all charges. Sean Gilmore would spend the rest of his life compensating the company for property damage and lost profits. On top of that, he was permanently banned from the gaming industry. After that incident, Lee Ji-woo's professional life returned to normal, and he still met up with his girls. After leaving Chronolife, Lee Ji-woo realized that something was bothering him. In the end, he had been unable to ask the passive kid one question. He kept wondering whether that cockroach was really an NPC or actually a human. But when he opened his eyes, he found Luna inside his own house. Later, he prepared noodles for her, and Luna calmly ate them as though nothing strange were happening. Lee Ji-woo still wanted to know why she was in his house. At least now, he had the answer to one of his questions. Luna was a player. In fact, she always had been. Luna asked why he kept staring at her. Was she really that beautiful? He simply told her to hurry up and finish eating. Remembering what she had done to him, he almost went back to acting like a complete loser. Then he asked who the hell she was, how she knew where he lived, and how she had discovered the password to his house. She replied that she should at least repay him for the food he had prepared. She was certain he must be full of questions, so she told him he could start asking. Lee Ji-woo started with something simpler. He wanted to know what her natural hair color was. Luna was pleased that he had noticed the change. Yes, that really was her natural hair color. Lee Ji-woo asked another question. If she was a unique boss, why had she not been deleted when the passive kid defeated her? Luna explained that she had been defeated while in her human state within the game. At the time, she did not know this yet, but a direct attack from an administrator causes divine authority to disappear. That was why she had not been eliminated as a unique boss, but as a player instead. Lee Ji-woo asked whether she intended to resume the massacre, since she needed to defeat 1,000 players to become the goddess of life. Luna explained that it was not exactly like that. It was only one of the necessary conditions. Besides that, she still had to fulfill a much more difficult requirement. Only then could she change professions. She could also freely switch between human mode and goddess mode. Ji-woo thanked Luna for kindly answering his questions, but he still wanted to know who the hell she was. Luna kept appearing wherever he went in the game, but doing that in real life would already be a crime. If she did not explain herself properly, he would call the police. Luna explained that the world was full of people who stood in her way. She had come all the way there precisely because of that, to carry out a certain task. Then she asked Lee Ji-woo to become her man. He was completely stunned and asked what she had just said. It was at that exact moment that Sarang rang the doorbell. And worst of all, the timing could not have been more inconvenient, because there was another woman inside the house. My God. Sarang entered and immediately noticed a bowl of noodles on the table. Then she asked if he was eating in the middle of the night. He confirmed it, but wanted to know why she had shown up so late. Sarang explained that she wanted to find out when he planned to enter the game. While the two talked, Luna remained hidden, listening carefully to their entire conversation. Sarang also wanted to get Ji-woo's phone so she could send messages directly to him. And if he did not reply, she said he would be dead. Sarang left feeling quite nervous, although she was happy to have finally gotten his number. She did not know whether she had acted naturally, whether she had done everything right, or whether she had made her feelings too obvious, but either way, she got what she wanted. Lee Ji-woo asked why all of this was happening in the middle of the night. He was tired and wanted to rest. Luna did not understand why he insisted on making her hide. After all, they were not doing anything strange. He explained that the mere fact that she was there was already strange. Luna replied that he did not need to explain anything else since he was simply tired. Luna would leave as soon as Lee Ji-woo answered the proposal she had made. Lee Ji-woo asked what kind of proposal that was, but she kept rambling on about a bunch of nonsense. She admitted that she had been rather vague. Inside the game, she simply wanted him to join her party. Meanwhile, Habak stood before his master, making his report. The sin of sloth, the great merchant. He asked the King of Mirrors what had happened to his left arm. Habak explained that due to his lack of skill, the body granted to him by his master had been damaged. Even so, his master restored his left arm as though it were nothing. The merchant wanted to know who had inflicted the wound. Could it have been that hero? Habak explained that it was actually the opposite, since that hero had saved his life. If his master met him, he would surely like him as well. At present, he was the best candidate for the 7 sins. Later, at Silver Coast, a place known as a true paradise on Earth. It was a hunting ground intended for players at level 30 or above, and its main monster was the slime. The liquid monster was a fairly well-known creature, and its dungeon was extremely popular among novice players. However, the boss of that region was far beyond anything a rookie could handle. It was a level 85 kraken with skin so tough that not even an extremely sharp blade could pierce it. Its legs allowed it to move across dry land, the result of an unbalanced design paired with a ferocious personality. It was a boss capable of traumatizing any player. Even so, Li Jiwu landed a blow on it and brought it down using his ability to attack without dealing fatal damage. Then the loving captain rushed forward to finish off the creature and claim her reward. But in the end, she received no reward at all. Eurus explained that this was because of the enormous level difference between them. No matter how much she helped, she would gain no experience. Li Jiwu also noticed that her ability had grown stronger than before, and the reason was obviously the transcendent gauntlets. With those, she could already hunt on her own, but she did not want to go alone. To her, being carried by him was much better. Luna watched the two of them from afar and found herself remembering what had happened the previous night. She had asked to join his party, but Jiwu said he had no reason to play with her. After all, during their first encounter, she had literally betrayed him. Besides, he was with the loving captain and intended to continue accompanying her. Luna grew jealous and even considered getting rid of that girl, but decided to leave that for later. Sooner or later, he would be her man. All of it was for the sake of Chronolife's ending. Later, Eurus explained that he could not carry her. The difference in levels made it completely impossible. Sarang then realized that Li Jiwu seemed to be talking to himself since she could not see Eurus. He could materialize if Jiwu shared some mana with him. However, he replied that his intelligence and wisdom levels were far too low. His mana was also nearly depleted. Eurus said that it would probably be enough. Then Jiwu began the ritual and created a pillar of power. At that moment, Eurus's soul began to materialize. Shortly afterward, he appeared in that world looking incredibly adorable. He was so adorable that Sarang even had a reaction in her nose. Enchanted, she asked whether she could pet him. Eurus, however, tried to deliver his threatening speech as the game's final boss. But it was completely useless, as he ended up being hugged like an ordinary puppy. At that very moment, Habak approached on his griffin and warned them that the situation had become a little more complicated. He had fled in a hurry to find Jiwu. Since they did not have much time, they needed to leave immediately. Li Jiwu asked how they would know where he was, and Habak explained that he had a GPS. Even so, Li Jiwu continued stalling, asking whether his arm had already regenerated. He was impressed by it. But while they wasted time, the person pursuing them ended up. Arriving at the scene, Habak's eternal master appeared, the great merchant, the sin of sloth. He sat upon a golden throne, surrounded by a veritable army of angels. Li Jiwu thought he would be human, since Habak also possessed a humanoid form. But that being was gigantic. Rabbi explained that his master had arrived and apologized for being unable to explain all the details. The merchant then said that he would handle the situation personally. His throne descended onto the beach, and he asked whether Li Jiwu was the current hero. Before them now stood an overwhelming presence, the sin of sloth. Meanwhile, the goddess of life was meeting with a corpse that also remained seated upon a throne. It was a human who had been regarded as the most powerful of his era, the first hero, Iope. At least, that was what Luna said according to the game's description. However, the moment she entered that ruined temple, a mark on Yop's forehead began to glow. With her staff in hand, she remarked that she did not know who had come up with that idea, but the game's story was truly childish and full of cliches. Even so, that was precisely the charm of fantasy stories. Then she had to use her power to awaken the corpse. And on that beach stood Sloth, one of the 7 deadly sins. With the support of the most powerful angel tribes, he is also known as the Great Merchant. His presence perfectly matched the throne made entirely of gold. He was a massive and imposing figure. Despite everything, he was nothing more than a boy. Eurus remarked that he still possessed the same charisma as always. Sloth approached and asked whether Li Jiwu was the hero Habak had mentioned. He replied that he probably was, while wondering whether that terrifying sensation was really coming from a child. But Sloth claimed that humans had declined considerably. He could not understand how Li Jiwu could be a hero and decided to test him. He then landed several blows on Li Jiwu's face, sending him flying into the distance. Even Rabai could not understand what was happening, despite being the one who had helped him. Sloth replied that if he had only wanted to talk, he would never have come there. He was a being destined to oppose humans. He could not believe Rabai had grown close to that man. In his eyes, it had been a foolish decision. Even so, Delu stood up unharmed and said that had been fun. A player and a monster could never be friends, so he could prove it. Even so, Sloth was the one who initiated the confrontation. He replied that obviously it would be no different. Li Jiwu had shattered the pride of the 7 sins. He had defeated him and even accelerated the entire process. Li Jiwu countered the blow launched by Sloth and asked why he was bringing that up now. Sloth explained that Eurus was officially the most powerful boss in Chronolith. He was supposed to appear in the raid at the end of the main story, but Li Jiwu defeated him and threw the entire sequence of events into disarray. Hurricane of Gluttony was not supposed to have been consumed either. They were beings that should only have been defeated 10 years from now. Sarang explained that Hurricane had actually been the one who started the attack, but Sloth ordered her to remain silent. No one was allowed to interrupt him. She eventually gave in under that overwhelming pressure of power. At that moment, Sloth turned his gaze toward Urus, the small dragon. He explained that Hurricane had only been born because Urus was defeated. Jiwoo had caused all that chaos, and the problem growing ever since would soon engulf the continent. The first hero, Iope, would be resurrected to confront that threat. Luna was using her power to revive him and announced that the time had come for him to awaken. Iope then rose, enveloped in divine power. Lee Ji-woo asked what the resurrection would change. If Iope was a hero, he should stand on humanity's side, so there was no reason to worry. But Sloth called him stupid. Iope would not return as a human, but as one of the 7 sins. His sole objective would be to carry out annihilation, all because of the human who had betrayed him in such a despicable manner. At the same time Iope was reborn, an army of skeletons also rose. Luna remarked that it was truly a childish story. Iope had loved and trusted humans above all else. Now, however, after dying, he hated them more than anything else. He rose alongside his army of undead, including a gigantic skeletal dragon. From that moment onward, he became known as Iope, the Sin of Wrath. The continent of Chrono had existed since ancient times. It was a place without wars or conflicts, a blessed world where peace reigned. Until one day, the demons appeared. In mere moments, the continent of Chrono was transformed into a living hell. Amid that chaos and despair, a light appeared on the continent. Sloth was still trying to tell the entire story, but Lee Ji-woo ignored everything. He simply was not the kind of person who read the game's story. In short, he asked whether the Dark Hero had been resurrected and now intended to destroy humanity. He also said that he had already defeated Urus and had no reason to worry about that man. Whether he was the strongest human or the first hero made no difference to him. Sloth repeated that he was an idiot. He could not believe Lee Ji-woo knew nothing of human fear despite being human himself. In the end, humans would be treated as monsters by their own hero and ultimately defeated by him. Sloth remarked that fighting Lee Ji-woo was no longer entertaining and began wondering what the hero's situation was at that time. But according to him, there was nothing particularly special. As far as he knew, someone had already walked alongside the hero Yop. He was the only human the hero had ever acknowledged. Lee Ji-woo would never be able to defeat him. Lee Ji-woo thanked him, saying that only made him want to face Iope even more. He even tried to charge at him. He tried to attack Sloth, but Habak stopped him, saying there was no need to fight if their conversation was already over. Even so, Ji-woo wanted to keep fighting after taking so many blows from that brat. Rabai asked him to calm down first. After all, he was making money by selling items. His master had said that he had spent 15 billion gold buying Diogo's own items. Meanwhile, Yop gathered his forces and listened to the explanations of Luna, the goddess of life. That was when he realized that many years had passed since his death. Luna confirmed that he should have been resurrected much later, but the main story was already completely disrupted. Therefore, she herself had provided the energy necessary to bring him back. Eope replied that he would repay the favor when he had the opportunity. He then told Luna, the capital sin of lust, that he would put an end to humanity. He would destroy Chrono, the world he had once protected. He then used his teleportation to reach a civilization. Luna said that her work in that place was finished and asked if that was really all. Fine. The god of games wanted to know why. Had she changed her mind? Luna explained that she had done what was necessary in Hurricane's case, but she clarified that this time was different. The reason was that he was merely an unnecessary presence in the main story. However, the god of games simply wanted to enjoy watching that world be completely wiped clean. On the beach, Lee Ji-woo asked whether that boy had bought all his items. Pregisa answered precisely, saying it was 15,390,890,000. Lee Ji-woo. He bought Lee Ji-woo's items and then listed them for sale again at 51 billion, making a profit of 37 billion. Lee Ji-woo approached Pregisa and begged him to teach him his secret to doing business. Pregisa replied that Lee Ji-woo did not have even a shred of pride. When the entire ground began to tremble, Pregisa announced that the end of the world had arrived. Flying above them was the revived skeletal dragon. Suddenly, a war broke out. The undead army advanced and swept through the starting village. They gave their opponents no chance whatsoever. Then a system screen appeared before everyone, announcing Chronolife's main quest. They had to protect the world from the hero Iope Sin. The players did not even have time to check their inventories or examine the quest window. They were already being defeated. That storyline was not supposed to appear at this point. Abracadabra sprang into action to try to save the other players. She unleashed a fire tornado that wiped out the skeletons. The order from the royal family was to protect the sacred land. The humans reacted quickly. This time, however, the situation was different from their previous confrontation against Hurricane. The problem was the dragon. They simply were not prepared to face a force of that magnitude. A single fireball was launched and wiped them all out. That was a main quest they were only supposed to face years later. They still lacked the power to defeat it. Meanwhile, Yop teleported to the top of the Hill of Heroes, standing before the gravestones of his former companions. On one of them rested the stringed instrument of a friend who had dreamed of singing for the world. On the middle gravestone was a brooch that had belonged to a saint. On the last one rested the hat that had belonged to a wizard. Yop remembered his friends and everything they had experienced together. Then he brought them all back as undead. There were 3 classes, sorcerer, cleric, and bard, all at level 9999. Alongside them stood the hero Iop, now reunited with his former party once again. The level of the main quest increased, and its difficulty was classified as disaster. Li Jiwoo once again seemed unconcerned. To him, defeating all those enemies would not be a problem. Even so, he decided to use only his intercontinental attack. Pregisa asked whether that was really safe, since ordinary players could also be hit. There was also an army of undead. Without holy attributes, physical attacks would be useless, and even planet-destroying power had its limitations. Even after the server restarted, Yop would remain alive. No matter how strong someone was, no one could face that war alone. Li Jiwoo, however, thought it would be fun to find out what would happen. Then he disabled the recoil control function. Next, he launched himself through the air using the force of his own attack. Habak explained that he had flown by using the recoil from his own strike. It was completely insane, and Pregisa admitted that he liked that way of doing things. The starting village was where every player began their journey in Chrono Life. That symbol of the game, once known for its tranquility, had transformed into a city consumed by death within moments. The players became furious and began leaving the cyber cafes and their personal capsules. However, the cyber cafe owner believed that Chrono Life could help them. He asked the customers to remain calm, saying that perhaps the server had gone down, just as it had on the previous occasion. But the players insisted that the skeletal dragon had simply appeared inside the village. If they logged back in, they would only keep getting defeated. The entirety of Chrono Life had descended into complete chaos. One of the girls, however, thought it might be fun. Instead of spending every day on meaningless hunts, she preferred trying something different. A young man immediately became interested simply because she was a woman. He asked if she wanted to play with him. The girl declined and said she was fine. That was when Hong noticed an official announcement from Chrono Life, and she was not the only one. Every other player received the same notice as well. If that information was true, the game's service was about to come to an end. Meanwhile, inside the company, one of the employees told President Choi Delkibai that the situation was absurd. The main scenario could not be completed with the players' current levels and such weak items. They would easily be defeated by the hero Yop. For that reason, the management team needed to intervene. Choi Delkibai, however, explained that company policy prohibited any direct interference with the players. The passive boy had been an exception because he was someone affiliated with the company itself. The employee asked whether he was serious. After all, even that notice had already been published, and it stated the following. The message said that it was not a decision desired by the management team, but Chrono Life's main scenario had begun. It might seem sudden, but it was only a matter of time before this happened. From that moment onward, the fate of the world of Chrono Life would be determined by the results achieved in the main scenario. If they failed the mission, Iop would succeed in taking control of the world. A dark age would become the new reality, and all forms of life would be destroyed. The future of Chrono Life was now in the hands of the players, and one of them was plummeting from the sky like a genuine meteor. It was none other than Li Jiwoo. He knew how to move quickly, but he still had one small problem to solve: the landing. As expected, he was surrounded within seconds by an army of undead. Even so, he remarked that at least he had landed in the right place. Blades struck him from every direction, leaving him no room to escape. However, he regenerated quickly and took them all down using nothing but his stick. In fact, the skeletons even grew exhausted trying to defeat him because they did not have enough vitality to continue. Li Jiwoo realized that he could not eliminate them because of the sacred attribute, so he decided to use the power of gluttony. By absorbing that opponent, his stats and level increased. His attributes rose dramatically. Just by absorbing one of the skeletons, he had already increased his strength by 200 points. Now he could use his equipment again. Until then, he had been leaving aside an extremely powerful ability that could make all the difference. In a way, he felt as though he had been deliberately weakened, but now he no longer needed to worry about that. Then Li Jiwoo charged forward to wipe out that army once and for all. Undead normally felt no fear, but those monsters simply dropped their swords and began to flee. It was pure instinct. Li Jiwoo had awakened absolute terror within them, and he began absorbing the skeletons one by one after another. The invading army had around 2,000 soldiers, a force capable of devastating an entire country. Even so, everything was reduced to dust in a matter of moments. And there was also the most powerful of all the undead monsters, the Bone Dragon. It was considered the most powerful after the death of Urus, but it was absorbed as well and transformed into... Li Jiwoo finally managed to maximize all of his attributes. And standing directly behind him was Luna, the goddess of life. Li Jiwoo asked whether she was showing up too often. After all, Luna had appeared around him several times recently. She deactivated her god mode because she did not want to be observed by a certain person. Then, without warning, she gave him an unexpected kiss. Even Urus was surprised by it. Li Jiwoo had come there to face Iop, but now he was trying to understand what was happening. Luna finally pulled away after the kiss. Li Jiwoo asked what that had been. Could that have been his first kiss? She had simply stolen his first kiss. Luna merely replied that she had slipped by accident, while holding her own staff in a rather suspicious position. He replied that it clearly had not been an accident and threatened to report her. But Luna argued that with his agility at maximum level, Li Jiwoo could simply have dodged her. Luna revealed that it had also been her first kiss. He replied that it did not matter since they were both inside the game. Afterward, she changed the subject and said she had an item to give him. In fact, that was exactly why she had come there. It was a divine rank jewel. Luna explained that she had disguised herself again for that reason. No one could see her giving that item to him. Li Jiwoo decided to accept it, since it seemed to be something truly important. Even so, he asked why she had kissed him. Luna replied irritably, asking why he was so obsessed with it. She had simply slipped. She stressed that the item was extremely important. Li Jiwoo needed to take good care of it because it would be useful in the next battle. At that moment, Sarang came running over and saw another woman standing very close to Li Jiwoo. Her instincts kicked in, and she pulled Li Jiwoo close to herself. Luna then activated her god mode again. Only then did Sarang recognize her. The goddess of life, however, had appeared to help them in the battle against Yop. After all, he had reached level 99. By now, he had probably already arrived at that place. The Demon King's castle, where the core of the demon world was located. Iope, accompanied by the group of heroes, went to the great Demon King's direct aid. Morde recognized Iope, the hero who had defeated the demon back then. Iope was genuinely surprised to discover that Morte was still alive. She explained that her body was immortal and asked what had brought Iope back to that place. He was after an item that remained embedded in the floor of that castle, the hero's divine rank longsword. Morte explained that the Demon King's energy had been sealed inside that sword. By wielding it, Iope would discover exactly what would happen. Yop understood that situation better than anyone else. The condition was finally fulfilled the moment he wielded his space. With that, his hidden class was unlocked, and he assumed the position of Demon King. Death was extremely pleased to witness the return of the Demon King. Yop received the privilege of the Demon King class, causing all his attributes to increase tenfold. In addition, he gained the authority of the Demon King, allowing him to command the entire demon race. Iope ordered Death to summon the entire army immediately and destroy the human world. Death was overjoyed and announced the advance of all units while opening a dimensional portal to the human world. The two dimensions cannot directly interfere with one another. Only a few, including the hero Iope, know the method of dimensional teleportation. It was then that Death's enormous mouth appeared in the sky above the starting village. Death's ability to open dimensional portals was truly impressive. Because of that, she became the Demon King's direct assistant, and thus began the invasion of the demon army. Sloth realized the depth of Iope's hatred for humanity as he watched the entire army preparing to advance. But Li Jiwoo launched his attack against them. Even so, the demons remained completely unharmed. Luna explained that the demon race possessed absurd physical strength and numerous unique abilities. In addition, their horns stored a virtually inexhaustible source of magic. They were already extremely powerful by nature, and thanks to Iope's energy, they had obtained immortal bodies. They were the most powerful tribe. Not even Gluttony could gather an army of that size and strength. Even so, Li Jiwoo had enough power to deal with that situation. He activated his novice master skill, Cleric Soul, receiving a special blessing that strengthened his attacks. Then he unleashed another sanctified strike against the enemies. The attack wiped out the demons in spectacular fashion. Luna was not pleased at all by what she witnessed. Members of the demon race were born with extremely resilient bodies and an unlimited amount of magic. And after receiving even more power from Iope, they attained immortality. They were indeed the strongest tribe under his command. However, Death watched all of them get wiped out by a single attack from D. D merely mocked their supposed immortality, saying they were nothing but weaklings. A single holy attack was enough to finish them off. Already bored, D wanted Lord Hero Iope to appear soon. But those creatures truly were immortal, as they managed to return from their own ashes. Luna explained that as long as Yop had mana, his army would never disappear for good. Li Jiwoo realized it would be a difficult battle until his mana ran out, so he would simply keep repeating his sanctified attack in an almost endless cycle. Luna asked whether it would not be simpler to defeat Iope directly. He said she seemed desperate, but reminded her that Iope was in the demon world. After all, how could they see him from there? Sarang replied that they only had to enter that hole in the sky. Li Jiwoo admitted that she was right. Luna explained, however, that the portal only worked in one direction. Anyone who entered from that side would end up dying and being completely destroyed. Then she told that overrated woman to stop talking nonsense. Sarang asked why Luna kept provoking her. After all, no player had ever reached the demon world. Luna replied that, as a goddess, she could use dimensional teleportation. She held out her hand to Li Jiwoo and said that she could take him to Yop. That was precisely why she had been searching for him. The two stared at each other for a few moments. At that moment, Li Jiwoo remembered the jewel he had found. Li Jiwoo thought that perhaps Luna interrupted him, saying that it was not something he should look at. Faced with that, he decided to accept her help. Sarang was surprised and asked whether he was serious, whether he truly trusted that woman. He replied that he did not have much choice. After all, there was no other way to reach the hero. Luna was clearly delighted as she took Li Jiwoo's hand. Sarang noticed what was happening and asked to be taken with them. But the goddess explained that the teleportation was already at its limit. She could only transport one more person. Luna moved closer to Li Jiwoo, clung to him, and taking advantage of the moment, the two were transported to another dimension. To Sarang, it became obvious at that moment that the woman had become her rival. They appeared directly inside the demon palace, and before them sat Iope on the throne, accompanied by his group. Yop declared that he was no longer a hero. In that body, only his fury remained. However, while he was giving his speech, Li Ji-woo struck him with a simple stick, brought down the ceiling, and cut off the entire speech. Then he asked whether it was over and suggested that everyone return to the village. Luna, however, warned that it was only beginning. Eop remained unharmed and acknowledged that the attack had been impressive. Not even the previous Demon King possessed a strike that powerful. Li Ji-woo was confused, since his attributes were maxed out. To him, it was impossible that the man had simply managed to dodge. Eop drew his sword and explained that attacking or dodging did not depend solely on attributes. Then he unleashed his crescent strike, which exploded against the castle in the distance. But Li Ji-woo was already behind him, saying that he would remember that. Yop might have been extremely fast, but even so, he still could not hit either of them. At one point, Li Ji-woo appeared beneath Yop with a huge grin on his face. He continued dodging the attacks while taunting the new Demon King. To him, having high agility was fun. It made provoking others much easier. Meanwhile, Sarang had been left alone in the starting village and was being chased by demons. While fleeing, she ended up falling along the way. That was when she remembered the annoying woman who had become her rival. Sarang struck the level 100 demon in an unexpected spot. She was only level 25, so under normal circumstances, she would never have been able to deal any damage. However, her transcendent gauntlets possessed a hidden ability that immediately brought the demon down. The gauntlets automatically adjusted their attack attribute to the enemy's weakness. As a result, her strikes gained the holy attribute, and defeating that demon took Sarang from level 25 to level 39. She continued fighting the demons, using the opportunity to vent her frustration until she finally felt satisfied. The real problem, however, was the enormous size of that army. Sarang remarked that when Underwear Boy returned, he would be completely screwed. Yop acknowledged that Li Ji-woo was powerful, especially because his strength and agility were superior. Li Ji-woo explained that his attributes were maxed out. If Yop already understood the situation, then he could simply give up. The hero replied that, just like in the past, every battle he had faced had seemed impossible, with no chance of victory. That was precisely why he relied on his party, and together, they always managed to win. Joe called Yop an idiot and even mocked the party accompanying him. He claimed that righteous heroes should fight alone, one-on-one. Urus shot back, reminding him that Yop could barely win before. Luna, however, urged caution. The hero party's raid success rate was an astonishing 100%. They had never lost. Even so, the two of them could try forming a party. Meanwhile, back in the starting village, Sarang was about to be struck by one of the demons. But before that could happen, its paw was cut off. Hong had arrived in time and saved Sarang with her lunar slash. The demons seemed endless. A massive number of them charged straight toward her. Hong remarked that it looked like a great war between humans and demons, just like in classic game stories. And to her, it was incredibly fun. Hong loved that game and ordered the members of the Robin Hood Guild to attack. They had to abandon concealment and enter combat mode to defend the village. Then all the hooded figures revealed their identities and began fighting the demons. Sarang said that this was the first time she had witnessed the famous summoning of the Robin Hood Guild. For Hong, it was only the second time she had done that since becoming the guild's third leader. First had been during the confrontation with her boyfriend. Sarang was happy once again to be able to call Li Ji-woo her boyfriend. But the Robin Hood Guild was far from the only one participating in that battle. Led by Falcon, the Justice Guild also decided to join the conflict. Since that war had no restrictions, other major guilds joined in, including the Divine Guild, Cross Lineage, and Holy Land. It was the demon army against the 5 greatest guilds. At last, the true war had begun. Meanwhile, the bard in the hero's party began singing the Song of Seraph. Once activated, the entire party's speed gradually increased. As soon as the second verse began, a hidden effect would also activate. Li Ji-woo was impressed by that power. Luna explained that the song perfectly followed the rhythm of time. The hero's party began their raid. Before it was too late, Luna once again suggested that Li Ji-woo form a party with her. But he told her to leave. He had already made it clear that he did not want that and knew she was planning something. To deal with Iop, he believed his own strength was already enough. Then he used the full extent of his maxed agility. Li Ji-woo charged forward at high speed and tried to strike the party's bard directly. However, Iop himself stepped in front and blocked the attack. Not only did he block it, he completely deflected the strike by rotating his blade. Luna explained that the technique was perfect parry, which could completely deflect an attack. Its success rate depended directly on the user's control. Urus found it absurd and said Yop seemed invincible. Luna explained that the technique failed with even the slightest delay, so continuous attacks could overwhelm Yop. However, the Song of Seraphim was activated. Because of the change in rhythm, the party members' speed increased dramatically. After the buff, Yop became even faster. And that was not all. His crown also rose, activating Hero's Glory. This ability sacrificed a large portion of his strength to double all his other attributes. His attacks became much faster and more powerful. Even so, to Li Ji-woo, all of it seemed like nothing more than playing with a cat. The real problem arose when the party's mage launched a meteor directly at Ji-woo. However, the attack launched at him ended up destroying his defense. Then he asked the hero's group if that was everything. Had they already used every card they had up their sleeves? However, Yop was only beginning to show what he was capable of. The Seraph's song advanced advanced to the second verse. As a result, all the enemy's attributes were reduced by half. Li Ji-woo now had 49,999,999 in each of his attributes. That was IOP's group's trump card. Thanks to the Demon King class, his attributes had been multiplied tenfold. Now, however, Diwooda's attributes had been reduced by half. Even if he tried to use Gluttony, Yop's perfect parry would prevent the tentacles from reaching him. He even asked Du whether he had already used everything he had, but the other decided to resort to a different strategy. Luna explained that he still could not activate the hidden abilities tied to his attributes. Even so, he searched through his own cloak and ended up finding Habak's mirror. When he activated Second Sight, the amplifying lenses appeared, capable of increasing the size of the album. How much it could be enlarged depended on the maximum amount of mana he possessed. The symbolic black sky of the demon world ended up turning the color of his underwear white. Meanwhile, Sarang gained several levels at once with every demon defeated. She had already reached level 74. They realized there were even more demons than before, despite all 5 major guilds taking part in the attack. Hong knew that demons could normally be defeated with holy attacks. However, those demons were protected by the Demon King's power, and Iop would still bring them back. On top of that, Demon King Iop had acquired infinite mana, and their numbers kept increasing because of that open mouth in the... Sarang complained that it was completely unfair. Suddenly, another creature charged forward and tried to devour her, but Abracadabra stopped the enemy with a spear made of flames. She explained that there was only one condition for completing the quest, defeating Iop himself, the sin of the island. Sarang said that war made no sense. They could simply log out and wait for Kukunha to defeat him. Abracadabra replied that if they did that, nothing would be the same when they returned. Plants and animals would disappear, and the human world would eventually turn into a demon world. Sarang asked whether the game would not fix everything with an update. Hong replied that according to the announcement released by the company, that would not happen. The fate of that world would be determined by the outcome of the main quest. In other words, the future was in their hands. They had no idea what the company responsible for the game was planning. But after that announcement, there was no turning back, even if it meant the game's service would eventually come to an end. Pasarang remarked that it was an incredibly lazy way to manage a game. After all, how could the world's largest gaming company have no solution for something like that? Hong replied that this was exactly why she liked that game. To her, it was simply wonderful. After saying that, she charged toward another creature. Abracadabra also told them not to worry. Most ordinary players already knew about the situation and were therefore taking part in the war. The players were joining forces with the 5 major guilds to stop the demon army's advance. From the very beginning, they would fight together to protect that world. Even so, some people were only interested in gaining experience and obtaining rare items. In that case, it was still understandable. When faced with a gigantic Li Ji-woo, Yop calculated that he had to be more than 1,000 meters tall. Once again, the bard sang the Seraph's song, reducing Li Ji-woo's attributes to only 1/5 of their original values. Eurus remarked that Delu should be immune to that effect thanks to his healing factor, but Luna explained that the ability was not a status effect. It rewound time around the target, but it no longer affected Li Ji-woo because he was outside its range. From above, he asked Iopwe whether Paraper was really his most powerful ability. Perfect. Then he asked why he did not try using it again, openly provoking him. Next, he ordered them to hold back the attack launched at him for a moment. From high above, he appeared holding a stick the size of an entire continent. Then he struck Iop with that gigantic weapon, and ended up destroying that world once again. He had pushed the amplifying lenses too far, causing the effect to finally disappear. Li Ji-woo returned to his original state. The mirror had shattered, but it would regenerate on its own after some time. Even so, he celebrated the fact that the server had not crashed. After all, that was another planet. Li Ji-woo was still surprised when Urus appeared again, but he was still alive because he was a spirit, right? Technically, he was already dead. Luna complained that once again, he had done that without thinking about the consequences. She was still alive as well, after all, she was a goddess. Iop himself was also still alive, though barely. He was badly damaged, his armor destroyed, sitting atop one of the last pieces of debris from that planet. DeWord admitted that he truly was resilient, but Luna explained that he was on the verge of death. Even his companions had returned to the void. Then D1 approached to finally complete the main quest. And when Li Ji-woo began provoking him, Yop admitted that the current heroes lacked manners, let alone humility. Even so, Li Ji-woo, he was the most powerful opponent Yop had ever faced, and for that reason, Yop acknowledged his defeat. The demon army kept emerging without end, growing larger and larger. Falcon's hands were already injured from firing so many arrows. Sarang was severely wounded and could barely remain standing. Hong realized that everyone had already reached their limit. They were completely exhausted. If that situation continued, the starting village would eventually be destroyed. Then she was seized by a demon and trapped. However, before the situation could become any worse, they all suddenly disappeared. Sarang then said that Li Ji-woo had finally won. Yop was disappearing because his time in that world was coming to an end. Before everything ended, Li Ji-woo asked one final question. Why did he hate humans so much when he had once saved humanity? Yop replied that his story was rather boring and cliched. After all, he had been someone extraordinary. Because of that, everyone envied him. Deep down, however, he was simply someone who had loved humans until his final moment. Then Yop disappeared, and the main mission was finally completed. As a reward, Lee Ji-woo received a large sum, while the system could barely believe that he had defeated Yop alone. Since he had been the greatest contributor to the mission, he would also receive an additional reward. The god of the game appeared personally to reward him, saying that he was truly incredible. He then revealed what his reward would be. Lee Ji-woo had fulfilled the conditions to change classes and become a capital sin. Now, he could choose between becoming a sin or remaining human. Iope, the hero who had once been human, received the same choice after defeating the Demon King. Back then, he chose to remain human, but later met a terrible end and was ultimately reborn as one of the sins. Now, after witnessing the suffering of the hero Yoda, Lee Ji-woo also had to make his own decision. He chose without hesitating for even a single moment. The god of the game then asked why he had made that choice. Lee Ji-woo replied that the reason was obvious and did not even need explaining. The next day, Lee Ji-woo woke up completely exhausted. That was when Sarang saw a message inviting him to go out and eat together after class. Lee Ji-woo was confused and asked what she was trying to do. Maybe she had sent the message to the wrong person. But Luna simply lay down beside him and said that she was flirting with him. Idiot. That was when he realized Luna was there. Lee Ji-woo complained that she could not simply walk into someone else's apartment. He was so startled that he even fell out of bed and landed on the floor. Completely bewildered, he asked who the hell she was. Luna had managed to enter his home before, and now she had done it again. And she kept calmly changing the subject, as though the whole situation were perfectly normal. This time, Luna appeared wearing the shirt she had borrowed earlier and explained that she had only come to return it. Only then did Lee Ji-woo realize that the shirt she had worn that time also belonged to him. Until that moment, he had not noticed. Since Luna knew he was going out to eat with Sarang, she simply decided to invite herself along. Lee Ji-woo immediately realized that this would probably end badly. And, as expected, Sarang became extremely irritated when Luna showed up with them. She asked what that woman was doing there, since the outing was supposed to be only for the two of them. Lee Ji-woo explained that since Luna had been spending a lot of time with them in the game, he thought it would be a good opportunity for the three of them to eat together and become friends. But then he realized that he was trying to make excuses. After all, he had done nothing wrong. On the way, he ended up running into the cockroach and decided not to pay much attention to her presence. Luna was surprised and asked what he meant by that. After all, the two of them had lain together in the same bed. Sarang wanted to know what Luna was implying. At that moment, Lee Ji-woo already felt that his time had come. At least he had lived a good life. Luna said she did not understand the situation. The two of them were not even dating, yet Sarang was still interrogating Lee Ji-woo like that. Sarang explained that she was only worried, since the two of them were part of the same ga. Then she asked exactly what kind of relationship they had. To Sarang, Luna was nothing more than a genuine stalker. Luna replied that, in reality, the two of them shared a rather special relationship, both inside the game and outside it. Lee Ji-woo said he was not so sure about that. After all, it had happened inside the game. Luna countered that every sensation felt inside the game was identical to reality. Perhaps he could use that opportunity to admit it. Sarang then told the two of them to move apart. After all, they were in a public place. The situation was already becoming irritating, and they began asking what she meant when she mentioned sensations. That was when Sarang realized what Luna meant. Luna said she had finally understood. In her eyes, Sarang seemed quite mature and should have realized it earlier. After that, Sarang simply stood up and left. Lee Ji-woo told Luna to finish eating and leave as well. In the end, she said she would invite him next time and remembered that moment when the sun had also been setting. Taking advantage of the moment, Luna asked what choice he had made regarding the reward. Lee Ji-woo replied that he had given the god of the game exactly the same answer. Luna then listened carefully to what he had chosen. But Luna suspected that was not the only reason. Perhaps his choice was also related to Sarang. He simply turned his back and said that he had no idea what she was talking about. Later, back inside the game, Lee Ji-woo was warmly welcomed by Eurus. He said it had taken him the entire day to log back into the game. When he finally managed to enter, the two of them simply appeared in some random alley in the starting village, perhaps because the demon world had been destroyed by him. At least, that was one possibility. Lee Ji-woo only wanted to stay there quietly and enjoy a little rest. Eurus said he could rest in reality. The problem was that, for Lee Ji-woo, even the real world had turned into a true hell. Then, suddenly, that same boy with an emoji face appeared before Lee Ji-woo and greeted him. And this time, he handed him another stick. Meanwhile, the Chronolife team continued monitoring the events involving D-Works. Director Choi Delkabai could hardly believe who had appeared at that moment. Beside Lee Ji-woo was God's toy, warmly welcomed by his old friend. Lee Ji-woo had the little doll sit beside him. Then he asked how much time had passed. The doll did not seem to remember, but when he noticed the golden statue in the background, he realized that it was none other than the golden doll. When Eurus asked who that bald guy was, the doll all seemed deeply offended. Li Ji-woo had momentarily forgotten that Eurus could now be seen by everyone after manifesting. Curiously, the boy took an immediate liking to Eurus. He found him so cute that he hugged him like a stuffed animal. Li Ji-woo explained that he had received that stick from him the other day, and that his life had completely changed ever since. Then he told his entire story, something he considered one of the rarest experiences of his life. He had never shared it with anyone else. Even so, strangely enough, at that moment he was telling everything he had experienced to that peculiar character. When he finished his story, he asked the doll if he knew what Li Ji-woo had chosen. As a reward for defeating Iop, he chose to remain human. He said he would tell the rest another day at his leisure because he still had something to give him. Then he summoned all of his transcendent weapons and said the doll could choose one of them to keep. But he refused, saying that he did not need any of them. Then he wrote an address on a piece of paper and handed the note to Ji-woo. It was an address in the real world. Li Ji-woo went to a medical ward at the hospital, and there he found the only person with whom he had ever shared his stories. She was a very young girl diagnosed with an incurable illness with only 2 weeks left to live. She asked him to come closer and, using her notebook, apologized for the unexpected meeting, explaining that her behavior might seem a little rude. Even so, she desperately wanted to see him. Her physical condition was weak, so she could not speak to him directly. Li Ji-woo said it was fine and that she did not need to apologize. She remarked that his stories in Chronolife were truly exciting, so she wanted him to listen to her story as well. Perhaps it was not as exciting as his, but all she wanted was for someone to remember her. He replied that it was not selfish. He said she could tell him everything because he had time and also enjoyed listening to stories. She called him a liar, reminding him that he always skipped NPC dialogue. Li Ji-woo replied that he only did that because it was a game. Then she began explaining that Chronolife had an enormous variety of different classes. Out of all the options, she had chosen to follow the path of a merchant. As a merchant, she could meet many people while buying and selling different kinds of items. That was incredibly fun for her. In real life, she had never had any friends, mainly because she was extremely shy. But inside the game, she could be different. Everyone in Chronolife treated her very well. Choi Delkabai also told the employees that she was a genuinely kind girl. Whenever she could, she gave potions to new players for free. She knew she would lose money, yet she still sold her items at very low prices. Technically, she did not have much talent for being a merchant. Making a profit by buying and reselling items was the most basic skill for someone of that class. Even so, everyone liked her, including the NPCs. She might not have been the most skilled player, but her presence was like the light of a star. Then one day, she simply stopped logging into the game. Everyone grew worried, unsure whether she had decided to focus on her studies or merely take a break. Either way, her absence was deeply felt. A long time passed. The people who used to accompany her continued growing stronger and left the starting village to embark on new journeys. New players arrived, and little by little, that girl's story was forgotten. Much later, however, that child returned to the game. Her appearance had changed considerably. She no longer wore her old pigtails and was dressed in the cheapest clothes available. Even so, she continued giving away her items one by one to new players. She never said a word and communicated only through emojis. By then, she had probably already given away all her items and even all the gold she owned. That was when she began handing out sticks, an item she could obtain for free from the shop. Of course, most adventurers did not want to receive such a poor-looking item. It was on that very day that she met Li Ji-woo, who was going through a difficult time. He had tried to enhance his sword and all of his equipment, but ended up losing everything in the process. After noticing his situation, the girl decided to give him the stick. She told Li Ji-woo that entire story, and afterward, from that moment on, his story began. Throughout all that time, she had tried to act as though she was fine. But after learning that her condition was terminal, she cried a great deal. She wondered whether she would ever meet her old friends again or whether they would eventually forget her. In the end, even if it was only one person, she simply wanted someone to remember her. After hearing all of that, Li Ji-woo ran straight back home. He returned to the game and headed for the Valley of the Dead, determined to gather a large amount of resources. It was the first time Eurus had ever seen Li Ji-woo display his emotions so intensely. He began fighting the monsters while consumed by rage, making no attempt to hide how furious he was. At that moment in the hospital, he asked whether there was any way to treat her, perhaps through surgery or some other kind of treatment. The girl explained that she suffered from an extremely rare disease that affected very few people. On top of that, the cost of the surgery was simply astronomical. Yu said he would pay whatever was necessary, even if it cost billions. However, she asked him not to give her false hope, because the surgery did not guarantee a cure and her chances of survival were very low. Even so, he said it was worth trying. To him, fighting for a chance was better than simply giving up. But naturally, the situation was not that simple. She was not merely an item inside a game. This was not a decision that could be made lightly. Even with only a 30% chance, there was still a reason to try. If she did not survive, she would lose 2 weeks of life. And if she passed away, everyone might eventually forget that she had ever existed. Li Ji-woo replied that if the surgery succeeded, she would survive, and no one would have any reason to forget her. But she insisted that things were not that simple. He did not know what it was like to face an illness of that severity. When someone reaches that point, it feels as though the entire world is collapsing. Family, friends, and the whole life they built begin to lose their meaning. It was then that Luna appeared to accompany Ji-woo. Eurus remarked that she had been showing up quite often lately. She herself did not like appearing all the time. She was starting to lose that mysterious image she once had. Even so, Luna appeared to offer Li Jiwoo a favor. She had prepared something for him. Meanwhile, the girl believed Li Jiwoo had lied. After all, she was certain everyone would eventually forget her. She was frightened. She did not want to die, and above all, she did not want anyone to forget her. When she opened her eyes, Li Jiwoo was beside her. And he was not alone. All the other players who knew that merchant were there as well. Everyone was there to thank her. Some had received their first items thanks to her, while others had only managed to keep their parties together because of her help. No one had forgotten that merchant. They all still cared about her and promised they would never allow her to fade into oblivion. I admit, that scene almost made me shed a tear. That one hit hard, even I felt it. How can a story about a guy using a simple level 99 reinforced stick hit someone this hard? Those onion-cutting ninjas are merciless. The girl promised she would return even stronger and went into surgery. The players Luna had worked so hard to find and gather gave her the courage she needed to face that moment. She decided to gamble her own life, even with only a 30% chance. Despite looking like a sweet and innocent girl, she showed greater courage than anyone he had ever known. Even while facing unimaginable hardships in the real world, she always returned to the game with a radiant smile. Her joy brightened the atmosphere and warmed the hearts of everyone around her. And after some time, the moment of her return finally arrived. She was the only person Li Jiwoo had truly managed to open up to, sharing his story and revealing his most sincere feelings. And that girl's name was Starflower. According to what people say, this story may have been inspired by a real case from Ragnarok Online, but that is only a possibility since there is no concrete evidence. Anyone who wants to look into it can search for Ragnarok Online story of Starflower. Either way, I found it very interesting that they included this in the plot. And since we are at this point, have you already left a like, subscribed to the channel, and turned on notifications? After a scene like that, I think she deserves your like, your subscription, and your notifications turned on. Now, back to the video. Back in the demon world, a dimension completely separate from the human world. Not long before, that dimension had been completely destroyed along with the demon king Iope, but the company managed to recover all the data. However, the demon tribes that had recently reappeared began clashing with one another. The defeat of the demon king, who had returned after such a long time, stirred tremendous fury among them. All that tension eventually led to a terrifying and unforgettable war. But Death was loving the situation. After all, there was only one way to calm that girl's temper. He found the essence of the demon king scattered across the ground, probably left behind by Iope when he disappeared. However, that presented an enormous problem. It was not something that could be given to just anyone, and it might take a long time before a new candidate worthy of the title of Demon King appeared. Then he remembered Li Jiwoo, who often seemed more like Satan himself than the real Satan. A huge smile spread across his face. At last, he had found the perfect candidate. Meanwhile, Li Jiwoo himself was using his non-lethal upward attack at only 0.001 power. That way, he could knock down the rabbit bears without finishing them off. The goal was simple. He needed to collect the creature's teeth. After some time, he managed to gather an entire sack of them. Later, in the starting village, Li Jiwoo became known as the underwear warrior who had defeated Iope, the demon king. Then he went to visit his dear friend Starflower. The merchant had already reached level 47. She was battling a rare disease and had only a few days left to live, yet she remained an incredibly kind girl. Faced with that fate, Li Jiwoo managed to help her find the strength to undergo surgery, and he was there specifically to deliver the ingredients she had requested. It was a sack full of rabbit teeth. Starflower used those teeth as materials for her potion creation skill. She brewed a large quantity but had no intention of selling them. Her goal was to distribute them to the people who were rebuilding the starting village, especially the NPC carpenters. Seeing those people receive help made Starflower extremely happy, and Li Jiwoo was even happier to see her like that. Then he told Eurus that the two of them should go out and hunt a few more rabbit bears. Meanwhile, Sarang was outside the game. She remained seated on the bed, trying to understand what had happened in that situation between Li Jiwoo and Luna when she finally told her people everything. She commented that he was one hell of a bastard. Sarang tried to play it off, saying that she was not talking about any man, but about a friend. A short while earlier, this friend had said that she was interested in a guy, and we thought that, obviously, she was talking about herself. Sarang said that at first, he was just an ordinary player with nothing particularly remarkable about him. But as they spent more time together, after going through all sorts of situations together and even getting annoyed with each other a few times, she began looking forward to that person's presence. Sarang's friend could not even explain why, but she kept waiting for him, hoping to smile again whenever she was by his side. Little by little, she realized that she wanted to stay closer and closer to him. Perhaps she simply wanted to see him many, many more times. That is, it was her friend who had said all of that, of course. Then we asked what kind of relationship she wanted to have with that guy and told her to just admit it already instead of being so embarrassed. She was a celebrity and had to be careful at all times, and she knew perfectly well that the guy was the one who always walked around in his underwear. We told her that she already knew that very well. When an idol starts dating, many fans end up abandoning the artist. It was not about cruelty, but about the traditional role of idols, which was to receive the affection of their fans. That was what the market expected, and a relationship could drive some of those fans away. Everything she had worked so hard for could disappear. Even so, none of that should stop her after all. It was her life, and she had the right to choose. It would simply be better to be a little more careful. Otherwise, she could end up broke, and then we would leave. Even so, they asked again what kind of relationship she wanted to have with him. Sarang replied that she still was not really sure. Then she ended up remembering Luna. She admitted that she wanted Li Ji-woo to belong only to her. We told her that was the spirit girl, but we also asked whether that underwear guy was not an adult because he could end up getting arrested. Sarang said that she would make him fall in love with her and wait 3 years before they started dating. We remarked that she really refused to give up on that idea. Even so, the singer asked her to please give her some advice. We told her that she only needed to trust her, and the first thing she did was open Google to search how the hell she was supposed to flirt with a man. She had worked as Sarang's manager from the very beginning and was considered highly talented, well known in the industry for her competence. Despite that, in all her 27 years of life, she had never dated anyone. Meanwhile, Death was in the human world and ended up encountering a gigantic explosion. After destroying an entire colony of bears and rabbits, he found Li Ji-woo. Then he gathered several piles of sacks filled with teeth. However, Sarang also appeared at that place. She fought those creatures and handed some teeth to Divo. He thanked her and brought up what had happened at the restaurant. He said that he should not have brought the cockroach along without warning her because he did not know that the two of them did not get along. To make up for it, he suggested that the two of them go out for dinner later. Sarang replied that if he insisted that much, then fine. She was quite busy, but she would find a way to fit that dinner into her schedule. Afterward, she moved even closer to Li Ji-woo and commented that, earlier that day, the cockroach had said something that ended up bothering her quite a lot. Then she asked what he had meant by that story about the feeling inside the game. He replied that it was nothing important, but she kept pressing him, and before she realized it, she was already grabbing him by the neck and demanding that he tell her everything. She wanted him to speak up at once. It was at that exact moment that Death appeared, asking whether that guy in his underwear was the same one who had defeated King Damar. The guy was being strangled. It was quite a turn of events. In the human world, anyone could end up caught in a difficult situation. That demonic stare and expression made it clear that Sarang was not joking around. He handed her the orb, and the moment she held it, she became the Demon Queen. Meanwhile, the god of games had finally gathered all the necessary items. The final component should have been Yap. That was why he simply watched the spectacle while Odalu faced IOP. Luna may have interfered with his plans. It was the first time anyone had openly resisted the god of games. Even so, it did not matter to him, despite not knowing what she was plotting. Perhaps this really was the final chapter. At that moment, Sarang was transforming, not into the Demon King, but actually into the Demon Queen. Her class change was completed. She received the privileges of the Demon Queen, and all of her attributes were multiplied by 10. She wanted to understand why they were forcing her to change classes when she had never agreed to it. Li Ji-woo asked Arrows what was happening, but even he could not understand the situation. Suddenly, the system revealed new information to Sarang, activating the Demon King tutorial. The ability would be used to help her understand the situation. Then the origin of the Demon King was revealed to her. Her appearance also began to change. Just as Luna had taken the form of the goddess of life, she too underwent a transformation. Her appearance finally became that of a Demon Queen, but she did not like seeing her own hair turn white at all. Li Ji-woo also found it strange. After all, she had been forced to change classes without even being consulted. Morty explained that the Demon King's origin caused her to assume the body of the Demon Queen, granting her infinite magic. In that form, she could only use abilities unique to the Demon King's origin, with the exception of authority. Sarang then asked what exactly that meant. Once again, the system stepped in and activated the tutorial. This time, it also activated the Demon King's essence. Wings and horns began to emerge from her body. Her eyes also took on an intense red hue. That was the true essence of the Demon Queen. Li Ji-woo thought it was incredible. Suddenly, Sarang fired a powerful beam of pure destruction. The attack ended up devastating half of the forest around them. Sarang herself was surprised by the power she had just unleashed, and that had been only one of the abilities she had managed to use. Li Ji-woo remarked that she had become much more impressive. Sarang, however, had no idea what she was supposed to do. After all, she had just transformed into a Demon Queen. She did not know whether she was supposed to fight humans now, or even whether she would have to face Li Ji-woo. Then, worried, she asked whether her outfit looked strange. Li Ji-woo hesitated for a moment and replied that it did not. It actually looked pretty cool. Morton knew that this was correct. The moment she transformed, she had already been able to use all of those abilities. Her synchronization rate was only 1-3%. There was so much darkness in her heart that she even surpassed the hero IOP. Sarang then grabbed Morta's face and demanded that she change her back. But Morta explained that it was impossible. Once the body absorbs the Demon King's essence, it remains there until death. And since she was now considered a unique boss monster, dying would mean the permanent deletion of her character. Li Ji-woo remarked that squeezing Morta's face must feel quite comfortable. Eurus, however, replied that he was certainly much cuter. Sarang was worried and wanted to know whether she would remain that way forever. She asked if there was any way to cancel the transformation, but Morte said there might be a method and chose not to reveal it. Li Ji-woo suggested that she simply try saying something like cancel Demon King's origin. Afterward, he decided to go back and collect more rabbit bear teeth to deliver to his friend at the market. Later, we arrived at Ardini Castle, one of the 3 major castles in Chronolife. With its enormous walls and powerful commander, it It was known as the most impregnable fortress in the entire game. But suddenly, something began climbing the walls. It was a demonic creature. It scaled the fortifications with astonishing ease, as though they were nothing. It was a werewolf charging toward the guards. The werewolf even taunted the guards, saying that their eyes were probably just for decoration. Then two more creatures appeared as well, one resembling a reptile and the other looking like a bear. The three creatures could speak and possessed the traits of genuine humanoid beasts. Several fortress guards surrounded the invaders, accompanied by members of the Justice Guild. Otis de Falcao could not believe anyone had tried to invade that castle. To him, it did not matter whether they were humanoid beasts or anything else, they had to be eliminated immediately. He told the audience of his live stream that it looked entertaining. Even after returning to guild leadership, he continued streaming, mainly because it was a good source of extra income. However, while he was talking to his chat, the entire guild ended up being defeated by the beasts. And at that exact moment, the broadcast already had 38,000 viewers. Everyone watched Falcon desperately trying to flee, but he did not have enough agility to escape. In an instant, half of his body was devoured. The three mysterious beings who introduced themselves as humanoid beasts seized Ardini Castle. Meanwhile, Morty was trying to persuade the Demon Queen to gather the entire army and destroy that world. But naturally, she refused. Sarang did not want to do anything so frightening. Morty explained that she needed to act in the name of the authority of the strongest, following the law of the jungle in that world. Sarang, however, replied that she was still far too weak. Morty asked whether she was not the most powerful human alive. Sarang denied it, saying that her level was still low, although she had grown considerably during Iopi's mission. She was now level 92. Before, she had only been level 25, but she had risen considerably by defeating the demon army. Li Jiwoo was level 999. Morty then asked why he had lost to her and had even called her captain. He replied that several circumstances had influenced their first encounter. At that moment, Morty realized that she was in a rather complicated situation. That was when a dimensional rift appeared directly in front of her. From within it emerged that gigantic creature carrying the goddess of life. Luna admitted that Sarang had developed in a rather interesting way since the last time she had seen her. She even said that she felt like taking a bite. The two stared at each other for quite some time. Then Luna raised her staff. Li Jiwoo told her to stop. That woman's staff was soaked in blood, and he did not want Sarang to end up being killed because of it. She turned around and replied that it would be a shame to do that right now. She had nearly made a pointless decision, but faced with that situation, all she could do was laugh sarcastically. Sarang was terrified, as she had nearly lost her character. Luna told Amorosa that she was very beautiful, so beautiful that it made her want to destroy her. Li Jiwoo asked what had happened to Luna. Not long ago, she had helped Flora Strelata before the surgery without saying a word. It was difficult to tell whether she was good or evil. Luna replied that she could pretend to be a kind girl if he preferred that type of girl. He said that if she had nothing better to do, she should leave. As far as he was concerned, Luna could be however she wanted. But Luna said that the game was approaching its end. Li Jiwoo explained that online games did not necessarily need an ending. As long as the company kept updating and expanding the story, it could continue indefinitely. Luna had thought the same thing, but he would soon discover the whole truth. After all, Chronolife was changing at an astonishing pace. Urus, the most powerful existence, had become an extremely popular topic as pride. After his fall, he eventually became gluttony. Then the merchant appeared, representing sloth. And Iope's resurrection ultimately became tied to wrath. That series of events alone provided enough material for decades of stories. Ordinary players had to face Yop's army and endure for some time. It was an extremely difficult task, even for those willing to accept the challenge. Even so, despite the quest having a deadly difficulty level, Dailu managed to complete it in very little time. The new Queen of Demons had reincarnated, absorbing the essence that belonged to the deceased Yop. Then Luna pointed her staff toward them and began casting a spell. However, Li Jiwoo stepped in front of her and ordered her not to attack. He had already warned her. But it was not an offensive spell. In fact, she had used a teleportation ability. The Queen of Demons was sent straight into the final chapter. Sarang appeared at Ardenne's castle. Upon arriving, she found several guards already dead. Luna explained that the first part of the final chapter introduced an ancient race from the northern continent, the Beastmen. Li Jiwoo thought it would be something terrible, but realized he had been worrying for nothing. To him, they were easy enemies, and he did not believe Sarang would lose to them. At that moment, she was using Dragonfall while fighting a werewolf. Her body felt much lighter, and her power had also increased considerably. However, that attack was not enough to defeat the werewolf. He stood up again, even more enraged. Luna explained that those enemies were far from ordinary beastmen. Sarang's class was powerful, but she was still at a low level. Beastmen, on the other hand, were born with 10 times the strength of ordinary humans. According to the game's normal progression, that race was only supposed to appear 10 years later. For that reason, it would be extremely difficult for the newly reincarnated queen to defeat them. The werewolf's next blow tore through not only the castle, but also struck the forest behind her. If Sarang were hit by one of that enemy's abilities, she would lose consciousness as well as her character. The werewolf then charged straight at her in a savage hunt. Everything around him exploded as he advanced along the path. Li Jiwoo told Luna that none of it made sense, just like having Iope or the demons invade in that manner. It was simply far too unbalanced. Luna asked if he was really talking talking about imbalance. To her, the situation was terrible. Even so, she warned him that he should not do that. Everything that had been happening lately seemed connected by a single hurricane, the merchant, Iope, the demon invasion, and even the end of the game. To Luna, all of it was the consequence of his actions. But Li Ji-woo replied that he was innocent, Your Honor. Luna said that he should already know he was a completely unique person in that world. There were other theories as well, such as the story involving his enhanced stick. Another theory claimed that the stick was the true cause of everything, an ancient relic responsible for triggering those events, since the weapon depended on whoever wielded it. He replied that he did not care what people said. Either way, Luna needed to go save his cap. Then he asked the cockroach to take her there. She, however, refused. Li Ji-woo considered disabling recoil control and using the impact to launch himself toward the castle. Even then, he still would not make it in time. The castle was far too distant and his options were running out. Luna suggested that he give up and stay with her. He could spend that time playing by her side, since Sarang, now the Queen of Demons, was unlikely to be defeated. But D-Wood flashed a huge grin and prepared to act. Then he assumed a very strange stance, casting Luna a peculiar look. Then he shot down the path like a dog sprinting at high speed. He began repeatedly running in circles around that clearing in the middle of the forest. His strength and speed increased so much that he ended up creating a tornado simply by running in circles. Meanwhile, the Queen of Demons Sarang was in a difficult situation, but she remained standing. Even the werewolf himself was impressed by her endurance, though she was already reaching her limit. At the same time, Li Ji-woo kept spinning like a tornado, having run for 10 minutes. Unfortunately, that was when Luna understood what he was doing. He needed to run for 10 minutes to activate his hidden ability through the act of running itself. At the speed of light, he shot forward like a meteor and reached the castle to save his captain, carrying his stick, cloak, and underwear with him. Then he declared that those insolent beasts had dared to hurt his captain. The werewolf merely remarked that he seemed to have found another delicious human. The other two beasts surrounded them, but no one seemed worried, since everything was going according to plan. Until the poor bear's head was destroyed. Li Ji-woo remarked that those vermin needed to be eliminated quickly. The creatures tried to stop Li Ji-woo before he had the chance to attack again. Sarang asked them to stop for a moment. He turned to speak with her while the two beasts attacked him at the same time, but neither blow had any effect. Sarang said that she wanted to defeat the one who had fought her earlier. She wanted to show her strength and prove that she was capable of remaining by his side. Li Ji-woo replied that it was fine. However, he grabbed the lizard by the tongue and dragged it away from the fight, preventing it from interfering. Sarang took a martial artist stance and wielded the transcendent gauntlets, ready to settle her fight with the werewolf. He replied that she had already been defeated by him once. Even so, he was worried about the man with the stick. After all, he had brought down another beast with a single blow, which was completely absurd. Still, he decided that he would try to defeat that woman in front of him and then escape. But he was caught off guard by a precise kick that struck his head. This time, she seemed far more frightening than before. Sarang began pressuring him with her martial arts, effortlessly dodging every attack. She was not only stronger, she was also far more determined, and frankly, even the stance she had taken was impressive. Her body felt much lighter now. Even so, Sarang still could not fully draw out the powers of the Demon Queen. Even so, she was gradually getting used to that new strength and learning how to control her position. When she found the right stance, she activated her wings and released the Demon King's essence. Then she unleashed destruction. The synchronization noise rose to 16%, but that was not a problem. The concentrated laser shot straight ahead. The attack struck the werewolf's mouth, causing him to be simply erased. The experience she received was enormous, causing Sarang to leap from level 92 to 13. Li Ji-woo, who merely watched while eating a snack, was impressed and said that she had done very well. Now she could already defend herself. And it did not stop there. Sarang revealed that she had gained 40 levels all at once. Li Ji-woo explained that it was not a mistake. Those creatures were ancient beasts, and from what he had heard, they were only supposed to appear 10 years from now. They were part of the main quest and that whole storyline. While they talked, she also picked up a chicken drumstick to eat. She remarked that they should try to uncover some information from what remained and asked where that lizard was. Li Ji-woo replied that they were eating the lizard at that very moment. Hearing that, Sarang spat out the ancient lizard meat. She asked whether that idiot had really made her eat the main quest monster and ordered him to revive it. Then she told him to call that cockroach and see whether she could do it. Meanwhile, Falcon was in trouble in the forest near the palace and was severely injured. He was trapped beneath the claws of a griffin, one of the ancient beasts. The creature declared that the human would not escape, and even if he died, he would be resurrected in the same castle where his companions were. But Falcon explained that the castle was not his objective. If he wanted, he could take it that very instant. The griffin replied that from the very beginning, their true target had always been Falcon. Falcon became awkward upon hearing that, and the griffin asked whether he truly wanted to die, brat. Then he asked whether Falcon was capable of sending a telepathic message to many people at the same time. Falcon finally realized that the griffin was talking about his livestream. The griffin ordered him to broadcast his message to every race on the southern continent. With no other choice, he started the livestream and did exactly as he had been ordered. After all, he produced important content for YouTube, and that situation was more relevant than anything else. After seeing Ardennes Castle being destroyed like that by the monsters, Falcon could not accept the situation. However, However, when the werewolf defeated him, he ended the broadcast as quickly as possible. Even so, he managed to introduce the griffin. The creature then broadcast his message to every race living on the southern continent. The griffin and the other beasts realized that the southern continent had managed to hold back the Demon King's forces. They acknowledged that it must have been a difficult battle and, at the very least, congratulated the inhabitants on their victory. Since ancient times, demons had been rivals of the ancestral beasts. Because of that, they gave them 30 days to prepare for the Beastman invasion. Considering their weakness, they could also simply surrender. Chronolife's main quest had begun with the demonic invasion, and now advanced to the invasion of the ancestral beasts from the northern continent. This stage was far more difficult than the demonic invasion. Although the southern continent had miraculously managed to withstand the previous attack, stopping the entire ancestral beast race still seemed impossible. People remarked that the developers truly were impressive. Because of that incident, the number of viewers on Falcon's livestream skyrocketed and rose far above normal. Before long, the subject became the most discussed topic in the entire gaming world. As expected, the company responsible for Chronolife ended up at the center of the criticism. The developer's reputation plummeted significantly. The Griffin dismissed Falcon, saying that he was not even worth playing with, and if he were... Meanwhile, Hong remained in that same capsule cybercave. The young man she had rejected earlier remembered that rejection, but still tried to approach her once again. He walked over and said that the two of them had been running into each other quite often lately. Hong remarked that he seemed happy, but she was extremely irritated at that moment, so he had better not bother her. And the man sat back down, completely rejected. At that moment, everyone was furious with Chronolife. The game had been created to provide entertainment and help people forget reality. But now the pressure and frustration were so overwhelming that they could barely do anything inside the game. Even so, anger and determination began to grow within each of them. There was a customer service center for questions and complaints, but this time, no one even considered using it. Everyone had already realized that Chronolife would do nothing to resolve the situation. Director Joy remarked that this time, they had taken on the role of the villains. It was not the first time users had turned against the company, but now they would truly suffer the consequences alongside their beloved players. Chronolife's reputation suffered the greatest decline in its history. Ironically, at the same time, the game reached a record number of players. Sarang asked whether Lee Ji-woo had watched Falcon's broadcast. An invasion would happen in 30 days, and no one knew whether they would be able to win. After all, that werewolf had already displayed terrifying power, but Lee Ji-woo was simply going crazy with anticipation. He could not wait any longer. Such an incredible opportunity, yet he still had to wait a month, so he decided to head straight to the northern continent. He only wanted to fight those creatures as soon as possible. Sarang remarked that he really was very strange. Even so, Lee Ji-woo wasted no time and headed straight for the northern continent. Moving at the speed of light, the situation reversed. Instead of fleeing from the ancient beasts, now they were the ones that had to flee from him. He shot forward like a comet and ended up leaving the planet's orbit. From above, he managed to spot the northern continent far below. Then he slammed into a barrier, and his face nearly... The system informed him that the northern continent was currently classified as a restricted area. Lee Ji-woo asked if that was really how they intended to play. Choi Delkibai said that he was predictable. He had expected exactly that reaction and had installed a barrier because of it. The employees reminded him that the director had promised not to interfere again. Choi Delkibai replied that he did not care since they had chosen to make him the villain. He would embrace that role. When Lee Ji-woo returned to Sarang, he was sulking because Choi Delkibai still would not allow him into the northern region. He was already getting bored and even considered destroying Earth again. Just hearing that threat frightened all the employees. Luna explained that even if he destroyed Earth, the server would simply restart again and everyone would lose more time. Then Lee Ji-woo asked why she had come back there. Luna only wanted to find out who had won between the new Demon King and the ancient beasts. The outcome was what she had expected, although she had thought she might lose a leg. In the end, everything was fine. Sarang asked why Luna kept provoking her like that. Did the two of them already know each other? Luna stepped closer and introduced herself as the goddess of life. She explained that she was 21 years old and also knew Sarang in real life. Because of that, she expected her to be a little more polite. After all, Luna was older. Sarang was only 17. While Sarang continued complaining to the goddess of life, Death appeared and asked whether the queen was still alive. If she had died, it would be possible to look for another, even more powerful Demon King. Sarang was surprised and asked what he meant by that. Then Death asked why Sarang was there alone. That was because Luna had already moved closer to Lee Ji-woo, so the two of them headed back to the village together. Meanwhile, in the largest desert region of the West, the Emperor Sandworm, the boss of that area, charged toward the mages. However, the guilds had joined forces to face the threat. Robin Hood, Holy Land, and Justice were working side by side. As a result, everyone was becoming much stronger. The crushing defeat they had suffered while facing the three ancient beasts seemed to have greatly increased everyone's motivation. Even so, they still did not know whether that would be enough to face a quest that was only supposed to appear 10 years from now. Abracadabra said it would be impossible. A single ancient beast already possessed strength equivalent to that of a high-level boss. Falcon said that once again, they would have to place their trust in that hero. The mage considered that a reckless decision. During the Demon King invasion, relying exclusively on him had already caused problems. At that time, the hero had been in the demon realm, and they had been forced to face the army alone. But Hong had an idea. If everything went well, perhaps they could face the beasts on more equal terms. It was impossible to complete all the training planned for 10 years, but it was still well worth trying. However, for that, they would need the hero's help. In the end, they would still have to rely on him. Meanwhile, Li Jiwu returned to the village, which was still partially destroyed and undergoing reconstruction, to meet with the... She said that he had disappeared and that she had spent quite a while looking for him. Li Jiwu explained that he had gone out to find more teeth to bring back for her. That was when she noticed the other two girls behind Li Jiwu, whom he had introduced before. Sarang, however, did not know the whole story, and when Li Jiwu began to explain, she was so happy that she hugged Floor and asked if she was finally no longer sick. She confirmed that she was indeed feeling better, but there was still one thing she wanted to know. Which of the two was Li Jiwu's girlfriend? At that moment, he placed the bag of teeth beside her and moved the child away, explaining that neither of them was his girlfriend. Then he simply asked them to use the ingredients to prepare the potions. Even so, she easily noticed that Sarang seemed to have liked Li Jiwu for quite some time, especially after everything they had been through together. Luna, on the other hand, merely showed an interest in him. Floor then concluded that this must be what people call the love triangle. She approached Jiwu and whispered, asking which one he liked more, but he replied that he was still too young to think about that kind of thing. Noticing his shyness, she remarked that it really must be complicated. After all, they were both beautiful. Or perhaps he already had someone else in mind. He confirmed it, saying that he liked. The two of them were horrified for a moment. Then he revealed that he was only joking and told everyone to calm down. But that was not even the real concern. Jiwu was growing anxious because he still had to wait an entire month before the creatures invaded. Flora Strelata said that he could simply enjoy life in Chronolife while he waited. After all, he had always played in such a rush that he never had time to enjoy the game, and that worried her. Li Jiwu commented that director Choi Delkibai had also thought along similar lines. He believed that instead of destroying everything so quickly, Jiwu should slow down and enjoy the game a little more. Even so, he made it clear that he would not interfere with the player's freedom and decided to block off the northern region. That was when Hong appeared to help him solve the problem, presenting a quest involving the ancient beasts. Meanwhile, on a mountain in the north, Griffo informed his lord that, as ordered, he had announced that the invasion would take place in 30 days. He was taking this information to the great leader, Aventador, the Blue Dragon. Everyone was to begin preparing for the attack immediately. Before long, the southern continent would be under his control. Among the beasts of the north, Aventador also wanted revenge for Eurus, his beloved brother. Later, Hong finished explaining the plan, making it clear that they would need the hero's help. Sarang liked the idea very much, but she still believed defeating them would be extremely difficult. Luna opposed the proposal, saying that he would receive nothing for the work and would practically be doing charity. According to her, when favors kept being granted, people eventually grew accustomed to them and began asking for more and more. Besides that, there was another problem. The plan could end up conflicting with the interests of the Chronolife company, putting Li Jiwu on a blacklist. But Li Jiwu replied that he did not care about that in the slightest. After all, they were the ones who started everything. Because of that, he decided to accept the proposal. Not only would he agree to the favor, he absolutely loved the plan. In fact, he was already leaving at that very moment. To do so, he activated his lightspeed dash. Floor asked why he had left in the middle of dinner. Hong explained that there was no need to fulfill that favor in such a hurry. But the merchant wanted to know exactly what the plan was, since she had not been able to hear it clearly. Hong explained that extremely powerful monsters would appear within 30 days. To face them, everyone needed to become stronger, and the leveling areas were already packed with guilds and players. However, there was another way to increase their strength without leveling up. They simply needed to obtain a large amount of equipment. That was why Li Jiwu had headed to the Valley of the Dead, where he intended to obtain plenty of equipment. Afterward, he intended to distribute all those items to the other players. Floor immediately protested, saying that he could not do that because he would end up destroying the entire economy. Equipment prices would plummet because the items would no longer be rare. Above all, the company certainly would not stand by and do nothing. Hong knew all of that perfectly well, but she saw no other way, and Flora Strelata should know that Li Jiwu simply did not care about those kinds of consequences. Hong revealed that there was another reason for him to act that way. The company had forbidden him from entering the northern continent. According to her, provoking someone who had absolutely nothing to lose was not a good idea. Later, in the middle of the city, he announced that unmissable opportunity, the equipment everyone had always wanted, coming directly from the Valley of the Dead. Everyone could buy rare equipment at extremely low prices. A level 19 boy, paying only 10,000 gold, managed to buy a unique rank Sword of the Dead. The news caught everyone's attention, and the players began buying the equipment rapidly, as if it were water in the desert. It was already the third day, and the shop was packed once again. Poor Flora Strelata continued helping, putting her experience as a merchant to good use. Sarang asked whether it would be better to take the items to an auction house. Hong said she had already asked Li Ji-woo, but he replied that there was a predator there who devoured anything. It was someone who bought everything single-handedly. Hearing that, Sarang immediately remembered the sin of sloth. Suddenly, a huge man approached Ji-woo and said that he also wanted to buy a sword of the dead. The people around them began complaining, saying that he was cutting in line. But the huge man aggressively shoved aside the first man who complained, sending him crashing into the wall. After that, no one else dared to try getting ahead of him. Ji-woo then informed the dear customer that, for him, the sword would cost 10 million gold. The huge man found that strange and asked whether the same sword had not been sold to that child for only 10,000. Ji-woo explained that the higher the buyer's level, the higher the item's price would be, and if he did not like it, he was free to complain. Sarang asked who that man causing trouble was. Hong explained that his name was Benedict, a hunker known among the players for eliminating many opponents. She also warned that Benedict lost his temper easily, but instead of confronting Li Ji-woo directly, he simply handed over the 10 million gold, took his sword, and left. In the end, he was forced to remain polite. He even asked Sarang whether she had become more powerful after becoming the Demon Queen. Sarang replied that her level had not increased that much. She was now around level 210. Hong found that impressive. Just a few days earlier, Sarang had only been level 109. Sine-Tree explained that she occasionally went farming in the Valley of the Dead with Li Ji-woo. However, the monsters there were so strong that she could only defeat one or two, while Li Ji-woo constantly teased her and called her weak. Hong thought Sarang had no idea how strong she really was. An ordinary user would need at least 2 years to reach level 200. That was why she was certain that girl would become one of their greatest hopes in the war. Meanwhile, back in the Valley of the Dead, Sarang was already finding it much easier to dodge the monsters' attacks. Even so, she found them so disgusting that, purely on instinct, she activated the Demon Queen's essence. That allowed her to eliminate them with the destruction laser, making everything much easier. And she continued unleashing destruction until she had wiped them all out, until that disgusting tentacle-covered creature finally appeared. Ji-woo said Sarang was getting really good. However, when she turned around, she realized that he had already amassed an enormous pile of equipment behind him, all while praising her and telling her how incredible she was. He had already defeated far more creatures. Sarang then told him that he was too cruel. For the time being, Luna simply watched everything in silence. Time passed quickly, people grew stronger, and the equipment was sold. The guilds did everything they could, and then, the great day finally arrived. Aventador. He advanced alongside his beasts, while a million ancient beasts gathered together. He vowed to erase the southern continent from history, and, transforming once again into the Blue Dragon, unleashed a roar that echoed throughout the entire region. When the ancient forces arrived, the largest fortress, the castle, was the first thing they saw, as it was the final line of defense protecting the southern continent. But before the beasts could even fully advance, they were struck by the magical artillery of Abracadabra and her mages. The Holy Land fired with such overwhelming intensity that, for the first time, the ancient beasts felt fear before humans. The Griffin tried to retaliate, but ended up being struck again, this time by an arrow fired by Falcon. The archers were also causing enormous problems for the enemies. Finally, after so long, Suho and Sine-Tree personally returned to the battlefield. The 5 largest guilds joined the confrontation, bringing approximately 25 million players into that war. Later, it would be recorded in the record books as the largest war ever fought inside a game. But everything would end in an instant because of a single person. He had waited far too long for that moment, and now he was ready to destroy everything. It was time to swing his massive wooden club. Sarang asked whether he intended to attack, since if he used that ability against the ground, everyone would die. He replied that it did not matter. When a user dies, they can still revive, but when a monster dies, it is over. Therefore, they would emerge victorious. Sarang thought his argument made quite a lot of sense. Then he activated the attack and vanished. Only Sarang managed to see him disappear. He was transported to the same region where the god of the game was. The god of the game remarked that it had been some time since their last meeting. Li Ji-woo asked what he wanted this time since he had interrupted him at a crucial moment. The god of the game said that he missed his friend and suggested they use this opportunity to get to know each other better. At that moment, not even that bearded old man could interrupt them, as he was far too busy dealing with the war. Li Ji-woo replied that this was no time for meetings. He had waited an entire month for that war. He then demanded to be sent back to the castle, otherwise, he would destroy the plane. But the god explained that if he sent him back, he would simply end everything with a single attack, just as he always did. This time, however, the story would not end so quickly. Ji-woo asked whether he was a spy sent by the developers. He denied it and said that he would reveal his true identity. First, Ji-woo needed to know that he had no connection whatsoever to the Chronolive Company. There was only one reason he had brought him there, to make him fulfill all the sins. Meanwhile, the other centers were also working together. They fought using spears, shields, and swords. Their objective was to hold back the ancient beasts, and they were actually managing to defeat them during the war. The users had prepared for 30 days for that confrontation, and all their effort was beginning to show results. They leveled up, devised battle strategies, and trained group attacks within their respective brigades. They also used the equipment obtained from the Valley of the Dead. After 30 days, they were on a completely different level. At that moment, they were able to fight on practically equal terms, at least until Aventator appeared. When he unleashed his blue flames, everyone was annihilated. Li Ji-woo remarked to the god of the game that fulfilling those so-called sins seemed difficult. The god decided to give him a chance to explain, but after that, he would leave. He said he could not reveal any more details, but he could grant Li Ji-woo that ability. Then he hurled an ember toward him. They were the embers of all creation. If Li Ji-woo used that ability, he could see any place he desired. With it, he could observe any place or person. That was how he managed to see what was happening on the battlefield. Sign-Tree only managed to survive because Suho used his own shield and body to protect her. In the end, he died in her place. Then she found herself facing the creature responsible for everything, Aventator. Eurus asked why Aventator, the king of the anthropomorphs, was in that place. Aventator was the North Pole dragon, one of the three great dragons, alongside the two-headed dragon, Urus, and the gigantic Gallardo. The three were considered the most powerful beings in Chronolife. Li Ji-woo had never heard of the other two, he only knew Urus. The god of games explained that it was not his fault, since they were only supposed to appear much later in the story. Technically, however, neither of them was superior to Urus. He had already defeated them both in battle and made it clear who was the most powerful among them. But there was something even more important. Aventator bore the sin of greed. On the battlefield, Sign-Tree managed to remain standing, although she was struggling greatly. She had never expected the boss to appear at that moment, much less for it to be a dragon. Even so, they had enough strength to face Aventator, and Sign-Tree was determined to avenge Suho. It was then that Aventator assumed a humanoid form. He asked whether that equipment was truly worthy of her. He also never expected such a pathetic human to utter the name of his brother, his beloved brother. Li Ji-woo asked Urus whether all those dragons were brothers. It was starting to feel like a television show. All they needed now was a DNA test. Sign-Tree told Aventator to stop with the theatrics. He had even taken on a human appearance, but now she had the perfect opportunity. At last, everything seemed ideal. Her spear could hit him, so she launched her spiral spear at Aventator. However, even though it struck its target and pierced his throat, the attack had no effect. Aventator replied that some people believe they can reach the sun simply because they can see its reflection. They could try as much as they wanted, but they would never be able to reach it. And there was something even worse. Aventator also possessed the power of gluttony. Upon realizing that, everyone immediately remembered Huracan. Aventator no longer bore only the sin of greed, he had also taken on gluttony. Li Ji-woo was confused and asked what was happening. If Huracan had been defeated, why did that man possess two sins? The god of games had to explain. He had already mentioned that he brought Li Ji-woo there to fulfill all the sins. He then summoned a massive hourglass and revealed that the 7 bosses of Chronolife's main quest represented the 7 deadly sins. They existed to fulfill the sin they represented. Urus had completed his long ago, while Iop, who was tied to Wrath, nearly managed to fulfill his, but ultimately failed. Huracan also failed to complete his sin because Li Ji-woo defeated him too quickly. Because of that, Aventator ended up inheriting the sin of gluttony. After all, at that point in the game, he was the only boss monster capable of taking on that sin. The god of games admitted that even though he knew this, he was still surprised that Aventator had inherited 2 sins at once. Even so, it made sense, since his original sin was greed. Beside him stood the hourglass of sins. Once its entire lower half was filled, it would mean that all the sins had been completed. Li Ji-woo then asked what fulfilling a sin actually meant and what those grains of sand represented. And at that very moment, when Sign-Tree was absorbed by the power of gluttony, everyone fell into complete despair. Falcon tried to organize justice into a defensive formation, but they ended up being absorbed as well. Even Falcon was captured. Abracadabra and Holy Land were also struck, without even having a chance to react. Aventator was the Almighty Lord, hailed by the ancient beasts. They completely surrounded Hong and Robin Hood. The users had finally managed to even the odds, but they lost that balance in an instant. They could still die and revive, but if they were absorbed by gluttony, they would not be able to revive until Aventator was defeated. Hong took command and declared that the battle was only beginning. The strategy was simple: overwhelm the enemies with numbers, and she kept advancing without retreating. The ancient beast could not keep up. Then, when one of the tentacles shot rapidly toward Hong, she reacted swiftly and managed to cut it with her knife. Aventator, however, decided to increase the pressure even further and summoned an absurd number of tentacles, reaching the staggering number of 100,000. His abilities were far superior to Huracan's former gluttony, and there was more. He had also absorbed the levels and attributes of everyone he had defeated. With that, he reached level 1389. Aventator's Sin of Greed title further strengthened his new powers. Greed and gluttony formed a perfect combination. That was why Aventator ended up inheriting both powers. In the end, he caught up to Hong, reaching an astonishing 380 levels, and Hong now stood before the most powerful enemy that game had ever known. Even so, the Demon Queen tried to destroy him with her Annihilation Ray. The attack was extraordinarily powerful. Then she charged forward, using her demonic essence to protect Hong. But she knew Aventator had not been defeated yet and warned Hong to keep his distance. Aventator remained completely unharmed, without so much as a scratch. That enemy was far too powerful. The ancient beasts completely surrounded that area of the battlefield. At that moment, their chances of victory were practically zero. Then the queen summoned death and declared, using her authority, that all demonic species were at war with the ancient beasts. She then ordered the dimensional portal to be opened. Death carried out the order with evident satisfaction. She opened her enormous mouth, and the demonic troops began emerging through the portal. But suddenly, someone fell on top of Death and interrupted the transfer of the demonic army. But there was no problem, because it was Li Ji-woo. He simply appeared and said, "Those watching the live broadcast cheered, for the great hero of Chronolife had finally arrived." The director then asked why he had only appeared at that moment. After all, he was certain Li Ji-woo had been running around since the beginning. Perhaps all of that was the work of that bastard. The lower half of the hourglass was already almost reaching the top. Because of that, God finally released Li Ji-woo, who replied that this would be the last time he allowed something like that. If he imprisoned him again, he would make sure to finish him off. In the present, the god of the game told him not to worry. They would never meet that way again. And there was a reason for that. The game was entering its final act. As soon as her excitement over his return faded, Sarang approached Li Ji-woo and complained about his delay. He tried to explain that he had been taken against his will, and Hong thought that's the same old Sarang. Meanwhile, poor Death remained unconscious. Sarang explained that from that moment onward, they could no longer call those creatures demons. They had to fight them. Li Ji-woo stared at the enemies and told everyone to remain calm because he would handle the cleanup. Then, he advanced until he stood before his opponent. Li Ji-woo was merely a level 999 novice. Aventador, however, was level 389. Choi Delkubai remarked that the two would finally face each other, the most powerful user in Chronolife. Life against the highest level boss. Everyone watched that moment with tension and anticipation. Aventador declared that Li Ji-woo was nothing more than an insignificant human. He was Aventador, the dragon of the North Pole who had existed for eternity, the leader of millions of ancient anthropomorphs, the one destined to rule the world. Li Ji-woo told him to shut his mouth, then struck Aventador in the neck with a stick. The blow was so unexpected that it left Aventador completely bewildered. No one had imagined something like that would happen. Li Ji-woo simply put the man in a humiliating situation. Li Ji-woo remarked that besides his unpleasant appearance, he also talked far too much. And he said the same applied to the developers and the god of the game himself. He regretted to inform them, but they were all out of luck that day. After all, the time had come to face the consequences. Aventador was already completely desperate. Poor Aventador could barely remain standing, utterly weakened and without the strength to fight back. Ji-woo asked whether that had hurt. He also warned him that it was only the beginning. Then, he began attacking him with a barrage of punches and kicks. He continued humiliating his opponent, even taunting him with a slap. Sarang thought, there he goes again. Underpants Guy had returned to his old villain mode. The beastmen advanced to protect their lord. But that was exactly the reaction Li Ji-woo had been waiting for. After all, he had been waiting for a war. Then, he unleashed his intercontinental strike. The attack tore through the formation and knocked down an entire row of ancient creatures. The last thing those poor beings saw was a madman charging toward them with a piece of wood in his hands. At that moment, he looked even more terrifying than the monsters he was fighting. One of them was hurled near Aventador, with only part of his body remaining. They begged forgiveness for being unable to defeat him and apologized to Aventador for their own incompetence. Some were crying, while one of them asked Aventador himself to use his men as food. They all knew it would be a sacrifice, and even so, they were willing to offer themselves for their lord, all to stop that bastard. It was a display of loyalty far greater than any human there could imagine. In fact, the people watching everything unfold were deeply moved. The scene was simply too heartbreaking. Sarang thought that at this rate, Li Ji-woo would end up looking like the true villain. Li Ji-woo himself looked at the others and remarked that they seemed to be having fun. Then, he leaped over to join them. It was at that moment that Aventador used gluttony on his own men. He thanked them for everything they had done, and they replied that it was an honor to serve Lord Aventador. They were all absorbed, wishing their lord a glorious victory. At that moment, it no longer mattered who stood with the allies or the enemies. Everyone's eyes filled with tears at the fate of the anthropomorphs. Everyone except one person. Li Ji-woo wondered if that idiot was resorting to cannibalism now. Still, he could hardly blame him after all. Every last one of them was completely useless. Even so, he was still trash. What kind of leader devours his own followers? Only someone completely insane would do such a thing. Everyone around them could only think about how cruel that man was. Li Ji-woo, on the other hand, was still laughing as he watched the sacrifice. Aventador replied that, technically, he was not wrong. After all, he had absorbed those useless followers. Now, however, he felt far more powerful, and the hunger tormenting him was no longer as intense. He had reached level 990. With tears streaming down his face, he moved forward to face the greatest enemy he had ever encountered. Aventador's strike collided directly with the stick Li Ji-woo was wielding. The impact generated an enormous shockwave, powerful enough to knock down everything around them. Aventador began bleeding merely from the physical strain required to keep sustaining that clash. His arm ended up being completely destroyed. Even so, he managed to recover almost immediately. Aventador was using the reincarnation ability that belonged to the lizards. It was an extremely powerful form of regeneration, similar to the hidden healing factor ability. With the title Sin of Greed, Aventador possessed an enhanced version of gluttony, which could also absorb the abilities of his targets. His next attack pierced Ji-woo's chest. Aventador had already absorbed around 1 million anthropomorphs. That meant he had also incorporated 1 million abilities. Now, he was the only anthropomorphic dragon remaining. He stood at the top of the food chain, the most powerful predator of them all. Even after his body was completely destroyed, Li Jiwoo managed to recover thanks to his healing factor. Then, he retaliated with a blow to Aventador's chin that, had this been the old Jiwoo, would have ended the fight immediately. Aventador regenerated, but he could not land a hit as Li Jiwoo was moving at the speed of light. Poor Aventador fell into despair once again in the face of that situation. Unable to keep up with his movements, he was repeatedly struck by attacks delivered at the speed of light. Aventador returned to his blue dragon form. With no followers left, he no longer had any desires or interest in conquering the continent. Director Choi Delcubai realized that he intended to use his frost breath. If a level 9999 dragon unleashed it upon the continent, the entire territory could be disintegrated. Because of that, he ordered the server team to cut the power immediately. But there was no time. Aventador activated Frost Breath, and before it could reach Li Jiwoo, he used the hidden ability of the Strength attribute. It was Giant Soul, an ability that increased the damage and range of his attacks by 1000%. He had unlocked that power after fulfilling the condition of defeating a bear with a single blow. Then, Li Jiwoo countered the Frost Breath with an even more powerful burst of fire. The flames completely engulfed Aventador. They also struck everything in the path of that explosion, even anything near the planet in outer space. Li Jiwoo remarked that apparently only one enemy remained to be defeated, the Sin of Envy. As for greed, there was nothing left to face. Sarang was the first to approach and congratulate him, but Aventador plummeted from the sky. He was still alive, although he was barely capable of continuing. Jiwoo told Sarang to stay behind him, as Aventador might still have some trick hidden away. He remarked that the man was practically finished, but admitted that he was not bad at all for a level 9999 monster carrying 2 sins. Aventador acknowledged his defeat and asked Li Jiwoo to finish it quickly. Li Jiwoo said he was already about to do just that and bid Aventador farewell, as though it were the last time they would ever see each other. Aventador wept for his companions, lamenting that he had failed to achieve the victory he had desired so desperately. At the last instant, Li Jiwoo stopped his strike. He said he wanted to end things that way, but found the conclusion somewhat anticlimactic. Then, he asked Aventador to become a weapon of his ego. Eurus asked if he truly had no intention of finishing Aventador off. Li Jiwoo replied that he did not, as it would be a waste. Since he had already reached the maximum level, defeating him would bring no additional benefit. Even his attributes had already reached their limits. Because of that, Li Jiwoo was considering having Aventador follow the same path as Eurus. Aventador had always been able to sense his brother's energy and asked whether Eurus had been tamed by a human. Eurus confirmed that this was exactly what had happened. Aventador then remarked that even the proud two-headed dragon had lost his dignity, but he would not do the same. Aventador refused and would rather endure anything than serve a pathetic human. The system announced that Aventador had refused to submit to his soul. Li Jiwoo replied that it was fine. He had no intention of forcing him to do something against his own will. Well, Li Jiwoo had not imagined things would end that way. But at that moment, there was not much else he could do. Tomorrow, he would have to head to the northern continent where the ancient beast folk lived. Now that the northern continent was open, all he had to do was confront everyone who appeared in his path until he could finally vent the anger he carried. After wiping out that entire race, he still intended to collect all their hides. The idea was to hang them throughout the streets to celebrate the end of that race, as though they were nothing more than ordinary rugs. Aventador asked if that was a threat. Li Jiwoo replied that, despite everything, he was not that much of an idiot. Yes, it was a threat. Then, he asked what he should do from that point onward. Everyone watching the scene thought that guy was a complete bastard. What a bass. Eurus thought Aventador should have simply given up, just as he had. Aventador remembered the sacrifice of the beastmen. He did not want his race to be extinct and replied that it was fine. He could become the ego weapon as long as it prevented the end of his tribe. But Eurus explained that each weapon could contain only one soul. Li Jiwoo did not know that. Since he could not put the soul into the stick, there was no other choice. He would have to put it into his underwear. Aventador began to reconsider. Perhaps he did not want to take part in that as much as it had seemed. But Li Jiwoo told him to be quiet and simply put him inside the underwear. Aventador abandoned his physical form and began inhabiting Dewoki's underwear. At that moment, it shone intensely. From then on, the ego underwear gained infinite durability. Sarang would rather not have witnessed that scene, but it was precisely at that moment that the main quest came to an end. All participants received their respective reward chests. Among the rewards was the Frozen Lands Ice Crystal, a consumable item capable of helping users withstand the cold of the northern continent. Until then, that continent had been inaccessible to users. As a reward for completing the main quest against the ancient anthropomorphs, they finally unlocked a way to reach it. With that, the progress of high-level players began gaining momentum again. After that event, exploration returned in full force. The possibility of discovering a new region excited the players and further increased interaction within Chronolife. Li Jiwoo consumed the ice crystal and became able to adapt to the low temperatures of the northern continent. He was already eager to see that place. And now, he would finally have the opportunity. And that was how the war against the anthropomorphs came to an end. But the story of their arrival on the new continent would have to wait for another time. After that, Jiwoo logged out of the game. It was already 2:38 in the afternoon, and he was starving. But Luna had already prepared a snack for him since she had broken into his house again. Jiwoo sat down at the table and remarked that the food looked great. However, in the middle of the meal, he asked what she was doing in his house again. He said that at this rate, sooner or later, he would end up calling the police. But he only said that after finishing all the food. Luna then remarked that he was impatient with practically everything he did. She had something important to discuss. She wanted to invite him on a date. Jiwoo spent several seconds trying to process that information. After understanding what the word date meant, he tried to ask how. Meanwhile, Sarang was holding a Lee Ji-woo plush toy in her lap. She was thrilled that she could finally send him a message now that she had her own phone. Sarang almost wrote that she wanted to ask him out, but suddenly, Sarang's agent called her. She said she was on the first floor of the apartment building, and there was a black-haired girl trying to steal her man. Sarang immediately knew who it was. It was the cockroach. She told her people to wait because she was already on her way down. The agent replied that the car was already leaving. Sarang then ordered them to do whatever it took to stop it from getting away. She raced through the hallways of the building, thinking that bitch was far too fast. It could only be her. She would not let anyone steal her man. When Sarang arrived, the team already had the van running. Then she discovered that they were heading to the beach. She did not want Lee Ji-woo to see that cockroach wearing a bikini. The team told her not to worry. They would not let that bitch appear in a bikini. She might have the fastest sports car in the world, but that girl could be even faster. So Sarang floored it in that completely out-of-control van. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-woo really was taking Luna on that date. However, he did not seem pleased with the situation at all. In fact, he was quite worried. When Luna invited him on a date at the beach, he replied that he had no intention of going out with her like that. She explained that Chronolife was already approaching its final chapter. All that remained was the sin of envy. Luna said she had some information about it, and that it could certainly prove useful to him. For that reason, the two went to the beach to take a short walk. Luna became very happy as soon as they arrived and thanked Jiwoo for coming with her. Even so, Lee Ji-woo could not shake the feeling that her smile seemed far too fake. Suddenly, memories he would rather forget began resurfacing in his mind. They were memories from the days when he was still a failure and ended up being betrayed. Jiwoo got straight to the point and asked what information she had about the final chapter. Luna replied that she wanted to walk with him for a while before revealing what she knew. To him, however, there was no reason whatsoever to do that. Luna remarked that he really was far too impatient. Even so, she was certain that his determination was precisely what had brought them all the way to the final chapter. On every occasion, Lee Ji-woo had saved the people around him. To her, he was a true warrior. Then, she asked if she could request a favor. With tears streaming down her face, Luna asked if he could save her. Lee Ji-woo was completely stunned. He could not understand why she was crying, nor what it meant at that moment. He told her to stop pretending. He would not fall for that innocent act again. Ji-woo knew she was trying to make him lower his guard, but Luna simply stepped closer and began sobbing uncontrollably. She apologized for everything that had happened. Lee Ji-woo was confused. He could actually feel her body trembling. Her voice sounded weak and vulnerable. Even so, for some reason, he simply could not trust her. At that moment, Sarang and the others came rushing over after committing several traffic violations along the way, and the two of them ended up witnessing that scene. Sarang stopped immediately, a terrifying expression on her face. Lee Ji-woo asked what had happened to Luna. He wanted to understand the situation. If he needed to save her, he had to know exactly what was going on. Suddenly, he began to wonder whether everything she had done might have been hiding some ulterior motive. However, Luna stopped crying and pulled away from him. Then she revealed that the whole thing had merely been an act of villainy. Afterward, she behaved as though absolutely nothing had happened. But Jiwoo knew that was not true. For a brief moment, Luna had shown who she truly was before returning to her role as the student pretending to be a villain. And before he could question her, Sarang suddenly appeared, looking as though she had stepped straight out of a horror movie. She asked what he was doing, and upon noticing Jiwoo embracing Luna, became even more intimidating. But on the other hand, she looked proud of herself, saying that she had finally managed to corner the two of them. She ordered Jiwoo to raise his hands and remain exactly like that. Then she hugged him as well and asked him to wrap his arms around her. He did as she asked, and the two remained in each other's arms. Instead of simply enjoying the moment, Sarang stared at Luna with an expression that seemed to say, "I won." But Luna managed to regain Lee Ji-woo's attention by offering the information he wanted about the final chapter. From that point on, the two began competing for his attention. Luna had two pieces of information to reveal. The first was related to an item. She asked whether he had checked the reward he received after defeating Iope. Jiwoo replied that he probably still had not opened it, since so many things had been happening at once. The item was probably still stored in the chest. Sarang explained that it was nothing impressive, merely a pair of normal rank earrings. Everyone was surprised by how disappointing the reward was. The minimum requirement for wearing the earrings was level 500. Not even the highest ranked player could equip them, and no other information appeared, not even when using appraisal abilities. In the end, they were merely cosmetic accessories. Sarang then told that disgusting cockroach approach that this could hardly be considered important information. Luna insisted that they look more carefully, since other users might not know about the item, but they had already seen it before. She knew Jiwoo had not opened the reward yet, while Sarang seemed to have a terrible memory. Jiwoo told them to stop arguing, and Luna revealed that this was her first clue. The next one concerned a quest in which Lee Jiwoo had to prevent the Master of the Sky from changing. That was the information she had to offer. Luna retrieved her bag from the car and announced that she was leaving. She said she had really enjoyed her date with him. After she left, Jiwoo admitted that he was even more confused than before. Sarang then approached him and said that she also wanted him to do everything with her that he had done with Luna. She asked if she could join him on a beach date. He replied that it was fine. Later, Luna was lost in thought and feeling somewhat regretful. Perhaps if she had been honest with Lee Jiwoo, things might have turned out differently. She thought it would be nice if she could be honest with herself. Deep down, Luna was jealous of Sarang. At the end of that day, Woo and Sarang were together watching the sunset. The two walked along the beach and remained silent for quite some time. Sarang said that he was probably upset because he had not gotten to see Luna in a bikini, but Jiwoo replied that he had no interest in seeing that. She admitted that she was a jealous girl and even a little possessive. She did not like the idea of him being alone with another girl at all. She wanted him to message her more often, call her from time to time, and spend more time talking with her. Sarang even said that he should have no more than 10 other girls' numbers on his phone, including female relatives. Jiwoo asked what she was talking about, reminding her that he was not even her boyfriend. Then he asked if she truly liked him. She simply replied that yes, she liked him. That answer left the boy completely stunned. Meanwhile, in the world's largest virtual reality online game, Chronolive, things had begun changing at an astonishing pace. The main quest was progressing much faster than expected, and the available content was expanding at an ever-increasing pace. Among all these new developments, one in particular had users more excited than anything else. It was the still unexplored lands of the northern continent. Most users had already used the ice crystal and departed on this exciting new journey. However, there was one player who showed no interest whatsoever in the newly opened northern continent, not even within Chronolive. It was Lee Jiwoo, sitting beside his merchant friend and clearly lost in thought. He did not seem to have any desire to leave. Floor asked why he was still sitting there looking dejected. Besides driving away customers, he was interfering with the business she needed to handle. Lee Jiwoo asked why she was not heading to the northern continent as well. That way, she could find new customers and expand her business. She replied that she liked that place. Besides, some people were bound to grow tired of the northern continent and eventually return. Jiwoo remarked that she was very kind, while he seemed genuinely exhausted by the whole situation. Floor then asked whether he happened to be dealing with some kind of romantic problem. From Jiwoo's immediate reaction, it became clear to her that she had hit the mark. Floor then asked which of the two beautiful girls was the chosen one, calling him Mr. Wooden Stick. She wanted him to tell her everything and would not give up until she learned the truth. At that very moment, the girl responsible for that entire situation appeared. When he looked at Sarang, Lee Jiwoo became nervous again. He had never experienced a feeling like this before. He could not act naturally, because his mind remained stuck on that moment when she confessed her feelings. When the Starflower noticed how shy the two were around each other, she immediately understood what had happened. Of course, she did not want to interfere with their romance, so she quickly left the shop and asked them to take care of the place. Sarang, however, asked her to stay. After all, they needed to discuss an important matter concerning the main quest. Then Lee Jiwoo finally opened the reward he had received from Yop. Sarang wanted to keep things normal and had no intention of rushing anything. Lee Jiwoo already knew her true feelings, but he also knew he should not rush things. When he opened the chest, he found the angelic earrings, an item that very few players were capable of equipping. But he was certain he had seen those earrings somewhere before. Luna confirmed that he really had seen them. As soon as he equipped them, a hidden function of the item was activated. The earrings could alter the user's appearance. Suddenly, Lee Jiwoo's hair began to grow. Sarang remembered something and thought that perhaps the earrings possessed the same effect as demon essence, which could alter physical appearance. The transformation ended, and now he could remove the earrings. Lee Jiwoo became a little frightened and asked what had happened. Sarang and the Starflower were completely horrified. He asked what had changed about him. After all, his appearance really had transformed, and with that, he had fulfilled the necessary conditions to enter the celestial realm. For the developers of Chrono Life, one of their greatest priorities had always been ensuring complete freedom for players. The idea was to give users complete freedom within the game. Players had free will in practically every aspect. Thus, an entirely new reality was created within the game's universe. Anyone who uses a sword eventually develops their own sword-related skills. Likewise, anyone who chooses a spear develops techniques specific to that type of weapon. Even a player devoted solely to gathering plants and herbs receives skills tailored to that activity. The same applies to anyone who chooses to work as a lumberjack. Except for special skills requiring specific instructions or books, all others are created according to the user's behavior after after the AI analyzes their actions. That is why Chrono Life has more than 10 million skills. And there are not only skills, but countless classes as well. The weather, environment, and practically every other element of the game can be modified without limits. Only one thing remains protected by specific laws. That is the user's physical appearance. Within the game, only certain details can be changed, such as skin, hair, and eyes. The only exceptions are abilities capable of treating physical scars or certain disabilities. There are also traits unique to each species, such as the large ears of elves and the tails of anthropomorphs. Aside from those characteristics, every player can only enter the game using their own appearance. But at that moment, Li Ji-woo had transformed into a woman. So he asked the Starflower for a mirror. When she handed him the mirror, he discovered that his face had also taken on a feminine appearance. As he examined his reflection, however, he realized that, much to his surprise, he actually looked quite beautiful. People nearby commented that something had flashed and suddenly a woman appeared. One of them wondered if there had not been a man there before, but another replied that such a thing was impossible. Sarang suggested that they go somewhere more private. The two headed to a tavern, a medieval-style establishment within Chrono Life. It was a safe, comfortable place suitable for a quiet conversation. And, as was common in taverns, there was also lodging for adventurers on the upper floor. Sarang explained that the earrings had probably changed the character's gender, so he should return to normal as soon as he removed them. The problem was that Li Ji-woo had already removed the earrings and nothing had changed. Sarang then asked him to close his legs first since he still had that old habit. Except, now he was no longer wearing underwear, so calling Li Ji-woo panties did not make much sense anymore, since the familiar white garment had disappeared. The Starflower asked whether he felt any difference. After all, everything a player experienced in Chrono Life was supposed to feel real. He replied that he did not feel anything different. The only change was his long hair, which tickled his back. Then he looked down and realized that he needed to go to the bathroom. Afterward, he tried to change the subject and fool the two of them. The two understood perfectly well what he was trying to do, and it took them quite a while to calm down. Sarang remembered that the cockroach had recommended examining the earrings immediately after equipping them. Now that she thought about it more carefully, she really did feel as though she had seen those earrings before. Then she remembered the sin of sloth. He was the one who wore those earrings, which was precisely why they were called the angelic earrings. The merchant Levo and his knights were all angels, with halos above their heads and wings on their backs. If they found Levo, perhaps he could help Li Ji-woo recover his original appearance. He replied that it sounded like an enormous hassle. After all, changing gender did not prevent him from continuing to have fun inside the game. Besides, he had already created female characters in several other games. Sarang, however, asked whether he would not continue having inappropriate thoughts even in that situation. Li Ji-woo replied that he could not promise that would not happen. Irritated that he was still being a pervert, Sarang ended up giving him a beating. She also remembered that Luna had said those earrings served as a kind of passport to the next quest. Based on the information they had gathered so far, everything indicated that the final chapter would take place in the Celestial Realm. Yes, Li Ji-woo admitted that he had no other choice. In the end, he would have to recover his original body. Sarang explained that the only problem was that they had no idea where to find the Sin of Sloth. But Ji-woo knew Habak was the one who had that information. He was still carrying a mirror that was partially broken. So, he asked whether Habak could hear him through the mirror. He tried calling out, but it did not work right away. After some time, Habak finally answered. The mirror worked like a telephone. Who would have guessed? Habak asked whether it was really Ji-woo, but found it strange that his voice sounded so high-pitched. Ji-woo said it was a long story and asked where he was. Habak was busy, but replied that they could meet right then. Habak thought that meeting had happened at the perfect time. Then, he used the mirror to open a portal. Bayek was in a prison, missing his right arm and left leg. He was in terrible condition. Li Ji-woo asked what had happened and whether someone had attacked Habak again. After all, he always ended up like that. Habak approached and asked whether they had not been introduced yet, miss. Li Ji-woo answered with a kick and complained that he was a disgusting man. He said he could have lost his eyes instead of his arms because of that situation. From the way he spoke, Habak realized that he was the brave warrior of Wu. Then, he became curious about why he was using that body. Shortly afterward, Habak noticed the angelic earrings on his ears. That was exactly why he had decided to contact him. After catching up, Habak had his body restored thanks to Li Ji-woo's help. Ji-woo could only do that because his intelligence had increased and all his attributes were maxed out. Even so, he joked that Habak was still the same, a loser who always ended up losing an arm. Floor asked who that man was and remarked that he was handsome. Ji-woo explained that it was Habak, an idiot she had already met. Habak had built the loving captain a long time ago. Floor thought he was quite rude, but Ji-woo returned to the main topic and asked where the Merchant of Sloth was, because he needed to speak with him. Habak assumed they wanted to recover their original bodies, but explained that they could not find Levo. He was in the Celestial Realm. Ji-woo replied that he could enter there, because he had already fulfilled the necessary requirements to access the Celestial Realm. Habak confirmed that this was true, but explained that even so, it would not be possible to speak with Levo. He also noticed that Sarang had surpassed level 500, so he congratulated her. Sarang replied that he was mistaken and that such a thing was impossible. However, when she opened her system, she discovered that she was already level 500. During the first week of training for the war against the ancient anthropomorphs, Sarang had already reached level 300. Over the next 30 days, she spent a great deal of time in the Urus Nest region, fighting creatures and accumulating experience. Besides hunting the monsters in that region, she also took part in the war itself, finally reaching level 503. Floor asked what would happen if Sarang also put on the earrings. Perhaps she would end up turning into a man. There was only one way to find out. Sarang put on the earrings and waited to see the result, and she really did turn into a man. Now, even the Demon King, Floor even thought Sarang had become very attractive. But Sarang did not like that appearance at all. She especially hated turning into a muscular man. Li Jiwoo asked how she intended to keep acting like a helpless maiden while hiding that enormous chest. Habak explained that she had become a handsome man. Yes, the earrings truly changed gender. To enter the celestial realm, one needed to possess a pure body, and the earrings caused the user to be reborn as another gender. The person left behind the identity they had possessed before. Now, both Li Jiwoo and Sarang were qualified to enter the celestial realm. Unfortunately, Flor Estrelada could not accompany them because she still did not have a high enough level. Li Jiwoo asked Habak to get straight to the point. If they could enter the celestial realm, why did he say they would not be able to find Levo? Habak replied that Levo was about to die. He knelt before the brave warrior and asked whether he could help him save Levo, his master. To Habak, receiving Li Jiwoo's call seemed like a divine sign. He promised to help the two recover their original bodies. At that moment, the system gave them a new hidden quest, Habak's request, the King of Mirrors. Successfully completing it would grant even greater rewards. Li Jiwoo agreed and said that he would help save the merchant. But in exchange, he wanted to keep Habak's mirrors. Habak complained that if he handed over all his mirrors, he would no longer be the King of Mirrors. Li Jiwoo replied that in that case, he would let his friend die. Sarang thought he was still the same wicked villain as always. With little choice, Habak eventually gave in. Li Jiwoo accepted the King of Mirrors' hidden quest and managed to strike an excellent deal. Or at least that was what he thought. Later, he realized that journey had been a huge mistake, especially with him and Sarang using bodies of different genders. Neither of them had any idea what might happen. Later, Li Jiwoo awakened inside a filthy, grimy cell. One of the angelic guards remarked that prisoners were living far too comfortably these days, since they could even sleep in the middle of the cell. The knight ordered him to get up and pulled him by the hair, saying that he was nothing more than a human woman from the lower realm. Another guard said there was no need to frighten her so much. She was wearing angelic shackles, and with them, a human woman from the lower realm would not be able to escape. The angelic shackles were a unique rank item. Whoever wore them would have much of their power sealed, suffering a 50% reduction in attributes. Li Jiwoo continued pretending to be weak and helpless while paying attention to the guard's conversation. Inside, however, he could only think about putting an end to that situation once and for all. Even so, he restrained himself. The plan was proceeding exactly as he wanted, and after coming this far, he could not afford to make any mistakes. Then, he explained how the two of them had managed to reach the celestial realm. Habak had used one of his mirrors to teleport them directly to that place. Finally, Urus appeared again. All this time, he had been taking it easy, simply eating meat. When Li Jiwoo was teleported, Urus had to fly all the way there to catch up with him. Even so, he still asked why Li Jiwoo had suddenly turned into a girl. Li Jiwoo asked if he had only noticed that now. After all, the meat Urus was eating had already gone bad. But there was no more time to talk. It was time to get onto the mirror, and everyone went together for the teleportation. Flor Estrelada stayed behind, and merely asked them not to forget to bring back some souvenirs when they returned. In truth, the mirror worked like an elevator through a direct passage to the celestial realm. The journey would take about 5 minutes. Sarang remarked that the requirements for reaching that place were absurd, but with Habak, they had managed to get there easily. Even after everyone had changed gender, Sarang still became a little shy whenever she was near Li Jiwoo. After all, attraction does not simply change because of gender. She was still interested in the person Li Jiwoo was. Li Jiwoo even asked whether Habak, since he had a pure body, would also need to wear the earring, but he was not a human from the lower realm, so there was no need. As they talked, they were already getting closer and closer to the celestial realm. Habak asked them not to expect too much. Apparently, it would be better to keep their expectations very low. However, as soon as they reached their destination, Li Jiwoo became quite excited by what he saw. This was the celestial realm. They were literally above the clouds, which looked incredibly soft and comfortable. But suddenly, they heard a voice shouting at them. Habak realized they had already arrived and told everyone to stay alert. An enemy was hiding nearby. Then, a genuine angel appeared right in front of them. It was a creature with a huge eye at the center of its body and several wings covered in eyes that seemed to observe everything. It was an angel of unknown level. Then it began preparing its ability, Angelic Explosion. A destructive beam of that level could simply erase them. However, they managed to escape at the last instant. Li Jiwoo even remarked that they could have been allowed to enjoy the scenery for a little while before the fight began. Sarang then released the Demon King's essence. She said she would stay there and deal with the situation. Then she charged forward to face the angel directly. Li Jiwoo himself ended up feeling exactly what Sarang had felt. For a moment, he realized that he was attracted to a man. Technically, it was not a man, but a Sarang. Even so, the feeling remained quite strange. One of Sarang's attacks managed to wound the angel. However, The creature opened its enormous mouth and tried to swallow Sarang. Next, she shot downward using one of her wings. Meanwhile, all of the creature's eyes continued firing attacks. Li Jiwoo grew worried, but Rabai assured him that Sarang had not been hurt in the slightest. Sarang declared that it was absurd for a mere angel to try facing someone like the Demon King. Then, at last, she activated her annihilation laser. The attack struck the enormous eye at the very center of the angel. That eye was its weak point, and the impact caused the creature to explode. When Sarang returned to celebrate, she wrapped an arm around Li Jiwoo's waist and asked whether he had been hurt anywhere, calling him sweetie. Li Jiwoo was completely surprised and asked what had gotten into her. Sarang said he looked so handsome that she could not control herself. In truth, she was only teasing Li Jiwoo as revenge for everything he had done to her, although she herself had gone much further. Rabai preferred to let it go and remarked that, at least, the two of them were still as close as ever. But Eurus was more concerned and asked what was happening in the celestial realm. After all, the inhabitants of that realm were supposed to be friendly toward humans, yet they were clearly not receiving a very warm welcome. Habak confirmed that the beings of the celestial realm normally had a good relationship with humans. Usually, that very angel should have been responsible for welcoming and protecting them when they arrived. All of this was happening because of one woman. Levo's condition, having lost an arm and a leg, was also connected to her. And Levo's current state, with even his life at risk, was also the result of the actions of that woman, Liori. At that moment, Liori stood before Levo, who remained imprisoned in a dungeon, chained and subjected to cruel treatment. Liori looked like an angelic woman, beautiful and gentle, at least at first glance. However, the first thing she did was wound Levo with a blade. She declared that he had no permission to speak or even greet her. To Liori, he was merely an inferior and contemptible being. After injuring him, she used her so that she could embrace him while saying that she loved him. She wanted to remain by his side forever. Then she mentioned that Habak had also brought guests. In her eyes, they were nothing more than disgusting and evil humans from the lower realm. Liori promised Levo that she would eliminate those anomalies. Driven by the love she felt for him, she had become the current ruler of the celestial realm and was also his younger sister. Meanwhile, Li Jiwoo asked Habak where the man they were looking for was. Habak replied that this was an excellent question because he also had no idea where the man was. Woody Wood said that, apparently, they would have to do everything his way again. Then he picked up the stick and announced that he would use his favorite attack plan. First, make a huge mess, and only afterward ask what happened. Rabai stared at him, unable to understand what he was doing. You are not thinking about using that ability where you slam the staff downward, are you? He replied that he actually was thinking about it. He wanted to know if there was any problem. Rabai explained that, at that moment, Jiwoo could hit Levo, who was weak and might not survive. Jiwoo understood the situation, but said he did not care. Everyone should deal with their own problems. Habak asked whether he had not come precisely to save him. Then Li Jiwoo thought of a way to find Levo. To do that, he activated his Flame of Creation skill. With it, he could see anything or any place. It was the ability he had received from the god of games. That way, they managed to locate Levo without difficulty, chained up and going through a terrible ordeal. In truth, he looked completely recovered. However, before the flames, a demon appeared, but it was actually Liori, Levo's sister. She realized the outsiders were trying to discover what she was doing to her brother and decided to locate them. Habak told Di-Woo to deactivate the skill, because Liori could track them through a reverse search. He replied that it would be better for everyone, since that would prevent the search. But the King of Mirrors warned that Levo was in danger, and no one knew what would happen if they provoked Liori. Then Di-Wood ended the skill. Sarang asked whether Liori was not very different from what she had heard. From Habak's description, she sounded like a true villain. Habak, however, told her not to be deceived by appearances. Liori was extremely powerful. Li Ji-woo asked whether she had originally been a man, since she also wore that earring. Habak explained that the gender change only occurred with beings from the lower realm. Residents of the celestial realm, such as Levo and Liori, retained the gender they were born with. Even so, Jiwoo already had a plan. Liori continued torturing her own brother while saying that humans were so terrible that they had come after Levo. Even so, to her, everything about him was adorable and understandable. Not even that situation changed the way she saw him. She found everything about him charming, from his voice to his face, which she considered extremely cute. To Liori, he had a perfect body and belonged only to her. She then ordered the angels to stop the intruders from entering and ensure that none of them escaped. An army of angels emerged through the clouds, advancing against the intruders. Meanwhile, they unleashed their angelic attacks. Liori declared that those worms would finally be defeated. Li Ji-woo, however, responded with his upward swing attack. The strike wiped out all the angels and reduced them to dust. The force of the attack also opened a massive passage extending all the way into space. Liori certainly had not expected that. Because of that, Li Ji-woo advanced without hesitation, taking down every angel that appeared before him. The angels were terrified, not knowing how to react to the situation. After all, he seemed to be literally in paradise. He seemed to enjoy the sensation of crushing his enemies. Now that Duer was a woman, his voice had also taken on a higher pitch. His beautiful laughter, however, was enough to frighten everyone around him. Sarang realized something. If this were a contest to decide who was the most insane, Li Ji-woo would win without even trying. In fact, his participation already seemed unfair. Sarang then approached and asked Li Ji-woo to lower the volume of his voice. Habak's plan would not work that way. Earlier, Habak had explained that after analyzing the area and locating Levo, the King of Mirrors was certain he was inside the celestial dungeon. There was no way to enter from outside. To rescue him, someone would need to be captured deliberately and taken inside. Jiwoo, however, remained convinced that simply destroying everything would also solve the problem. But that would put Levo at risk. Besides, every being in the celestial realm was under Leori's control, even those who had once been loyal followers of Levo. Talking to the angels would accomplish nothing. Therefore, to reach the inhabitants of the celestial realm, following the plan to get captured was still the best option. Lee Jiwoo agreed, as long as Habak gave him one of his mirrors. Then he lowered the staff. Paolo asked Urus to step in, and took on the appearance of an innocent, fragile, and helpless little girl. Then he allowed the angels to capture him. Rabai thanked Sarang for convincing him to follow the plan, but it remained to be seen whether that performance would be enough to fool the angels. Lee Jiwoo pretended to be a crying little girl, as though he could do nothing but accept defeat. A performance worthy of an Oscar, or at least that was how it was supposed to look. The angels, however, did not believe it at first. After all, only moments earlier he had been completely out of control. But, surprisingly, the angels ended up believing the pair's terrible performance, and they took Lee Jiwoo inside the celestial dungeon. The angels still had some suspicions and thought something was wrong, but they were not intelligent enough to act on their own. In the end, they simply obeyed Leori's orders. Jiwoo was captured and held hostage, while Rabai and Kisarang remained hidden among the clouds. Sarang asked whether he would be alright. Even though he was strong, he was still alone. Habak told her not to worry, although he was also anxious about the others and hoped no one would provoke Lee Jiwoo. It was then that the guards woke Woo and removed him from the cell, taking him outside. He had to struggle to maintain control and keep himself from attacking everyone right then and there. Then he was taken before Madame Leori, the current ruler of the celestial realm. She received him as the inferior human she believed him to be, accusing him of trying to discover what she was doing to her own brother. He had only caught a brief glimpse earlier, so he could not be certain. Even so, in person, Lee Jiwoo seemed far more threatening. She was curious to discover what kind of human Habak would bring and asked where his friends were. DWO said that he only wanted to find out where the... Leori did not know that the two knew each other and assumed that she was merely a mercenary hired by Rabai. Divo explained that Levo had come down to meet him some time ago, and the two had even spoken. Leori asked if he was the warrior of modern times her brother had mentioned. Lee Jiwoo liked that nickname and concluded that it was probably him. He had a huge smile on his face as he continued talking. Suddenly, Leori approached and wounded him in the abdomen with a knife. She said that he should know his place as an insignificant human, and she was disgusted to see him so pleased simply because her brother had said a few words about him. That attitude nearly made Leori sick, but she decided to give him a chance to choose. Then she asked where he would like to be sent. When Lee Jiwoo did not answer, she struck him decisively, leaving him severely wounded. Leori continued her attack, believing that this would allow her to defeat him for good. Afterward, she abandoned what she believed to be the body of that insignificant human. What she did not expect was that Lee Jiwoo possessed a powerful healing factor. Once he recovered, he began pursuing that woman with a terrifying expression. Habak said it was already time to leave. First, they needed to quickly find Master Levo's sealed weapon, as it was necessary to unleash his full power, which normally remained sealed, even when he invaded the human world. Sarang was terrified when she heard that. Habak explained that this was precisely why Levo had ended up being captured. Something like that would never have happened if he had not kept his own powers sealed. After all, Levo was considered one of the 4 most powerful figures in that entire universe. Among the most powerful was Levo, the representative of the celestial realm. Another was the demon king of the world. There was also Moniako Urus, the most powerful dragon. And finally, the brave warrior Iope. The 4 were known as the great figures of Chronolato. Each of them represented their own race and region. Sarang had no idea that the arrogant child was someone so important. She then asked why he lived as a merchant. It was no wonder Levo had a reputation for being lazy. Habak explained that Levo normally abandoned his responsibilities in the celestial realm just to do nothing. But this time, Habak knew exactly where to find the weapon they were looking for. Even so, Sarang remained deeply worried about Lee Jiwoo. She also knew that Habak often suffered at the hands of others, and she was afraid. That was when Luna, the goddess of life, appeared. To Sarang, she was simply the cockroach. Meanwhile, Leori was crying in fear at the terrifying sight of Lee Jiwoo. He asked why she was so surprised and then taunted her, saying that now they could play. The guards arrived at that moment and were also completely shaken by what they saw. Leori declared that she would never forgive that filthy human who was still standing before her. She became extremely furious at having been caught off guard like that. Then she decided to summon a divine treasure belonging to the celestial realm. The weapon she chose was a whip. Leori was still furious about the entire situation and only wanted to finish off that human once and for all. The guards, however, ran far away, because using a whip inside the castle could cause tremendous destruction. Every strike of the whip against the castle's structure destroyed everything in its path. Despite that, Li Jiwoo managed to dodge every attack without being hit. He realized that Liori was genuinely frightened. If this continued, the entire building might end up collapsing. After some time, the guards realized that the human had disappeared. Liori was still shaken and declared that the human from the lower realm had come to take her brother away. She then ordered all the soldiers to gather in the dungeon. As though under some kind of control, the guards immediately obeyed the order. Liori then swore that she would find and defeat that brave warrior. Meanwhile, Li Jiwoo was running through the castle's enormous corridors. Some guards tried to block his path, but ended up receiving. Each of them was knocked down with a single blow. If it were up to Jiwoo, he would have already brought the entire castle down. But Habak did not want anyone killed, much to his frustration. Then he called for Urus and asked where Aventador had gone. Aventador had hidden inside his underwear, but then transformed and ended up losing his cube. Urus explained that he had actually asked him while he was inside the stick. If two ego items have the same master, their lower dimensions become connected. Aventador said that he did not want to come out because he no longer had any connection to the real world. Li Jiwoo then warned that he would have another talk with him. But Urus explained that his brother had completely given up. No punishment would have any effect, so he would have to remain in that situation for quite some time. That was when Li Jiwoo realized that he was not even technically wearing briefs, and that underwear offered practically no protection. Because of that, he teased Aventador, saying that the dragon was quite perverted. Urus was confused and asked why he was saying that. Jiwoo explained that Aventador was a male dragon, yet he was hiding inside his underwear. Urus explained that he had originally been a man as well. Jiwoo realized that the situation was affecting him just as it had before, especially when Sarang was clearly flirting with him, treating him as though he were a man. He explained to Urus that the transformation was affecting his mind. That was why it would be better to find Levo as soon as possible. When Luna appeared, Sarang began asking several questions. The first was why she was there. Then she wanted to know what Luna was doing in that place and how she had managed to recognize her immediately. Luna replied that she was always amazed by how much nonsense came out of Sarang's mouth. Apparently, she was still the same even in that body. Luna even called Sarang stupid, despite her being in a male body. After all, she was the one who had brought them to the celestial realm, so it was not strange for her to be there. As for the second question, Luna had also put on one of the angelic earrings. She had also transformed into a man and revealed that she had been the first player to enter the celestial realm. That was why Luna knew exactly what was happening. Sarang admitted that Luna had become quite handsome. Luna said she did not want to hear that from her. Then Sarang asked whether that meant she had also surpassed level 500, since not even the player officially considered the top ranker had reached that point. Luna explained that the official ranking meant nothing. Chrono Life had never officially released a player ranking. That made no sense, because if that were truly the case, Li Jiwoo would already have reached first place. In reality, the strongest players appeared in rankings based only on rumors spread by users themselves across online communities. Most of those lists mainly considered public activities carried out within the game. Even so, many players never appeared on them. Some remained completely out of the spotlight and had still reached much higher levels, and Luna was one of those people. After explaining enough, she removed the earrings and immediately returned to her original form. Sarang asked how she had managed to do that. Perhaps she could also reverse the transformation using some kind of magic. Luna explained that, unfortunately, it would not change until she completed that quest. Meanwhile, Li Jiwoo continued running through the castle in search of Levo, shouting his name. He even tried using Flame of Creation to discover where Levo was. However, the skill was on cooldown. The total cooldown was 24 hours, and 21 hours and 35 minutes still remained before he could use it again. Jiwoo complained that that bastard, referring to the god of games, had never warned him about that detail. At that moment, Urus found a secret passage leading to the place they needed to reach. Li Jiwoo even kissed Urus on the cheek, something he would normally never do. Perhaps the change was affecting his personality as well. Without wasting any time, the two ran toward the dungeon. Levo noticed that a woman was approaching. She was running toward him, but it was not Liori. It was Li Jiwoo, wearing that demonic appearance. Even Levo was frightened by the sight. Li Jiwoo, however, simply said that he had finally found him. Now, all of Habak's mirrors would belong to him. Levo immediately recognized the brave warrior who wielded the wooden stick. He also realized that he had changed gender because of the earrings. Li Jiwoo confirmed that was exactly what had happened and asked what Levo was waiting for. He should remove his shackles immediately. Levo explained that it was not that simple. He was bound by angelic shackles. Those shackles could not be destroyed simply through brute force. But D Wood punched them, and to Levo's surprise, the shackles shattered. Levo was completely unable to understand what was happening. Even so, there was no time to think. It was time to escape. The problem was that Liori was already waiting outside, accompanied by her soldiers and ready to block the passage. As they headed to rescue Li Jiwoo, Sarang asked whether Luna truly would not reveal anything else about the matter. After all, what message was she talking about, and what did they need to complete? The goddess of life replied that she was already helping and asked Sarang to lower her tone a little. Sarang accused Luna of pretending. She acted cold, but completely melted whenever she was in front of Li Ji-woo. Sarang continued teasing her, saying that hugging someone without permission was harassment. Then she joked that Luna was the real pervert. Then Luna began explaining that although Chrono Life prioritized player freedom as much as possible, there was one specific restriction. That restriction was related to character appearance. A player could only enter the game using their real appearance. Sarang commented that, as far as she knew, that rule had been established by law. That was because committing crimes while using an appearance different from one's real one would be far too easy, especially in a virtual reality game. Luna confirmed it. That was why players could only use their own appearance except for certain specific classes. Normally, the company could do nothing about that rule because it was a legal requirement. But Chrono Life did not accept that limitation very well, mainly because it restricted the player's freedom of customization. To work around it legally, the developers had to find a different way to allow changes in appearance. That was precisely why they created the ability to change gender using the angelic earrings. This allowed the game to offer users far greater freedom. At that moment, the two of them were the only players in the celestial realm. However, as the average level increased, many other users would eventually be able to reach it as well. Luna did not know exactly what the developers intended with it, but she believed completing the quest would not be too difficult. Then she raised her staff and summoned the fountain of heaven. Drinking that water would purify the body, allowing the user to freely revert to their original gender. Sarang ran toward the fountain, already ready to become a girl again, saying that she was certain the cockroach was trying to deceive her. After all, they were searching for the weapon of Levo. Urus had said that this was exactly where the weapon was hidden, right inside that fountain. Sarang commented that the water looked so clean it made her thirsty, while Luna concluded that he truly was a complete idiot. As soon as Sarang drank the water from the fountain of heaven, the quest related to the earrings was completed, and then she regained her original appearance. From that moment on, she could freely change genders using the earring, thanks to the hidden ability transformation, which had a 24-hour cooldown. Luna explained that the mission was quite simple. The holy water continued to work even after being stored, so she put some into a bottle to bring on the agreed day. Even if it had to be done in person, it would still be possible to carry the water there. Sarang then offered to take it, saying that she was her friend. Luna simply told her to screw off. Habak himself began wondering who exactly Luna was. She knew the precise location of the heavenly spring. Moreover, she seemed to know where Levo's weapon was sealed and possessed information even Habak did not know, such as the fact that the water retained its effects inside a bottle. She had also revived Huracan, discovered that Passive Boy's illegal activities brought Iop back, and even predicted that the loving captain would become the demon queen. During the preparations for the war, Luna had also stayed very close to Li Ji-woo, as though she were watching his every move from a privileged position. Everything seemed connected to Li Ji-woo, but Habak realized that Luna was always nearby. Perhaps he was jumping to conclusions. Even so, it gave the impression that everything happening in Chrono Life was being orchestrated by Luna herself. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the area. Luna told everyone to prepare themselves, because the guardian deities would soon appear to protect the sealed weapon. She had come there precisely because of them. They were far stronger than the angels and extremely aggressive, being solely responsible for protecting the sealed weapon. Sarang prepared for battle, but they disappeared. The minions were the guardians of the sealed weapon and came in 3 types: melee, ranged, and cannon. Sarang thought she had seen something like that somewhere before. Their appearance strongly resembled a certain game that begins with League and ends with Legends. Sarang found the minions adorable and hugged the first one, which was holding a sword, but the minions simply spat in her face. Luna explained that the minions were beings from the celestial realm and therefore deeply hated the inhabitants of the demon realm. After all, Sarang was the demon queen. Luna also warned that appearances could be deceiving. At that moment, the melee minion she was holding transformed into a super minion, taking the form of an enormous golem. The other two underwent the same transformation as well. Now, the real battle would begin. Meanwhile, Leori was in the dungeon to stop that detestable human, making it clear that she would not allow him to take away her beloved brother. To face him, she had brought an army of more than 100 angels. Li Ji-woo remarked that this was the smallest group of enemies he had ever faced. After all, he had already faced the World Guild Alliance, which consisted of 3 million people. He had also faced Iope's army, which numbered 500,000 skeletons. And there were also the ancestral anthropomorphs, who numbered as many as 1 million. Leora was ready to put Li Ji-woo in his place. Levo asked Li Ji-woo not to eliminate the soldiers because they were not at fault. They were all being controlled by Leori. Li Ji-woo replied that if he wanted them spared, Levo would have to pay for it. Levo realized that this man was literally turning lives into money and considered it despicable. Even so, he said that he would buy Li Ji-woo's items for the best possible price, every single one of them. Upon hearing that, Li Ji-woo was satisfied and immediately accepted the offer. Then, he used his most powerful ability, attacking without taking the lives of his opponents. After striking the first knight, he said that the man was very lucky to have encountered someone so merciful. Meanwhile, the melee minion charged directly at Habak. Habak responded by using his mirror of defense. The mirror barely suffered any damage from that guardian's attack. Even so, the minion continued attacking for a long time. The King of Mirrors then counterattacked with his first mirror, the Mirror of Piercing Light. A beam of light descended upon the super minion. The attack was so powerful that the super minion disappeared completely. However, an even more terrifying battle was taking place right behind him. The Demon Queen had unleashed Annihilation Ray against another minion. The Guardian managed to defend itself using its own crystal arm. Then it fired back against her attack, causing an enormous explosion of energy and fire. Habak had not expected that minion to be capable of copying the Demon Queen's annihilation ability. He was quite surprised and realized that he would probably need to help her. But before he could act, Habak was struck by the melee super minion's spike. At that moment, the Guardian had activated an ability that made it completely immune to all damage. Sarang became distracted when she saw Habak being knocked down. As a result, she suffered a critical hit from the annihilation attack unleashed by the ranged minion. The two were surrounded and lying on the ground, with practically no way out of the situation. That was when Luna effortlessly destroyed the cannon belonging to the ranged minion. She said that she knew she had gone there to help, but found the performance of the two quite disappointing. After all, Sarang was supposed to be the Demon Queen. Luna said that she should be ashamed of displaying so little power. Now it would be Luna's turn to fight. Ever since advancing her class, she had only used the staff to attack, but she would finally reveal the true power of a goddess of life. In the dungeon, the first knight had been defeated without losing his life, although he had been left in terrible condition and was practically unable to continue. The others then became enraged and charged together, trying to defeat that human woman they considered despicable. Li Ji-woo was using his reverse stick blows in a non-lethal way. Levo thought those were terrible names for the abilities he himself had received. Li Ji-woo was surrounded on all sides, but that had never been a problem for him. Even so, he kept knocking down everyone who appeared in his path, and he did it all with a huge smile on his face. He genuinely seemed to be having a great time. The sight was already beginning to frighten even the knights. He could do practically whatever he wanted, as long as he did not end up taking anyone's life. With his next attack, he rendered one knight's left arm useless and also struck his ribs. Then he knocked down another with a powerful blow and continued advancing without giving them any respite. And he kept delivering blows that looked as though they had come straight out of Mortal Kombat against the knights. Levo thought that, frankly, it would be much simpler if he just finished this already. After some time, Li Ji-woo asked if it was finally over. He wondered whether he had already gone through all 100 of them. All the knights were already completely out of action. Only Leori remained, and she realized that this inferior human might be far more powerful than she appeared. Gripping the whip, she declared that she had no other choice but to face Li Ji-woo personally. When Leori attacked, Li Ji-woo recognized the same metal whip she had used before. But that kind of attack would never be enough to defeat him. At the last moment, however, Levo had to pull Li Ji-woo out of the path of the strike because the impact could cause tremendous damage. Leori asked what that boy was doing and ordered him to leave him alone. That little whip could never defeat him. Levo replied that he could say exactly the same thing about her attack. She could strike him all day and he would still be fine. Even so, Levo told that idiot to think more carefully because he had been caught by Leori's charm. The true danger was not the force of her attacks, but her mind control ability known as charm. Normally, the effect lasted only a short time and could be resisted with sufficient magic resistance. However, Leori's charm was extraordinarily powerful, and her eyes were not the only way she could charm someone. The same effect could also be applied through the whip. Immediately afterward, Leori pulled her own brother by the leg and made him fall. She explained that the charm activated through her eyes could be weaker, while the effect produced by the whip possessed incomparable power. No amount of magic resistance could stop it. If the whip touched an opponent, the chance of being charmed was 100%. Li Ji-woo realized that this ability was completely broken, but coming from him, it was rather funny to hear that. Leori said that the human needed to know his place. She wanted to take her brother with her, but it seemed that he would end up staying by her side. At that moment, Levo ended up joining his own sister. He was completely under the effect of Leori's charm. When Luna revealed that she would fight using the power of the goddess of life, she remembered the last time they had met. Back then, she was always carried by a gigantic creature from another dimension. Because of that, they asked whether she intended to summon that thing again. Luna replied that she did not know whether she would. She had no intention of wasting that power on opponents this week. Habak was badly injured, but he said that they were safe for the time being. Luna was not merely a special boss, she also represented the sin of lust. She stood at the same level as Levo, one of the four greats, and possessed transcendental power. Now that she had taken control of the situation, they could relax. Sarang thought that only made her feel even worse, because it made it obvious that she was far weaker than Luna. Then Rabai asked whether she had noticed anything. The cannon subordinate that had been fighting Luna had completely disappeared without leaving any trace. Luna had already dealt with that problem. Now Rabai was curious to discover what her true power really was. When the melee minion charged forward, it began striking her repeatedly, sending her through the clouds. Sarang said that at this rate, even the sky might collapse. Rabai told her not to worry, because the clouds would not break apart so easily. As for Li Ji-woo's attacks, however, he was no longer so certain. Luna was struck, and her body was destroyed, but she used life creation to reconstruct it completely. The minion had already caused her enough stress last for an entire lifetime. Because of that, Luna decided to end the fight quickly. With her next strike, she hit the poor minion's arm and completely disintegrated it. Luna apologized for hurting him and said that she would finish this quickly to spare him further suffering. The poor minion was completely terrified, and in the very next instant, he simply disappeared. Habak said that made no sense. The Vanguard's subordinates were completely immune to every kind of damage. In practice, they were almost invincible. Not even the piercing light from his mirror could have any effect on them. Then Habak asked what kind of ability Luna had used. The ranged minion became so frightened that he simply started running away. However, he did not even get very far before he also disappeared, turning into nothing but dust. Luna said that she had already dealt with all those annoying guards and that they could now retrieve Levo's weapon. Habak, however, remained frightened and asked what she had done, since she had managed to defeat creatures immune to damage. Luna noticed that Habak was injured as well and asked whether he had forgotten that she was the goddess of Li. Then she simply restored his wound. His health returned to maximum, while Luna explained that she possessed several abilities related to manipulating life. She could both restore life and destroy it. That was exactly what she had done to that subordinate. In other words, no form of immunity worked against her. This was on an entirely different level. These were divine powers. Sarang had no idea that Chronolife even had a category of abilities like that. Luna told him to stop wasting time and hurry up to find the armor. The young man explained that it was sealed within the springs. Even so, he was still frightened by that woman. Still, he decided to dive into his own spring to retrieve the weapon. Sarang asked whether he was not going to heal her. Luna replied that, since he was a little kitty, he could lick his own wounds. Sarang merely thought that someday she would stomp on that cockroach. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Levo attacked Li Jiwoo under the control of his sister's charm. Unable to understand what was happening, Jiwoo could only think about everything that had happened. In such a short time, his character had changed gender, he had been imprisoned and humiliated, then he had faced an entire army to save that troublesome child, and now he was being defeated by that very child. Yori said there was no reason to charm a disgusting human from the lower realm and declared that her brother could handle that task. Finally, his team arrived. When Li Jiwoo turned to speak with the others, at that moment, Li Jiwoo was punched so hard that he even lost a tooth. Habak realized too late that Levo was being controlled by his own sister. However, when the weapon finally came close to him, it broke free from the seal binding it. The divine treasure of the celestial realm had returned to its true master. And with that, the true power of Levo, the master of the celestial realm, was finally awakened. Yori remarked that those useless humans had finally been useful for something. After all, her brother was still completely under her control. Then appeared the ruler of the celestial realm, one of the four great awakened ones, Levo. After that blow, which had actually caused him a little pain, he asked how Li Jiwoo dared damage such a beautiful face now that he had one. Only then did he finally realize that Li Jiwoo had transformed. Luna approached and explained that this was Levo's true form. Then she asked how the noob was doing and remarked that he looked adorable like that as a woman. Li Jiwoo asked how she knew she would find all of them in that place. Luna replied that she had come to help and told him not to get so worked up. Then, she handed him the spring water that would allow him to regain his male form. While Li Jiwoo thanked her, Luna hugged him. At that moment, according to her, they were simply two female friends walking arm in arm. Li Jiwoo fell for that explanation, while Sarang thought that Cockroach was far too clever. Technically, they were only two female friends walking arm in arm, so it could not be considered flirting. Luna was simply taking advantage of the situation. But Liori interrupted the conversation and said that was enough. As for the spring water, she decided to wait a little so Jiwoo could drink it first. According to Liori, it would be a special gift before his end. Li Jiwoo replied sarcastically that he was almost moved by such thoughtfulness. As soon as he drank the water, he truly returned to his original form. Even so, Luna continued holding him. Sarang then remarked that she could let go of him now. At that moment, Levo charged forward wielding his spear, the celestial treasure. Li Jiwoo was genuinely eager to face him and wanted to test the new power he had just acquired. Levo was clearly far more destructive now. His attack, with the spear, passed straight through Li Jiwoo. The strike ended up destroying the entire ceiling of that dungeon. Even so, none of the attacks could hit Li Jiwoo. Now that Levo's powers had been completely unleashed, he admitted that his opponent was not bad at all, being much stronger and faster than last time. Even so, Levo was still the more powerful one. Then he landed a powerful blow on the child's head. The child immediately retaliated with his own lightning. Spear strike engulfed Li Jiwoo in an intense electrical discharge. Soon afterward, another bolt of lightning struck him while he was still in the air. Poor Li Jiwoo ended up completely scorched and even lost his hair. Sarang asked when Levo had become so powerful. Last time, he had only used kicking abilities combined with lightning. Rabai explained that this was because Levo had not fought with his full power and had not been using his weapon either. Even so, he was glad to see him regain regain his former strength. On the other hand, he was not quite sure what to think about that situation. Sarang asked if he was joking. After all, Levo had just fried Kuquim. Liori asked whether they finally recognized her brother's greatness. In his awakened form, Levo could use the weapon as a conduit to absorb the power of lightning. He could use any lightning spell without suffering any consequences. In addition, his own body functioned like a true electrical generator. This caused his level to keep rising without stopping for as long as the battle continued. The humans had never stood any chance from the beginning. All they could do was struggle desperately like fish out of water because the celestial realm was not their place. But nobody was paying attention to her speech because Liori was too far away. The only one who could hear her was Li Ji-woo, but he was completely scorched. Then, Liori ordered her brother to finish it once and for all. However, beside her appeared Wu's demon in his regenerated form, once again showing up bald and scorched. Habak had forgotten just how unpleasant that ability could be. Li Ji-woo asked whether it was Levo or Liori, but he still could not see because his eyes had not regenerated yet. Liori was stunned and asked how the hell he was still alive. Thinking back, she remembered that when she had tried to finish him off at the castle, Li Ji-woo had also managed to recover. Then, she ordered her brother to burn that boy until nothing remained and get rid of that repulsive being once and for all. Ji-woo did not really want to fight Levo, especially because he knew that he was acting under mind control. But then he remembered that day when he had been completely defeated and humiliated. Finding the situation almost amusing, he decided to retaliate. He stretched out his neck and bit the angel's head, determined to get his revenge. Levo tried to respond by unleashing another lightning attack. Li Ji-woo put his head back in place and calmly remarked that Levo seemed quite angry. Levo's next charge was easily stopped by an upward strike with no intention of finishing him off. Soon afterward, he took another heavy blow, this time from a downward strike, also without any intention of ending the fight. Ji-woo had heard what Liori said earlier. Levo's level kept increasing in his awakened state, which meant his attacks could become even stronger. So, he began unleashing rapid strikes without any intention of finishing him off. In practice, he was simply overpowering Levo, one of the four great beings of that universe. Habak was not very surprised. Even awakened, Levo had no chance against the brave warrior of Wu. To make matters worse, Li Ji-woo had merely been toying with him the entire time. Sarang remarked that those four great beings did not stand the slightest chance against Underpants Guy. Habak explained that, in theory, the four should be considered the most powerful creatures in that entire universe. Even so, before Li Ji-woo's overwhelming power, there was no doubt that the brave warrior was the strongest being ever to appear in the history of Chronolife. In the end, he forced Levo to his knees and nearly made him lose his grip on the spear. Jimmy remarked that this was just another enemy surrendering, so there was no reason to be ashamed. Soon, everyone would end up in the same situation. Sarang said that the battle was basically already over, and Levo would soon break free from Liori's charm. Li Ji-woo told Liori that she would be better off releasing Levo. She refused, still unable to believe that her brother had been defeated even in his awakened form. Liori truly had no idea what to do anymore. If that situation continued, those terrifying demons would end up taking her brother away. Liori's charm had only one weakness: it required proximity. The farther she was from the target, the weaker the effect became. Once the target reached a certain distance, they would be completely freed from the enchantment. Liori realized that she had no other choice but to use her charm on the group again. She only needed to find an opening. That way, she could use the whip against him, but she would only have one chance to do it. Meanwhile, Li Ji-woo seemed to be coming up with an excellent idea. Sarang remarked that she had a very bad feeling. When Levo finally caught his breath and tried to fight back, Levo took another blow to the head and ended up biting his tongue. Ji-woo repeated the move once again, and he kept doing it several more times. In the end, Levo took several blows to the head. Li Ji-woo explained his reasoning with an old saying, claiming that when something is broken, a few knocks can make it work again. That was exactly his strategy. Sarang asked whether he truly believed that would free Levo from the charm. He replied that he was merely disciplining the boy, just as a good teacher would. Derry pretended that he was going to attack him, but stopped the movement before landing the blow. Levo was startled, while Ji-woo merely laughed at his reaction. It was at that moment that Liori noticed her opportunity and took advantage of the opening. She rushed forward and struck Li Ji-woo across the face with the whip. As a result, he finally received the charm status. Liori declared that, just as she expected, that inferior human would never be able to resist her charm. Now he was under her control, and the others seemed unable to do anything. Then she proposed another round, this time in a fair 3-on-3 match. However, at that moment, the hidden ability of Healing Factor activated, and the effect of the charm status began to be removed. The effect was completely cured while Liori was still giving her speech. Ji-woo took only one more blow and fell. He said that he did not know exactly what had happened, but thought it was amazing. When he blinked, he found an enormous head right in front of him, ready to receive another blow. The hidden ability of Healing Factor also made him immune to status effects, including poison, disease, and paralysis. At that moment, all the knights were also freed from the mind control imposed by Liori. They stood up again, and Levo, of course, also managed to recover. Levo explained that this was another one of Liori's charm weaknesses. He was relieved that Celial Habak had come to rescue him, but found the severe headache strange. Habak explained that it was probably a side effect of the charm, and that he would explain the details later. Li Jiwoo realized that everything had returned to normal. Now, all that remained was to deal with that woman. Liori stood up, confused, asking what had happened and why everything had suddenly changed. Then, she realized that everyone had been freed from her control and that she was completely surrounded. Li Jiwoo declared that now all that remained was to put an end to that situation. And before Liori could attack him again with the whip, Li Jiwoo destroyed the whip using only his stick. And he explained that it was a new technique from the Destruction Strike series, this time designed to destroy weapons. The first Destruction Strike had been capable of destroying an entire planet. With no other option left to use against that monster, the horrifying creature began to cry. Sarang asked her not to make that expression because the two of them would end up looking like the villains of the story. Luna commented that it would make for a great dramatic ending, with Liori about to be defeated while several important figures watched the scene. Liori asked whether she was really going to die, making it clear that she did not want that. Jiwoo, however, replied that he had no intention of finishing her off. He then summoned the tentacle of gluttony and said that she could live forever inside it. Just when everything seemed decided, Levo intervened and stopped Jiwoo from continuing. After all, Liori was still his sister. Jiwoo replied that he did not care about their relationship, reminding him that she had tried to turn him into a slave. Levo argued that, at the very least, Liori had never truly intended to kill him from the beginning. The problem was that her way of showing affection could be somewhat aggressive. In truth, Liori had done everything for his sake. The coup and her rise as ruler had both been driven by her desire to protect him. Many centuries ago, in the Celestial Realm, Liori argued with Levo because he intended to return to the human realm once again. He explained that he would stay away from the throne for several years and leave the Celestial Realm in his sister's care. Liori did not want him to stay away for so long, much less join the humans again on another one of his adventures. But Levo explained that the human realm was engulfed in chaos at that moment. The Demon King had invaded the territory of the human race. Because of that, Levo needed to leave the Celestial Realm to help the young man known as Aop, the warrior destined to become the hero who would save that race. Only then did Divo stop to think and remember something. Levo had mentioned that he had once been part of a group with Aop. He had even compared Li Jiwoo to him, saying that Jiwoo was not as worthy as Aop. Sarang was confused by the phrase many centuries ago, since Chrono Life had not been released that long ago. Luna explained that she meant the game's history, not real time. Sarang then asked if she was only trying to draw attention to herself. Sarang asked whether Luna really thought she was cute and was trying to attract attention. Her beauty already did that naturally. Luna told her to stop before she made her sick. Levo explained that this was why he had temporarily left the throne of the Celestial Realm, leaving Liori deeply worried. Besides, Levo still had not fulfilled his mission as one of the seven sins. At that moment, Liori asked whether he intended to join Iope. She still could not understand why Levo insisted on doing such things. After all, he was always telling her and Habak that the two of them were enemies of humanity. So it made no sense to save them if the Demon King would eventually destroy them all. As one of the seven sins, he should not concern himself with helping humans. Even while acting as a great merchant, Levo had secretly helped weaker humans, contributing to the growth of the human realm's economy. And he still had not completed his duty. If he continued like this, that person might appear to punish him. Liori then asked whether he truly had some kind of sympathy for humans. Levo replied that perhaps he did. In any case, he would leave regardless of what she said. During his absence, Liori would be responsible for the Celestial Realm. Levo, ruler of the Celestial Realm, bore the sin of sloth and still needed to fulfill his obligation as one of the seven sins. He was supposed to fulfill that duty by living as a human, but he liked humans too much and therefore could not complete his mission. His negligence was the first act to directly oppose God's will. Because of that, no one knew when his fate would come to an end. It was then that Liori made a promise to herself. When the time came, she would destroy the humans for her brother's sake, even if she had to rebel against him. Everything she had done was meant to protect him. Sarang then realized that Liori had only been trying to save her own brother. Levo told the brave warrior that they could end things there and asked him to forgive Liori. Jiwoo replied that he had been trying to make the situation more interesting, but now he wanted to stop. After all, the entire place was already practically collapsing. The knights had been defeated and no longer had any motivation to keep fighting. He said that if someone did not want to be a wolf, they should not wear its skin. Liori had caused that entire situation, so it was only fair that she face the consequences. As he spoke, Liori remained trembling and crying before them. Levo explained that Liori had her own reasons and once again asked Jiwoo to forgive her. But Li Jiwoo replied that he found it disgusting when bad people tried to justify their own actions as though there were a good reason for everything. Then he prepared the power of gluttony to absorb Liori. Levo commented that it was true. Jiwoo really never did anything without receiving something in return. But Jiwoo had made a promise, and above all else, he was someone who never broke his word. Li Jiwoo asked what Levo intended to offer in exchange. His answer would depend on the negotiation. Rabbi, who stood there before Liori, realized that perhaps perhaps he should have kept quiet from the very beginning. He regretted saying that Li Jiwoo needed to save Levo by defeating Liori. If he had kept his mouth shut, perhaps none of this would have happened. At that moment, Li Jiwoo and Sarang were clearly blaming Rabai for the entire mess. Then he approached and handed his 8 mirrors to Devo. He said that this was the agreed payment and asked whether, in exchange, Levo could forgive Liori. Li Jiwoo accepted the proposal, saying that it seemed like a good deal. With that, the hidden quest received from Habak was finally completed. As a reward, he received a new title, Master of the 8 Mirrors. He even used that mirror to escape the Celestial Realm, thanked them for everything, and said that it was already time to return to Earth. Liori asked whether he was really leaving just like that since everything had happened so suddenly. Levo explained that it simply meant Jiwoo had already gained plenty from the situation. That panty guy was greedy and could end up becoming a major problem. Even so, everyone managed to descend together and reached a happy ending. Finally, they returned to the Starflower's company, where she was already waiting for them. Then Jiwoo told the entire story about the earring and explained how the gender change worked. And now all of them possessed that ability as well. Flora Strelata was impressed and thought it was incredibly cool. A few days later, in the Celestial Realm, Luna went to visit Levo. He wanted to thank her because everything had only ended well thanks to Luna's intervention. But she replied that it was far from a perfect ending. To her, it was a ridiculous conclusion for one of the 7 sins who had grown attached to humans. Saving his own sister seemed far too childish and cliched, enough to make her stomach turn. Because of that, Luna approached and drove her staff into Levo's heart. Then she left the gray beginner's cloak over his body, planting it at the scene as evidence to frame him. The cloak was merely an item given to every Chronolife user when creating a character, but it had now become Jiwoo's trademark. Anyone would realize that it looked like an obvious attempt to frame him. Even so, Luna knew that Liori, consumed by that blind and irrational love, would certainly believe that Li Jiwoo was responsible for what had happened. That would make her thirst for revenge grow even stronger, and it would ultimately lead Liori to command the entire army of the Celestial Realm against the human world. In the end, they were all nothing more than puppets of Joe's AI. Luna knew every stage of what would happen. Everything was unfolding exactly as she had predicted. Shortly afterward, the angelic soldiers found Levo's body and immediately decided who was responsible. Furious, Liori gathered her troops and declared war on the human world. The former neutral relationship between the two sides collapsed in an instant. Luna had said they promised too much and delivered too little, but now the final episode was truly beginning. The invasion of the Celestial Realm began without warning, following the same pattern as the previous army invasion. In the demonic army, the players were completely caught off guard. To enter the Celestial Realm, a player needed to be at least level 500. That meant the soldiers had been prepared to face players who were at least level 500. And besides them, there were still the angels. Those terrifying creatures began dominating the battlefield and putting the players under pressure. Many were traumatized and began suffering nightmares because of that confrontation. Everyone ended up defeated. An ordinary player simply did not have the strength to face someone at that level. That was when someone activated Sanctuary, a healing spell with an enormous area of effect. Its power was enough to bring the players back into the battle. The one responsible appeared and told everyone not to worry because he had arrived to handle the situation. It was Lord Physiotherapist, a cleric with a golden cord and a cigarette in his mouth. Whenever a player was knocked down by an angel, the physiotherapist cleric appeared to help them. First, he used his famous Holy Punch. With it, he knocked down a player who complained precisely because he had been hit by that punch. But he had just been healed, so his health was fully restored thanks to the effect of that punch. Lord Physiotherapist continued doing his job across the entire battlefield. He knocked others down while healing them at the same time. He was the #1 healer in the rankings. The physiotherapist had a peculiar profession as a cleric, using his own fists to help his allies. Anyone struck by the physiotherapist's fists recovered their health almost instantly. The angels, meanwhile, could not quite understand what was happening. Then one of the commanders of the Celestial Knights ordered the angels and the rest of the army not to stand around. Their objective was to eliminate Lord Physiotherapist. However, another ranked player entered the fight to protect him, none other than the winner of the battle tournament. It was real Chocolate Menta, the famous magic knight. Using wind magic, she covered the entire area with a freezing layer. That stopped the army's advance, and immediately afterward, she used wind currents to knock the soldiers down and send them sliding across the ground. Chocolate Menta approached and warned them not to underestimate her just because her attacks dealt little damage. In Chronolife, winning is not simply about dealing absurd amounts of damage. Technique and control make all the difference as well. The commander of the Celestial Knights tried to confront her directly, but she cast Dig, a basic first circle spell capable of opening a hole in the ground. The commander stumbled and became vulnerable to a direct strike. That was not merely a petty trick, it was technique. When another knight charged at her, Chocolate Menta summoned a stone wall. The knight easily broke through it, but by the time he realized what had happened, she had already disappeared. And that stone wall was also nothing more than a basic first circle spell. She had used the wall as a foothold to gain momentum and leap upward. Then she descended from above with an aerial attack that took the knight out of the fight. That was the moment everyone realized the true strength of Chronolife's ranked players. Sarang remarked that they really did seem extremely skilled in battle. There were several of them she had never seen during the last war. After all, there were many other powerful players beyond the 5 major guilds. Luna had warned them before. Chronolife was full of talented players who remained hidden, true gems that had yet to be discovered. Most of them had no interest in battles or conflicts between guilds. Their main goal was to strengthen their own stats. More and more players of that type joined the war. Several ranked players were there to fight for the game itself. Luna explained that, for them, the most important thing was having fun while playing, and that was exactly why they had decided to join the war. They wanted to test all the power they had gained during training. Luna was absolutely right about that. Shortly afterward, the 5 largest guilds also joined the battle, bringing an unexpected amount of strength to the human side. After training on the northern continent, the players fought with everything they had and managed to bring down the celestial army with ease. That was when she appeared, Leori carrying her whip. She suddenly appeared and charmed every player who crossed her path. Under her control, they ended up turning against their fellow humans. Li Jiwu was not surprised in the slightest to see that hothead arrive so quickly. He said Sarang should handle the army, while he and Cockroach dealt with Leori. Sarang wanted to go with him as well, but Li Jiwu explained that they did not intend to fight Leori. They only wanted to make it clear that he had not been the one who defeated Levo. If talking failed, he would try to convince her with his stick, his wooden one. If things went that far, he would still need to rely on divine healing powers. Sarang ended up staying behind. There she was again. If she had known things would turn out this way, perhaps she would have chosen to become a healer. As soon as Sarang appeared among the players, she was welcomed as the famous idol who was also known for playing Chronolife. It was one of the few times she received the same recognition and applause inside the game that she did in her idol career. The first female player she met remarked that she had styled her hair and clothes to look like Sarang's. Sarang could not simply ignore so she thanked her and said that she looked very pretty. After that, the two of them headed off together to face the celestial army. Meanwhile, the god of the game remained beside his hourglass. To him, the situation was becoming more and more interesting. He had not expected the celestial realm to attack so suddenly. It was probably Luna's doing. At least thanks to that, the sin of sloth had been completed. Returning Levo to the throne had also been a good decision. If Aliorio had started a war while still ruling, the sin of sloth would not have progressed. In the previous arc, Levo returned to power and died as the ruler. He admitted that Luna was doing impressive things. It was all part of her broader view of the situation. Thanks to her, almost everything is ready. Eurus of Pride was completed quite some time ago, as was Luna of Lust. Iope was also completed, and Aventator finished his process during the Anthropomorph War. Gluttony was completed half by Huracan and half by Aventator. The Rebellion of Sloth has just been completed. Now, only one remains. He summoned the final hourglass corresponding to the Sin of Envy. He tried to turn Jiwu into the Sin of Envy, but unfortunately, Jiwu refused. There was no helping it. So, he decided to proceed with his second option. But if he was rejected again, Sarang was struck by something and fell to her knees. Then, the system announced that she had advanced to the second hidden class, a class derived from the Demon Queen. The moment she obtained that power, she decisively defeated the girl who liked her. She acquired the exclusive attribute of the Sin of Envy, a fusion of envy and the Demon Queen's soul. This created a new personality. From that moment on, she became the new Sin of Envy. Meanwhile, Urus was taking Flora Strelata somewhere safe. Frankly, it did not matter where they went, as long as they stayed far away from danger. Getting far away from the starting village would be enough. That had been Jiwu's order, because the war would begin soon, and he wanted to keep her safe. Urus managed to take her to the top of the starting hills. That place should provide enough safety. Level 4 rabbit bears appeared occasionally, but Flora Strelata would be able to defeat them on her own. The merchant asked whether everyone would be alright, including the people in the starting village, the man with the stick, the girls, and everyone else. Urus honestly did not know. That war was part of the final episode, and there was no way to guarantee the outcome. But there was one thing he knew for certain. They could trust Jiwu. As long as he was around, the humans would not lose. With her charm, Leori made the humans lose their numerical advantage, because now they were fighting over her. Chocolate Kamina wondered when Chronolife had turned into a horror game. She had never been very good at that kind of game. Then, she asked whether the physiotherapist had any ability capable of curing charm effects. She had been trying to use that ability while facing the boy for quite some time, but his charm level was far too high. She replied that most of the players had been charmed. It was an extremely powerful ability. That was when he appeared, the guy wearing a gray novice cloak and only one piece of clothing, carrying a simple stick. Chocolate Kamenta thought he was probably just a novice. She told him to leave, saying he could never defeat someone at that level. Li Jiwu then asked, why? She replied that he should not talk like that and called him a noob. That place was dangerous. However, a single strike from him sent everyone flying away. And it did not stop there, because the attack also eliminated even the angels above him. Chocolate Kamenta simply could not understand what was happening. The explosion caused by the strike completely swept through the entire surrounding area. Finally, Li Ji-woo began to feel a little more satisfied. Luna said it was impossible to predict what his next move would be. She assumed he was fighting to protect the human realm. He replied that he had barely used his true power. Luna said that if he had used everything, the planet would have been disintegrated. Even so, Li Ji-woo noticed that someone had managed to survive. It was Leori. She had only one health point left, but she was still alive. Luna quickly healed her. Her healing ability was far more powerful than Li Ji-woo had imagined. Leori herself asked what that was supposed to mean. She wanted to know whether he was trying to humiliate her. He replied that he only wanted to clear up that misunderstanding. He had heard everything from his senior. He had been told that Levo had been murdered. It was truly an unfortunate situation. Then, he took a whip strike to the face but managed to resist the charm effect. Leori said he had a lot of nerve talking like that. After all, he had killed her brother. Brother, she repeated, as she continued attacking with the whip. He only wanted to talk. Besides, he was not the one who had defeated Levo. The whole thing was nothing more than a huge misunderstanding. But she replied that his cloak had been found right beside the body. D1 told her to use her brain. He was wearing his own cloak right then. What kind of idiot would do something like that and still leave such obvious evidence at the scene? Luna had already warned him that Leori would not accept an explanation so easily. Li Ji-woo probably knew that, but Chronolife's NPCs had built-in emotions. Her frenzied state would not disappear through arguments alone. It was almost impossible to talk while her emotions were in control, as though he were dealing with a real person. Li Ji-woo asked why she was talking while hiding behind him. The truth was simple. She just did not want to take another whip strike. Then, he asked another question. Leori was the one who defeated Levo, wasn't she? She merely replied that she was not entirely sure. Fine. Next, he asked Leori what had happened to the body and whether she had burned her brother's remains. That made Leori even angrier, because it seemed as though they were insulting her brother even after everything that had happened. However, Luna quickly moved behind Leori and knocked her down with a precise strike. She explained that Levo had died 3 days earlier. He would be back soon. Leori ended up losing consciousness after that strike. Li Ji-woo asked when Luna had become so fast. She had simply waited for the right moment to attack, so it was not exactly thanks to her own skill. He also wanted to know how Levo could come back to life. She explained that a ruling blood angel could not die permanently. Even if he died, he would return after 3 days. Leori probably did not know that, because she had never seen one of them die. However, as a consequence of resurrection, they lost their halo. At that moment, Levo had indeed ascended to the heavens to undergo his process. He transformed into a streak of starlight and descended like a comet. The one who witnessed that fall was the Starflower. She went to the crater left by the impact, where Levo had arrived in the human realm. Ji-woo said that if it were true, it would be a relief, but he wanted to know how she had discovered all of that. She replied that it was still a secret. Then he asked why she had been hiding such important information until that moment. If the Whip Girl had known that Levo would revive, she would never have started that war. She explained that she had done it deliberately. It was not a real war, merely a game, though she had not expected that reaction from him. She had thought he would be happy about the start of a war, since it would give him the chance to destroy everything, exactly what he loved doing most. But he shot back that he was not some unhinged villain. He only taught a lesson to anyone who came after him first. That entire mess had begun because of a simple misunderstanding, and he did not find it pleasant at all. Luna, however, replied that it was perfect. Then it would be better to teach that next person a lesson as well. That was when something struck them both, causing a massive explosion. Li Ji-woo was fast enough to save Leori. He would have felt terrible if she had disappeared like that. It was not as though they were trying to be unpleasant. She merely wanted to protect and save her own brother. Luna said he was so kind that it almost moved her to tears. He replied that he had always been a nice guy. In any case, he ordered them to heal Leori. The explosion had been so intense that it was impossible to protect her from all its effects. That was when someone approached, the Demon Queen, or rather, loving Captain Sarang. Luna warned them not to trust her. That was not the Sarang they knew. The unique attribute of the sin of envy had altered her personality. Li Ji-woo asked whether that personality change had happened because of some game function. To him, it made no sense. The goddess of life explained that anything was possible in that place. He himself had already experienced something similar. When he had changed to the female gender, Ji-woo had also wondered why he was having those strange thoughts when it was only a game. Now, it made much more sense. Even so, that did not mean his personality had been completely altered. Luna explained that the situation was similar. A game should not change someone's personality. Simply put, Sarang had lost control of her own character. The bodies used in that world could look identical to their real-life counterparts and even reproduce the same emotions, but in the end, they were still characters created within a system of code. The game access helmet used several authentication processes to identify the user. Under normal conditions, taking over another person's character would be impossible, but the rules were different inside that game. It was the game's artificial intelligence that had taken control of her character away from her, not another player. And that particular part of the AI represented the sin of envy. The real Sarang watched everything while trapped inside a system cage. She screamed desperately, trying to make someone hear her voice. And Luna was the only one who could hear her. She heard everything clearly, but pretended she could not. That was not it. Luna was doing all of this precisely because of her own envy. Her heart was beating faster than ever. She wanted to see how Li Ji-woo would ultimately defeat Han Sarang. Meanwhile, the sin of envy inside Sarang's body delivered its own speech. She needed to go to the human realm to carry out her sentence, and she intended to turn that continent into a sea of blood. Li Jiwoo asked whether Mia was responsible for that speech. Luna confirmed it and said he could finish her off, since she was the one coming after him first, but he disagreed. The discussion ended when he took a kick straight to the chin. She continued attacking Li Jiwoo, displaying far greater strength than before. Luna warned him to be careful. Each of the 7 sins possessed its own abilities and personality, and among them all, the sin of envy despised humans the most. Li Jiwoo was not interested in that. What he truly wanted to understand was where that absurd increase in power had come from. Luna explained that simply by becoming the Demon Queen, she had already reached the level of one of the most powerful players in that game. She had not been like that before because she had always stayed by his side like a small and annoying leech. The Demon Queen's unique attribute allowed her to multiply her stats tenfold. That alone had already brought Sarang to the game's endgame content. On top of that, she possessed the Transcendental Gauntlet and now also wielded the power of the Sin of Envy. Until that moment, she had used only a small fraction of her full power, less than 10%. The Fallen Dragon's next strike slammed Li Jiwoo into the ground, creating an enormous crater. The original Sarang was horrified by what she saw. Unable to understand how things had reached that point, she wondered how she had allowed it to happen. She had been certain that she was stronger and could be less useless, but this had gone far beyond every limit. Her only option was to leave the game. After disconnecting, she thought that everything should be fine from that moment onward. However, her agent was waiting for her and said that it had not helped at all. Sarang was left speechless. Transformed by the sin of envy, Sarang continued fighting Diogo. Everything was being broadcast live, and Sarang wondered why that situation was still continuing. Falcon, their favorite streamer, was handling the broadcast. He took the opportunity to ask the audience to leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications. Several other players began logging back into the game, including the high-level players who had been on the front lines. Everyone watched the scene unfold. The person facing the Great Warrior was the famous idol Han Sarang, and rumors said she had been traveling with Li Jiwoo for quite some time. The war against the Celestial Realm had ended, but the confrontation between those two was still going on. Sarang's #1 fan commented that just moments earlier, she had been fighting to defeat the enemies. To her, it was obvious that something was controlling the idol. Suddenly, her eyes turned red and her behavior changed completely. That expression seemed impossible for someone like Sarang, who had always spread love to everyone. Sarang's agent commented that her fans were actually quite kind. As thanks, she should send that person free tickets to her next concert or sometime else during the year. Even so, Sarang decided to enter Chrono Life again. We replied that first we needed to find a way to restore the character. After that, she could find that fan and give her a big hug. She replied that there was no need to ask her twice. Soon after, she logged back into the game. Then we asked whether this Chrono Life was really that much fun. Maybe she should give the game a try and start playing too. Meanwhile, everyone watched the scene unfold, both those who were there and those following the livestream. Everyone watched Li Jiwoo being overwhelmed by Sarang, who had been consumed by the power of envy. He could barely find an opening to fight back. Falcon began casually interviewing the others. First was the PvP content master, Chocamenta. He said she had treated the brave warrior like a rookie and asked her to comment on it. Chocamenta explained that she simply had not recognized him. She had no idea the brave warrior wore nothing but a cape and underwear, so she never imagined the rumors were true. Falcon went straight to the point and asked what she thought of the fight. She replied that it looked one-sided, but she did not believe it would end that easily. She also began wondering why she was still watching that fight. The war against the Celestial Kingdom was already over, so this was nothing more than a battle between players. They could simply ignore all of it and move on. Chocamenta was not the only one thinking that way. Every player who entered the game felt the same, and yet, no one stopped watching. Everyone had the feeling that perhaps the real war had not even begun yet. At last, Li Jiwoo managed to block one of Sarang's attacks and said that was enough. He ordered them to return her body before the situation became even worse. Envy replied that humans truly were repulsive. He had no authority to give orders to one of the sins. Envy then completely unleashed the power of the Demon Queen's essence. With no interference whatsoever, 100% of its power was available. Her wings spread wide and began taking the shape of enormous claws. They were gigantic and filled with tremendous demonic energy. She then lunged at Li Jiwoo where he stood, as though intending to crush him in a single blow. Death Claws was an ability exclusive to the Demon Queen. It transformed the Demon King's infinite magical power into physical strength for attacking. Dailu dodged the blow with ease and remarked that the ability was actually quite interesting. Then he decided to use his own ability as well. He channeled magical power into his underwear, causing the blue dragon to materialize. Two enormous arms emerged from within the manifestation. They came out from inside his underwear, creating a rather strange sight. No one seemed comfortable watching it. Even so, the arms emerging from his underwear collided directly with Envy's death claws. Envy kept trying to pressure him and force him backward. But Li Jiwoo looked so strange in that situation that he began groaning, making everyone extremely uncomfortable. Sarang, however, insisted that he had everything he needed to win. Luna asked whether she intended to keep quiet. That was when she revealed that she had been able to hear and see Sarang all along. Luna despised that repulsive voice, but Li Jiwoo would never be able to hear it, just as it had always been. From the beginning, Sarang had never meant anything more than that to Li Ji-woo. Ever since their first meeting, she had been nothing but a distraction to him. He had simply crossed paths with Sarang while trying to play the role of someone pretending to be weak. Even so, she continued crossing every boundary. Sarang only annoyed him and stubbornly kept getting in his way. All this time, she had been nothing more than an inconvenient obstacle. Sarang then asked who Luna thought she was to Jiwoo. The goddess of life replied that she was his soulmate. According to her, their bodies and souls belonged to each other. Sarang said that was so funny she had forgotten to laugh. Li Jiwoo had always considered Luna a terrible person, and not without reason, because when she first met him, she insulted Li Ji-woo and his family for being poor. To him, she was still a horrible person. She could insist as much as she wanted, but she would never make him belong to her. Luna replied that Sarang knew nothing about her, yet she still kept talking that way. Unlike Sarang, who always appeared to get in Li Ji-woo's way, Luna knew how to make him feel good. At that moment, he was thoroughly enjoying his battle against the sin of envy. It was Luna who revived Huracan, who later revived Iope. Thanks to that, the ancient anthropomorphs eventually appeared again. And this time, Luna was also the one who provoked the war against the Celestial Kingdom. Li Ji-woo had only been able to enjoy Chronolife all this time because of her. If Joe truly hated Luna that much, then why had he gone so far as to kiss her on the lips? Sarang could not believe what she had heard, completely stunned by that revelation. Meanwhile, Li Ji-woo remarked that holding back those death claws was already becoming tiresome. It would be better to end the fight once and for all. Envy realized that he had no chance of winning. Then Luna appeared before him and sincerely apologized. She apologized for bothering him during the battle, but also took the opportunity to make a request. In front of everyone, especially Sarang, Luna approached Li Ji-woo and kissed him on the lips. And that's all for today, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. Leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications because that is very important. Also check out the membership club and join the Discord where we post video alerts so you never miss anything. Take care, good morning, good afternoon, good night, and see you next time.